Fly like an eagle.
Our club has always been about the people.
And the impact we have.
We create opportunities.
We dare to dream.
About what we can achieve together.
We aim to entertain.
And we deliver results.
Our teams inspire our community.
And our community inspires us.
We work together
To push boundaries.
Building a better future.
For everyone.
It's our spirit that bonds us.
Our members.
Our partners.
Our players.
Our staff.
Our youth.
Our community.
Our county.
We are Essex.
We are the
Eagles!
Mohammed, Warwickshire starting from tomorrow. How are you feeling generally ahead of that game?
Yeah, I think it was nice to get a break, a week off after a disappointing loss to Somerset. But yeah, hopefully the weather will play ball and we can get a full cricket game in.
How was the break? Good to have the opportunity to recharge?
Yeah, I think it was much needed. 5 games in 5 weeks is pretty intense. So to have a week just to sort of freshen up, as you say, I think was well needed, and yeah, the boys are ready to go for the next 2 Champion games.
And you mentioned obviously the importance of getting back on the front foot after the disappointment down in Somerset.
Yeah, I think we're trying to win every game, and to go there, it was kind of win the toss, win the game. So yeah, disappointing, but it is what it is. That's behind us now, and we need to keep our focus on Warwickshire and make sure that we're playing the best cricket that we can.
And focusing on Warwickshire specifically, now they've proven themselves quite strong with the bat so far. Is that a good challenge, get to bowl against some very informed batters?
Yeah, I think, as you say, they've been unbelievable so far this season. So we're going to have to be on top of our game. But I think our bowlers suit our conditions here at Chelmsford, and I think it'll be a good test between bat and ball.
You got a tempo last time we played them. Are you personally looking forward to having a go against them again?
Yeah, I think it's been slim picking so far this year, so hopefully I can pick up some wickets and contribute to a win come Monday.
And then finally, looking further ahead, obviously we've got 2 championship games before we get into the Black. What are the aims of the team in these 2 games? We've got Warwickshire at home and Kent away.
Yeah, I think just staying present and not looking too far ahead. There's obviously a lot on the horizon, but we need to make sure that our focus is here for the next 4 days. And yeah, we've got to start with Warwickshire. We can't look too far ahead, and make sure that we're playing the best possible
Hello. Yeah, standing by, yep. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to a sunlit county ground in the city centre of Chelmsford for day one of this county championship match between Essex and Warwickshire. I'm Glenn Speller, joined by Sonia Twigg and Clive Eakin, bringing you the commentary. The news here is that Warwickshire have won the toss, and the players are just making their way out into the middle right now. Warwickshire winning the toss and electing to bat. And Essex making a couple of changes to their side for this game, and that is Noah Thane and Harry Duke dropping out. Duke, who's returned to Yorkshire after his two-game loan spell, while Essex had a little bit of a wicket-keeper crisis, and Noah Thane dropping out of the team today as well. Feroz Kushi returns at the top of the Essex batting order, and Michael Pepper returns behind the stumps for Essex as well. So Warwickshire winning the toss and electing to bat. A couple of changes for Warwickshire today as well, including two debutants for this game, and they are Che Simmons and Michael Ray. I'll be updating BBC Essex listeners into the 11 o'clock news in a couple of moments' time, but while we wait for that, we can say good morning to Sonia.
Good morning.
And looking forward to this one as well. Obviously Warwickshire had a great start to the season with the bat, and Essex looking to bounce back from that very disappointing defeat by Somerset just under a couple of weeks ago now. Jamie Porter is going to open up from this Sir Alistair Cook end. He's going to be bowling right arm around the wicket to Rob Yates, and in he comes now. First ball of the morning, 4 slips go down, and that's just ease behind square on the onside, and they come through for the first run of the day, and Warwickshire are up and running, one without loss.
The pitch looks very dry. Normally you get a bit of grass around on day one, but it looks like it's a much later in the season pitch than I think it is.
Had a lot of rain in this part of the world yesterday, but very, very different conditions today. Bright sunshine, lots of blue sky around, pleasant temperature as well. As Porter is at the end of his run and ready to roll, with Alex Davies just taking his guard. Has all changed because it's a right-handed bat now with Davies. 4 slips go down, and in comes Porter, right arm over, in and bowling to Davies now, and he again angles that one down towards a long leg boundary, and it has gone for 4 runs as well. I just paused because I wondered whether that come off the thigh pad, but it is 4 runs, and Porter just struggling with his radar and his sights a little bit with that one.
Yeah, not an ideal start from Porter, especially on what's looking like a very bat-friendly surface, and I think you've had that at other points this season as well so far.
Diminutive in stature, Alex Davies, and he's ready again. Can Porter readjust his sights? In he comes now into Davies, outside off stump, and not a lot of carry as that went through either. Went through around about ankle height, well outside off stump, and there's no run. Where have you been on your cricketing travels? Oh, actually, before I ask you that question, let me just update the BBC Essex listeners into the 11 o'clock news.
Glenn Speller is at Chelmsford.
Yes, good morning, Claire, and welcome to a bright, sunlit and very pleasant county ground in the city centre of Chelmsford, where the news is that Warwickshire have won the toss and they are batting. We're in the first over of the morning, and Warwickshire have moved to 5 without loss. 2 changes to the Essex side from that which was beaten by Somerset just under a couple of weeks ago now. Noah Thane, the youngster, drops out of the team, and Harry Duke, the Yorkshire loanee wicketkeeper, has returned to his parent team. So Feroz Koushi returns to the top of the Essex batting order, and Michael Pepper is back in behind the stump. So the Essex side is Elgar, Koushi, Brown, Wesley the captain, Cox, Critchley, Pepper, Harmer, Snater, Cook and Porter. 2 debutants for Warwickshire today, Chase Simmons and Michael Ray coming into their team. Warwickshire winning the toss, they're batting, and they are 5 without loss.
And Michael Ray, a 28-year-old New Zealand bowler who's been signed on a short-term contract.
This next ball is pushed out to the offside, and there is no run. So where have you been on your cricketing travels recently then?
I've been up and down the country a little bit. I did a couple of days at Yorkshire, where it rained and was unbelievably cold.
Yep.
And then I went to Northants, and now I'm here again.
Excellent. Good to see you back here again, Sonia. And I was up at Durham about 3 weeks ago now, and where I can tell you it was very, very cold as Porter comes in once again, and that's pushed very nicely back past the bowler by Davies. It won't go to the boundary. Come back for a couple. There should be a third there for the throw. No, they elect just to hold it at the 2 runs, and that's the end of the first over of the morning, and Warwickshire are 7 without loss. Yes, I was up at Durham for the first couple of days up there, the Friday and the Saturday. If you've been to Durham, you know it's very comfortable in the commentary box there, but talking to a few of the Essex supporters who'd made their trip up there as well, at the end of the day they looked frozen to the bone, and they said it's great to have a full day's cricket, but it was not much fun sitting out, and the biting wind in the northeast as well didn't really help. But yeah, it's very cold, but very different conditions here today. Did you get much cricket up at Yorkshire then?
Well, unfortunately I missed the 2 good days of cricket where Brooke and Root were batting, and I had an entire day washed out. And then we got the delights of one of those games where you just know it's going to be a draw, and you're almost just waiting for that decision to be made, and it wasn't until about 5 o'clock. And then my train back from Leeds was cancelled. Excellent.
So a great day all round, really.
No, it was good to go. I like getting around and speaking to people at all the different counties. It always makes it a little more interesting, and it will be
Sam Cook
from the opposite end running down the hill to us, and that's just watched through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
Yes, we're having to get used to calling that one, as you were here a few weeks ago, we're getting used to calling that one the Graham Gooch end now rather than the Hayes close end. And I have to say, it took,
that was why I paused. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it took me a good couple of days commentary to get into the sort of stroke of calling that the Graham Gooch end and this the Sir Alistair Cook end, because that's always been the Hayes close end, but this one's had a couple of names previous to it before.
Well, I knew it as the River end.
Mm-hmm.
As Cook is in again to Yates, who defends that straight back down the pitch, and it's fielded at mid-off.
When Chelmsford was granted city status, they tried to get us to then call it the city end, because it's obviously the main bulk of the city centre as it is now is behind us, but old habits die hard, and it was the River end, but we're just getting into the realms now. Sir Alistair Cook, Graham Gooch.
It's almost easier to remember than trying to think city or river or... I find it difficult when it sort of sponsors ends.
Yes.
Or they redevelop stands, and you've got to remember the name of all these new stands as a Cook is in round the wicket to Yates, who fends that down towards behind square, and he will pick up just a single for that to move the score on to 7 without loss.
So say nice bright sunny conditions here today. A heck of a lot of rain in this part of the world yesterday, and those who use the A12 on a regular basis will know how well rutted that road is, so you almost aquaplaned my way into work yesterday and the way home as well, but nice to wake up this morning.
Well, when I was on the
tube
yesterday, one of the stations at Victoria, which isn't even that close to a river, was there was no train stopping there because it was flooded. I'm not sure where all that water had come from, but yeah, it was definitely flooded as Cook turns and runs in, and that's hit well by Davies into the leg side past the square leg umpire, and he will just pick up 1 for that as the fielder was quick to get there in the outfield. looks to be quite slow already at the start of the day, but the umpires are also diligently moving between square leg and square leg for this left-hand, right-hand combination.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see how long in the day we get, and depending on how long these two stay together, or there's a left-right hand partnership, how long that goes on for. You tend to find on the colder days they do it a lot more maybe than on the warmer days. But yeah, these early stages here, umpires James Middlebrook and Ben Debenham, as you say, diligently moving from one side to the other.
Cook round the wicket, and that's played well by Davies up into the vacant mid-off position, and he will pick up another boundary that will move the score on to, well, the scoreboard is reading 9-13 without loss.
Yeah, the board over there, as per usual, the one either side of the marquee and the hospitality boxes, always tends to be, if not a ball behind, certainly the bowler is at the end of his run ready to deliver the next ball before it catches up.
Very helpful when you're on commentary needing to update. As Cook is in again, that's defended by Davies this time into the offside with no run. At the end of that over, Warwickshire move on to 13 without loss. It's not been the start that Essex would have wanted.
No, the bowling's been a little bit awry, just trying to get their sights on Porter, particularly from the first over from this end, just readjusting when the left and right hand swap striking ends, and at far end Cook will be disappointed, I think, with not being right on the money right at the start of his spell. But Warwickshire have won the toss here. They're the ones who have elected to bat. They want first dig at this, so it's up to Essex to try to work their way through if they can.
It's interesting because you think these bowlers will sort of sense an opportunity with the retirement of Anderson, and there's no sort of set bowler in that England team, so there is a couple of places up for grabs.
Porter comes in, that's just pushed defensively back to the bowler on his follow through by Davies. He's got 7 and Yates is on 6.
And Josh Tongue, of course, is out for the first few tests of the summer with a torn pec, so there's definitely an opportunity for a lot of the sort of quicker seam bowlers in the county circuit.
There was a big feature on the BBC Sport website earlier this week, and you could vote for the 3 seamers and quicks who you thought might be involved. As Porter comes in once again and just played defensively up to Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper at mid-on. Sam Cook was among the names mentioned, but as usual the thing always angled at Sam Cook, and indeed Jamie Porter is, do they have that extra bit of pace that England seem to be looking for at the moment? Certainly in English conditions you would think that might not be quite so necessary.
But I think the planning is for the Ashes down under. But also I think you need bowlers who aren't particularly injury prone, as a lot of the quicker ones tend to be.
Here's Porter in once again, and eat, sleep, repeat. This time it's pushed up to mid-off and there's no run once again. So yes, some decisions for the England selectors to make. Mark Wood, you would think, would be a shoe-in, as long as he's fit.
Of course, but he obviously can't play all 5, so there's always that caveat. Who knows if Jofra Archer's going to play Test cricket for England again, if not for England again. So another.
You need a bank of like 7 or 8 quick bowlers, don't you, to be able to rotate, particularly given I know the workload won't be quite so great for them because they won't be playing county cricket week in, week out, but when you have back-to-back test matches, that can really put a strain on them. It's a slight change in the field here, putting a leg slip in our Essex. It's Nick Brown who's gone in there. As Porter is in again to the right-handed Davies, who just shoulders arms, and it goes through to Michael Pepper, restored to behind the stumps, having overcome that injury issue that necessitated Essex having to bring in an on-loan wicketkeeper. Harry Duke did a really good job on loan from Yorkshire, spending his spare time studying a business degree. Harry Duke doing a university business degree. Yep, she's doing it at the moment. He was telling us on BBC Essex.
I mean, I think there's always scope to encourage young cricketers to, if that's what interests them.
Here's Porter to Davies, full delivery, pushed back to the bowler on his follow through. I said, so are you on the coach studying and in your hotel room? He said, well, not so much on the coach, but certainly I have my books with me when we're travelling away and up and down the country. He said he's in there. I think he said he's in the final year of it as well. So,
but there's a lot of sort of sports people who do those sort of part-time degrees that take you a little bit longer but give you that flexibility and without the sort of pressures of a 3-year degree.
Porter into Davies once again, just tries to work that behind the man at point but won't get it past him, and that is the end of the over. So maiden from Jamie Porter, first of the morning, and Warwickshire are 13 without loss. Yeah, always good to see when you have people sort of thinking obviously about their careers beyond, and he said it's a business degree that he's doing, which could lead obviously to staying in cricket, chief executive roles, commercial roles, that sort of thing, or dipping your toe in the world a little bit further afield.
Yeah, I think the PCA has been working really hard with cricketers to try and get them as early as possible to think about the post-retirement, because although it's becoming a longer career and you see more players going into their 40s, it's not the sort of 50-year career that people in other industries are doing.
Certainly not.
As Cook starts his run from the Graham Gooch end, and Davies thinks about pushing at that one, but just lets it go through to the wicketkeeper. And yes, Cook's speed there coming up at 79 miles an hour, which isn't quite the speeds that will catch the attention of the England selectors, although who knows, they might go for someone a little bit more reliable against in the home conditions.
Certainly you would think of white ball cricket as well, where maybe you don't need the out and out pace, you're looking for someone who can take wickets but also contain as well. He might fit in perfectly for that format.
As Cook is in, and that's defended by Davies towards backward point, but cut off by the fielder, and there is no run.
Better from Sam Cook from his opening over of the morning, right on the money to the left-hander here. Just seeing whether anyone's out on their balconies today. Friday, someone might have taken a half day off work or something like that, looking for a long weekend. A couple of people out on the retirement balconies at the far end of the ground, but all the Juliet balconies, apart from one door, have got their doors firmly closed at the moment.
Work from home?
Possibly with half an eye on what's going on away to their left or their right, depending on which way their desk is positioned.
As Cook is in again, and that's just defended straight back up the pitch by Davies off the front foot. Yes, it is definitely a nice day. It's a good thing that we do have a nice day, as we've talked. I'm sure you've talked about as well how many days have been lost of the county cricket summer so far to weather, and obviously Worcestershire still struggling to get on a new road and being forced at Kidderminster, and we had all that rain yesterday, as you mentioned, in the southeastern London, that won't be helping domestic cricket. I know someone last week had their first game of the season called off, as Cook is in again, and that's defended into the offside by Davies, but he finds the gap and he will be able to get through for one run. That takes the Warwickshire score onto 14 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, Essex will be kicking the weather, because I mean, with respect to Kent, if the weather hadn't intervened in stages in that game, you would have expected Essex to have gone on and won it. As it was, Jaden Denley did a very good job late on the final day to keep them at bay, but they'd certainly look at that and think, well, but for the weather, we might have another victory in our back pocket.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of teams up and down the country thinking, if we hadn't lost 2 days of that, as Cook is in again, and that's defended by Davies down towards backward point again, but it's well fielded by Jamie Porter.
But it's always around at this stage of the year, isn't it? We know the English weather has its own particular traits.
Well, you say that, but I watched a lot of rain in July last year. Up and down the country, as temperatures dropped to around 12 degrees and it was raining, which was not really what you expect in July, but I think it was the wettest July for however many years or something. As Cook is in, and that's just defended straight back to the bowler by Davies. And at the end of that over, Warwickshire 14 without loss, Davies on 7 and Yates also on 7.
Yeah, another good over that one from Cook, following up the earlier maiden from Jamie Porter, but nothing too threatening so far from this Essex opening pairing. And I guess Warwickshire won the toss, they've elected to bat, so the bowlers will have known that it's going to be a tough day, and that they have to find ways to work their way through the Essex surface. So far this season, the surfaces they've played on, they've been a little bit low, they've been a little bit slow. And speaking to Dean Elgar after he got a century here, he said if you just get through what was then the Kookaburra ball, if you just get through the first 10 overs of the Kookaburra, he said, there are runs out there, just keep your concentration and play normal cricket, and you can accrue runs at quite a nice rate, and that's what they've done here so far this season. As Porter, right arm around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Yates, and Yates drives, up to mid-off and won't pick up a run there as it's fielded by Jordan Cox.
That is also Dean Elgar's specialty, isn't it? Is accruing runs and spending lots of time at the crease without sort of offering any chances. I think for some of the more attacking batters, they might find that mentality a little bit more difficult to settle into.
Porter turns at the end of his run, kicks up his heels, elbows pointing out as he approaches. Is he in and bowls a full delivery again, trying to angle that one away on the offside is Yates, but there'll be no run once again. 14 without loss, the Warwickshire score. General hubbub around the ground, people still coming in as well. Light breeze blowing, but you could probably get away with a short sleeve out there at the moment.
You definitely will be able to after lunch when the temperature heats up a little bit, I think.
It starts beating in here as well. Here's Porter in again. That's aimed on middle and leg, so that's nice and comfortable for Yates to play it down to the man at long leg and come through for single. First run for a couple of overs after successive maidens. 15 without loss goes the Warwickshire score, so that's all change as it brings Davies down on to strike. Essex beaten by Somerset last time out in a really low scoring game. You always felt another 50 runs for Essex there and they'd have probably got the job done because they had Somerset 7 down before they got to the victory target. Here's Porter in, just played defensively up to mid-off for no run again. And that was rather, that defeat put Surrey in the box seat even at this early stage of the season.
I know, it's amazing that we're talking about it at this point, but I mean, all the talk before the season was how Surrey were favourites, but I mean, the big surprise to me has been Lancashire.
Yeah.
They seem to have, everyone sort of expected them to be pushing Surrey for the title with that very impressive squad that they've got, and they've just sort of dropped off the pace.
Here's Porter in again, and that's cut away down to the vacant deep third boundary by Davies, and he picks up the second boundary of the morning, and the score goes up to 19 without loss. Yes, so Essex starting the day 21 points behind Surrey at the top of the table. That defeat by Somerset has done some real damage to Essex. Somerset in third, and as you mentioned, Lancashire at the foot of the table. 3 defeats and 2 draws from their 5 games so far, including a heavy defeat here by Essex.
Yes, that was really important for Essex's title chances being Lancashire.
It's Porter in once again, and that's worked wide of Tom Wesley at mid-on, and they'll come through. Yeah, they've taken the second run. Wesley slid, picked the ball up, but a nicely judged second run there, and they move on to 21 without loss, and Davies goes up to 13.
It was Nottinghamshire, of course, who benefited early because they were the only one who managed to get a result on that first round of very rain-affected county championship fixtures. I know that I went to Kent for their first game against Somerset, and the first day the pitch, although you know it was sunny and relatively warm, the pitch was so waterlogged that there wasn't any chance of play, which was disappointing. But I guess it's, you know, it says April showers for a reason.
Warwickshire, Worcestershire, Hampshire and Lancashire, the 4 sides without a win so far in the first division. End of the over, incidentally, 21 without loss with 5 gone this morning. Yeah, Nottinghamshire up in 4th position, but I mean Essex are 21 points behind Surrey.
Cook in to Yates, who plays at that one, and it's caught in the slips, and he will have to depart for just 8 runs. Caught by Simon Harmer there, I think, at second slip, and yes, that's the early breakthrough that Essex would have wanted. They just kept it tight for a couple of overs with where Warwickshire was struggling to get the ball away, and they found their early breakthrough.
Yeah, Cook found his sights, found the length, and it was just a straightforward slip catch in the end for Simon Harmer. Just slightly below knee height probably, but nicely pouched by him, and Essex have the breakthrough, which they will have wanted after a nervy opening here, where the bowling probably hasn't been quite on it, but as you mentioned there, Sonia, a couple of maidens, and just built a little bit of pressure and just played defensively back in his crease. It's taken the edge, and very nicely taken, as you would expect, by Simon Harmer, and Essex have their breakthrough, and Sam Cook has his first wicket on the board of the day as well.
Yes, just looking at it on the replay, I think it moved slightly off the pitch, and he just went for the defensive shot, and the ball just caught the edge, as opening bowlers love to do, and it was well caught by Simon Harmer. But again, it would have, wasn't a particularly strenuous catch. It was a little bit in front of him, but around about knee height, and players at this level don't generally drop those.
Let's look at what's going on elsewhere then. Lancashire are batting against Durham, excuse me, and are 10 without loss. That one's being played at Blackpool. It's a ground I'm yet to visit. Nottinghamshire against Hampshire, where Hampshire won the toss, put Nottinghamshire in, and Notts a 0-for-1. Slater has gone for an 11-ball duck. Somerset batting against Kent. Somerset 18-for-1. And Surrey against Worcestershire. Surrey batting 9-for-2. Burns and Sibley, the men out there, and Worcestershire had won the toss and decided to field. So a breakthrough for Essex then, and that has brought Will Rhodes to the wicket.
Cook in again to the new batter, Rhodes, who defends that one, and there's a big appeal. It sounded a bit bat-like, but I wonder if it was... Well, the fielders behind the wicket thought it was pad, but there was nothing from the bowler, Sam Cook, which is usually how you know that it hasn't thudded into the pad.
Yeah, Cook joined in, didn't he? But he wasn't convincing anybody, I don't think, in the way he joined in afterwards. As you say, it was whether the umpire has judged it's hit the pad first or the bat first. But I must say, just judging from here, the first noise did seem to be of the wood variety.
But obviously Essex have been buoyed by that early breakthrough and will be looking to capitalise on that as much as possible, as Cook is in round the wicket, and that's tucked away through square leg by the new batter Rhodes, and he will pick up 2 runs to get off the mark there. It's quite a slow outfield. I remember coming here for the Kent game, and towards the end of the day the ball was sort of racing across the turf, but it's definitely slowing up here, and that is quite a long boundary down towards that side.
Just looking at seeing England batters who are involved today. Ollie Pope is playing for Surrey. There's no Ben Duckett for Nottinghamshire, but Zach Crawley is playing for Kent down at Somerset.
Is Stokes playing for Lancs? Not for Lancs, for Durham.
He was due, wasn't he? Let me just double check.
As Cook is in, and that's defended off the back foot straight down the pitch to the bowler.
Yeah. It's his first championship game for Durham for a couple of years, I think.
Yes, I don't think he's played for them since 2022. Obviously, he's had a busy schedule, but I think he wants to test out his bowling and get himself in the best shape he can for the Test summer, having opted out of the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, he's actually in Manchester. Oh, I say he would have been in Manchester had the game been at Old Trafford. He was caught in Manchester a couple of weeks ago, wasn't he? He couldn't get a visa, could he? Or one of his family couldn't get a visa to go out to Disney World.
Yes, I was reading that was when they had the conversation with James Anderson, as Cook is in again, and that's played beautifully through the covers by Will Rhodes, and that will just bounce over the boundary rope, and well, we weren't sure that it would or not. Slightly up the hill there, but he's picked up his first boundary, and the score moves on to 27-for-1.
And Matt Potts playing for Durham as well, obviously one of those who's been mentioned in dispatches as possibly filling one of those quick bowling roles for England. Nottinghamshire 0-for-2 now against Hampshire. 6 overs gone there. They're yet to get a run, and Hampshire have removed Ben Slater and Will Young in quick time.
Going to be one to keep an eye on as the day goes on. We could get some quite interesting scores, and of course we'll keep you updated with everything going on elsewhere, as Cook is in again to Rhodes, who defends that straight into the pitch, and it's gathered by the bowler. At the end of that over, Warwickshire 27-for-1. Rhodes has already raced on to 6 from just 5 deliveries, and Davies on 13.
Looking at Division 2 then, Derbyshire against Northamptonshire, all these in very early stages obviously. Northamptonshire 13 without loss. Glamorgan have made a sprightly start against Middlesex. Down in Wales, they're 26 without loss. Gloucestershire batting away at Leicestershire, 22 without loss. And say Glamorgan got off to a quick start. Sussex have as well, playing against Yorkshire down at Hove. Yorkshire winning the toss, deciding to field, and Sussex have raced to 42 without loss from just 6 overs. So we are going to have a change of bowling very, very early on from this Sir Alistair Cook end, and it's going to be Shane Snater with the mullet, who's going to come on and bowl for Essex. One of the slips has been removed as well. They've just strengthened the ring of fielders on the offside for Davies, who is 13 not out at the moment. And here's Snater in. Very gentle approach that he has outside off stump, and that's allowed to go through to Pepper, and there's no run.
Yes, an interesting early change. I thought Porter was bowling all right. He'd had that that maiden, but maybe they thought with the new batter in, it was time to change things up a little bit.
Just wonder whether it might be a change of ends as well, because Essex do this on occasions, just to give someone a go from maybe switch Porter's end, maybe have a go from the Graham Gooch end. But we'll wait and see on that, but bearing in mind Cook's just got the breakthrough, probably won't happen for a few overs as yet. As Snater is in once again, right arm over, well outside off stump, and that's allowed to go through for no run as well. Essex, who had that defeat by Somerset, but away from home, but crushing win here against Lancashire, big win at Nottinghamshire in the opening round as well. But that defeat by Somerset has just put Surrey in the box seat, and they're going to need favours from elsewhere if they're going to hunt them down. Snater is in again, an attempted cut, which is probably too close to the body of Davies, and it bounces into the ground and is stopped by the man at third slip for no run. That's Matt Critchley there at third slip with the sunglasses on.
Yes, it was just a little bit too close for him. He couldn't get the width he wanted to either cut it sort of through backward point or even guide it down towards third. And yes, almost fortunately that it went straight into the ground rather than sort of looping or anything else.
Snater turns at the end of his run again. Red bottoms to his bowling boots, in and bowls, and that's just played defensively from the crease out to the offside for no run. And Cox comes in and does the fielding. 27 for 1 the Warwickshire score. We're in the 7th over of this very sunny morning, and the seats continuing to fill up over on the public side as well, and the undercover Felsted school stand as well is well populated. The benches in front of the pavilion fully populated this morning as well. The members getting in nice and early. Quite a few enjoying breakfast in the pavilion beforehand. Snater is in once again, well outside off stump, slightly slower ball as well, and Pepper comes across in front of first slip and takes the ball, and there's no run once again. On top of the Tom Pearce stand as well, see a few people taking swigs of drinks. A few have been applying some sun lotion as well, because it is a warm day when you're sat right directly in the sun, which we'll have as it moves around, and it will beam into our commentary box at some stage of the afternoon. And Snater in no hurry to get to the end of his bowling mark, and in he comes again. In and bowls to Davies, and Davies just plays up to mid-on where Nick Brown fields. End of the over, and Warwickshire, having won the toss and elected to bat, are 27 for 1, and I'll let Clive come in alongside you, Sonia.
Yes, it's been almost a typical start to a day here, but Essex will be happy that they've taken the early wicket on what is already looking like a slightly low and flat surface, but that might change. It might harden up as the day goes on, and maybe there'll be a little bit more bounce and a little bit more life, but we'll see. Obviously it's the Duke's ball in this round of fixtures, which always makes a little bit of a change, as I'm about to be joined for the first time this morning by Clive, who's just settling himself into position next to me as Cook prepares to continue from the Graham Gooch end to Rhodes, who lets that one go through to Michael Pepper for no run. Good morning.
Morning, Sonia. What a lovely morning it is. Here at Chelmsford, sun shining. Queues to get in when I arrived at 10 o'clock. They were queuing onto the bridge. Admittedly, I think there was an electoral fault, which meant they weren't letting them in.
Oh,
However,
no.
it was still impressive. Nice long queue.
I saw some lovely guide dog puppies as I was making my way into the ground, who were, I think, in training and being told off for getting a bit too excited. Probably at the prospect of everyone walking past them with lunch in their bag as Cook runs in, and that's just watched by Rhodes through to the wicket-keeper.
So some good shots played by Warwickshire this morning, but a blow to lose Rob Yates. The top three of the first few games were just ridiculous in the number of runs they scored. Last couple of games slightly less so. Against Surrey, they all contributed in the first innings without any of the top three going on to a really big score. And they did get that 698 for 3 against Durham, which was some score.
Yes, well, the early rounds are a bit weird. We sort of either saw teams skittled or not as Cook is in again, and that's come off the edge of Rhodes' bat, but straight into the ground, and skittles past the slips, and he will pick up 4 runs for that.
Yeah, I guess he played that with nice soft hands, but Cook's definitely getting something there. He's been such a good bowler for Essex, along with Jamie Porter. So Sam Cook, I guess, goes ahead of Porter now in the First Division top wicket takers charts, with his 26th of the season earlier today. Both are on 25 going into this game.
Yes, from this position we're almost at long leg, and we can't quite see what the ball is doing. As Cook is in again around the wicket, and that's defended straight into the pitch by Rhodes, who looked a little bit uncomfortable there. He wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back, and ended up just playing it straight into the ground.
Yeah, there was a hint of a leading edge, wasn't there? So again, some evidence of a little bit of movement from Cook. Cook taking that wicket also reduces the possibility. Warwickshire will be hoping that we're not applauding Jamie Porter's 50th first-class wicket during the course of this game. 500th, 500th first-class wicket during the course of this game.
I was going to say, I thought he'd played a little bit longer than that.
He's 9 short of 500, Jamie Porter.
And that one is played through backwards square by Rhodes, and he will pick up 2 runs to add to his total. He started quite brightly so far.
Yeah, well, so far, you know, because these two swapped captaincy at the end of last season. Will Rhodes, who wanted to concentrate on his game a bit more, handing over to Alex Davis, who so far doesn't seem to have had his form affected by the burdens of captaincy. Actually, quite the opposite.
It's an interesting dilemma that it can bring out the best in some, as Cook is in, and that's played into the leg side by Rhodes for no run.
I think the warning for Alex Davis, I guess, is quite often captains will start well in terms of form after starting captaincy, but perhaps when they get a bit more bogged down in the role, they can sometimes forget their own game a little bit.
At the end of that over, Warwickshire 33 for 1, Rhodes on 12 and Davies on 13.
So Warwickshire giving 2 debuts today, 2 bowlers. Their bowling attack, the list of missing players is fairly huge. So they've lost, off the top of my head, Liam Norwell was ready to play in the first game and didn't make it. Unfortunately, had suffered an injury. Hopefully he won't be out for too much longer, but he's still out. Snater coming in now to bowl to Alex Davis with 3 slips in place. Davis hits out uppishly, bounces well short of mid-on. A little bit of a false shot a bit early on that, Alex Davis. Is no run. So they lost Norwell, then they lost Chris Rushworth in the first game of the season, along with Michael Booth. There's a young bowler. I think he was playing as an overseas player in that game. He's going to be qualified as an English player in a year or 2. Anyway, he got an injury as well. Then they lost Hassan. Had Hassan Ali signed as overseas player, that unexpectedly got called up for a Pakistan Army training camp, which meant he missed the beginning of the season. Snater comes in to bowl, that's left, but he came back, and Warwickshire hopefully wouldn't get called up for the tour of Ireland and England. And guess what? He got called up for the tour of Ireland and England, so they've lost him. They signed Amir Jamal, another Pakistan bowler. He's now out with a back injury. Craig Miles turned his ankle after taking 5 wickets against Surrey. He's out. I've probably missed some. Well, the other thing is Chris Wokes is sitting in India in the IPL doing the square root of nothing at the moment. As this next one is left and there's no run, because he has not had a game out there. But he is out there.
He's earning a lot of money though.
Well, he will be, yes. I'm sure he's still a bit frustrated, but as you say, that will console him a little bit, I expect, his bank balance. However, it's frustrating in the sense that if he was playing out there, it'd be fine, but he's not even playing. Anyway.
But it's difficult for him because he obviously elected not to go out there last year to be fit for the Ashes, and sort of decided to go this year anyway. It's hard for county players to turn down that level of money.
Absolutely. That's left. There's no run. Yeah, no criticism of him. The number of overseas players and the size of the IPL squads are ridiculous, and it leaves you in that sort of situation where you've got a top quality England player who's been kept away from his domestic competition to carry some drinks out in India. However, there we are.
Well, it might be more of a problem next year because the PSL is going to be moving its window to coincide with the IPL, and that means more county players potentially out at once.
Senator comes in to bowl, and that's defended solidly by Davis. There's no run. So anyway, as I was saying, 2 debuts. Michael Ray, I don't know much about him, other than what I've read in the press releases. 28 years of age, New Zealander. He's been close to the New Zealand squad without quite breaking through so far. He's been signed on a short-term contract. And then Chase Simmons, who's Barbados-born. He's been with the academy for the last 2 or 3 years. Been in and around the squad. He finally gets his opportunity. Snater into bowl, and Davis pushes out to the onside. Snater gets excited, and Davis got plenty of bat behind that. Decent over from Shane Snater, made Davis play, and it's a maiden, and at the end of that over, it is 33 for 1 Warwickshire after 8 overs.
Yes, I don't think there was any doubt when they won the toss that they wouldn't choose to bat on this surface.
No, and their bowling woes will have added to that, with no disrespect to Ray or Simmons have come into the side, but the plan would have been try and score really big with the bat and give your bowlers plenty to work with. Well,
and there might be a bit more cloud cover around as the weekend goes on, as Cook will bowl to Rhodes, who defends that into the leg side, just pushes at it slightly. There's a brief chance of a run out, but it's missed by Nick Brown, who was the fielder there, at a wide-ish mid-on.
They made 340 odd in the first innings against Surrey. Actually, the second innings, when they bowled out for around 200, was the first time this season they've been bowled out for less than 330. They made 340 odd in the first innings, and Mark Robertson, the coach, was very praising of their batting performance. He was unhappy with the way they bowled in the first innings, but felt in testing conditions against, obviously, well, with due respect to Essex, probably the best side in the country, he felt, and everyone contributed pretty much, so he felt that they'd done well with the bat.
As Cook is in over the wicket to Davies, who defends that into the offside where it's fielded by Cushy.
Obviously less so in the second innings when they were under pressure. Surrey had been allowed to get big first innings lead, century partnership down the 9th wicket, I think it was. So they had a decent lead, and that put Watch under pressure.
Partnership of their own that also frustrated Surrey.
Yeah. Well, that's what Mark Robertson was saying. I mean, they built an innings early on and then had a big partnership. Although they didn't actually manage a century partnership against Surrey. Ed Barnard made big runs, but they didn't actually manage a 3-figure partnership in that game.
Cook turns and runs in, and that one's banged in slightly short, but Davies just leans back and looks to play that through backward point, where it's well stopped by the fielder, who undoubtedly saved his side 4 runs there. Cook turns and runs in, and that one's banged in slightly short, but Davies just leans back and looks
wide and there to be hit, and Davies at first was probably thinking I'll leave that, and then thought, hang on a minute, that's there to be hit. So he did get a bat on it, and Jamie Porter making a very good stop to support his bowling partner, though he's not bowling with them right now.
And that one's banged in slightly short, but Davies just leans back and looks to play that through. Very good stop there to set the runs, and he was well congratulated by those in the slips, as Cook is in again to Rhodes, who fends at that one, but the ball doesn't quite catch the outside edge on that occasion, and there's definitely a bit of movement for Sam Cook that none of the other bowlers seem to be getting, as he makes his way back to the top of his mark. But there's definitely, whether it's something in the pitch from that side, but he definitely has troubled the batters more than the other 2 bowlers, who've Porter and Snater, who've had their go from the other end. He's got quite a long run up, Sam Cook, as he makes his way back and runs into Rhodes, who fends that one down towards long leg, where it's fielded again by Jamie Porter. He will pick up 1 run for that.
Actually having to do it quite hard in the field, Jamie Porter. Everything seems to be coming to him. Gets a decent throw in there.
Well, where you don't want to go when you've just been bowling is probably backward point.
Yeah.
And obviously this left-hand, right-hand combination is forcing those sort of constant tinkerings all the time, and is always an extra component for bowlers to deal with.
Do you want a trivia question?
Go for it.
So I asked this on my programme last night on BBC CWR.
As Cook is in over the wicket to Davies, who watches that one through to Michael Pepper.
I do a thing called Give Me Five, which asks a question which has 5 answers. So if obviously you'll know this if you were listening to my programme last night, and why wouldn't you, being to be fair? But we were just marking the fact that Amy Jones, Warwickshire wicketkeeper, wonderful player, had the great pleasure of having a long chat with her at Northampton yesterday ahead of the second T20 International, which is taking place this evening, 6:30 start there. She made her 100th T20 International appearance for England at the weekend at a home ground, Edgbaston, ended up getting player of the match. She's, by my reckoning, and I only looked this up briefly, so I'm hoping what I looked up was correct, but she is the 7th England woman to reach 100 T20 internationals. So I asked last night, who are the top 5, the 5 England players who played the most women's T20 internationals? And as a bonus question, I also asked who are the 3 men who have made 100 or more T20 international appearances for England. Oh, it's me, isn't it? I was too busy answering the question. And that one's pushed away to the onside by Rhodes for a couple of runs. So there we are, there's you.
Heather Knight.
Heather Knight, 4th on the list, 113.
Charlotte
it's a no
Edwards.
ball, by the way.
Charlotte Edwards.
No, actually just short of 100. 90 odd. I suppose they didn't play quite as many T20 internationals, perhaps, when she was at her peak, I guess.
Catherine Brunt.
Yes, Catherine Brunt is 5th on the list with 112.
Shrubsole?
No. I mean, you got Catherine Brunt, so you know.
No, I'm going to keep plugging away at this.
Snater comes into bowl, and that's edged and caught at second slip. And Will Rhodes goes. Smart catch taken at second slip, and the first wicket for Shane Snater. And Warwickshire will be concerned now, having lost 2 wickets in this first hour. Into bowl. They are 40 for 2. And that's edged and caught at second slip.
Yes, he just sort of pushed at that one slightly. I'm not
Snater
sure.
Comes into bowl.
Maybe he was going into a bit more of an
edged and
attacking
caught at
mindset
second
there,
slip.
but he just sort of didn't quite play the ball under his eyes as he had been, and it was well caught at second slip.
Second catch then there for Simon Harmer. And Rhodes goes for 16. And Warwickshire not quite going the way they'd hoped. 40 for 2. Right, so you've given me Heather Knight and Catherine Skivebrunt.
Nat Sciver-Brunt?
Yes, I thought I'll give you a pretty big clue there. Yes, she's 2nd on the list, 115.
And it's going to be a modern one, isn't it? Because they didn't, as you said, the format's not that old, so I don't have to rack my brains for some obscure England England female cricketers.
Yeah, it's not like
from,
sometimes when you ask.
The 90s.
No, it's not. Rachel Hayhoe Flint didn't play any T20 games. Sadly, she would have been brilliant at them. She had, but
so Charlotte Edwards doesn't have.
No, she was 90 odd. I think.
Caps,
I think it was
although the T20 competition is named after her.
There you go. Yeah, that was weird, by the way. It's absolutely get why it's named after, except while she's coaching one of the teams. I actually went to finals day where the Charlotte Edwards Trophy was presented to the team that Charlotte Edwards coached, which I thought was a bit odd. Anyway.
A little bit, but and it's not like there aren't other greats of the game who could have had that honour. Obviously, the likes of the female pioneers who are a bit of a generation before. I've got one more to get.
I think you got 2 more to get, actually.
Yes, 2 more.
I'm trying to see where I've written. Where am I? I better make sure I've got the right answer myself here now on this sheet of paper. I did put it on my computer yesterday, so I'll double check it. In comes Snater to the answer. One of them actually is not from the old game, but she's retired for a few years now. I think, from international cricket at least.
Danny Wyatt?
She's top of the list with 154.
I was going to say she's been playing quite a long time. I want to say Sophie Eccleston, but I don't think she's been around long enough.
No, not her.
She must have quite a few. It's going to be the sort of Lydia Greenway generation, but not her.
Yeah, Snater comes into bowl. That's left slightly belatedly by the new batter, who is Sam Hain, who's only playing his second match. Missed the early part of the season for personal reasons. But did okay against Surrey. He was giving out when he hadn't actually hit the ball against Surrey, which was unfortunate in the first innings, having battled for a while, battled for a bit in the second innings.
So George, I'm thinking sort of Georgia Elwes era.
Yeah.
It was quite difficult because England. It's not Hazel, is it? She played quite a while.
Snater comes into bowl. No, it's not her. That's pushed out the offside. There's no run.
Fran Wilson?
No. I was slightly surprised she was on the list, but
I don't think I'm going to get it then.
No. Well, she's I think a Yorkshire woman, but she did play briefly for Warwickshire. Shall I tell you?
Go on.
So it's Jenny Gunn. She's fifth on the list with 104. The only other one to make 100, by the way, is Tammy Beaumont. She was sixth on the list with 102. And the three men who've played 100 or more T20 internationals for England. Snater comes in, right arm over the bowl, comes a bit off the inside of Sam Hain's bat out to mid-wicket.
Is Joss Butler one?
He is, 104 games for him.
Adil Rashid?
Very good, also 104. The other one's fairly glaringly obvious if you think about it.
Ali?
No, he's just short. Might get there eventually, but he's not 100 yet.
Rue?
No. For England, not necessarily an Englishman by birth. Snater comes into bowl, right arm over. Oh, Sam Hain's left hand has been bowled. Completely misjudged that, Sam Hain. Front foot, a long way down the pitch. Lifted his bat in the air, and the ball knocks off his off bail.
Is it Jason Roy?
No, shall I tell you? Owen Morgan, 115.
That was a very poor lead by Hain. Taking a big stride forward and completely misjudged the line and movement of that, which has crashed into the stumps and left him sort of rather perplexed. And Alex Davies at the other end has got to be wondering what's happened to all of his teammates.
Yeah, 2 wickets and over then for Shane Snater. And that's a big loss. Snater, the Dutch international, 7 white ball internationals for the Netherlands. An interesting decision to bring him to the attack quite early, take Jamie Porter off. Right arm over. It's paid dividends. Sam Hain's left hand has been bowled.
Yes, clearly the Essex captain saw something that he thought Snater could exploit.
Sam Hain's left hand has been bowled.
Well rewarded on a pitch that is looking quite batting friendly, that
a long way down
Warwickshire might be a little bit concerned about at this moment in time.
Absolutely. I did get asked in the press box earlier, you here for all 4 days? And I did say, well, all 3, because that's what usually happens when Warwickshire come here. And at the moment, it might still be the case. So England play Pakistan this year. I'm sure, I haven't checked. I don't know whether it's on, the last match was on BBC TV. I don't know whether this one is or not, to be perfectly honest. I should know, but I don't. But anyway, it's a 6:30 start. I'm sure it'll be on 5 Sports Extra, I would imagine. Again, I don't know that for certain, but I would imagine it is. That's at Northampton when I went yesterday, where it had been raining. Amy Jones was soaked because she was diving around on a wet outfield, practicing the wicket keeping. Elsewhere, Lancashire off to a good start against Durham at Blackpool. And the media tent might have had to extend that a little bit when the news came out that Ben Stokes was going to play in that game. I should think a few.
Yes, I'm sure there's a few top cricket writers who are headed up there.
Colleague Kevin Howells has ended up heading up there for that reason.
Well, I know a few of the sort of those who from the written press who normally cover England, as Cook will continue into Davies, who drives that one comfortably up. I know it will be Porter who will take over from the work that Sam Cook has done, and that was just driven by Davies up towards mid-on. Yeah,
Ben Stokes, by the way, he's in his second over. He's gone for 12 runs so far, so Durham will probably drop him after that. Yes, I used to cover Worcestershire many years ago when Ian Botham played for them, and the press box was always packed with all the nationals.
Porter in, and that's a little bit shorter, and just fended by Davies off the back foot towards Cushy at point.
And poor old Worcestershire players. I mean, Stuart Lampett might take 6 or 7 wickets, and I don't know, Gavin Haynes might score a century, but it was always about Botham's 23 and 2 wickets was what always made the headlines. Such as
Well, having written about cricket for a number of years, I know that stories about Ben Stokes do rather better than stories about county cricket.
They do.
As Porter runs in over the wicket, and that's defended by Davies into the leg side. He wants to come through for a quick single, but I think the fielder was just a bit too quick on that one, and he'll have to settle for a dot ball.
There's been 3 wickets also at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire are 17 for 3 in the 13th over. Somerset started well at Taunton against Kent, they're 70 for 1. Surrey in trouble though at the Oval against Worcestershire, 38 for 4. Blimey, that's a bit of an upset. Early days obviously in that match, but Surrey in some trouble there against Worcestershire. Just doing the damage, just have a look. Joe Leach, 3 wickets.
As Porter is in again, and that's defended by Davies this time into the offside and fielded by Cushy. Well, that would be interesting. It'd be interesting for the county championship as well if Surrey were to slip up so early.
Yeah. Northants 26 without loss at Derby. In the second division, Glamorgan 45 for 1 against Middlesex. And Cardiff and Gloucestershire off to a good start against Leicester, 55 without loss. Sussex are 56 for 2 against Yorkshire at Hove.
Obviously, we've only got this round and then one more before the attention shifts to the Blast.
Yep, indeed.
As Porter is in again over the wicket, and that's defended straight back down the pitch by Davies.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget, you can follow what's going on all the matches, including this one, on the BBC County Cricket Live page, whose headline at the moment is Surrey struggling, Stokes bowling. So there you go. Stokes is kind of getting there somewhere. Hello to Ben, 2 Bens, Gary and Deepak are in charge of the page today.
As Porter is in, and that's defended by Davies into the offside. He's trying to push these into the gaps for singles, but he's not being able to get it away, and that will be a maiden Warwickshire 40 for 3.
Yeah. Well, the live page is questioning Warwickshire's decision to bat first, but I think it will have been influenced partly by the team and by the fact they've batted well so far this season, and obviously their bowling resources are under some pressure. So I think it was pretty inevitable, unless conditions determined big time that they would go elsewhere. I think it was pretty inevitable they would bat first if they won the toss. Whether Essex would have done or not is an interesting question.
No, they do like bowling last with the weapon of Simon Harmer.
Yeah. Took 10 wickets in the match last time out. So,
apologies for the noise in the background. There's someone just fiddling with our lock.
Trying to lock us in.
I hope we do get locked in. We'll have to climb out the window.
Snater then, with 2 wickets in his last over, comes in to bowl to Dan Mosley is the new batter. He's bowling right arm round the wicket. Oh, and it's a good delivery. Bit of bounce there, and Mosley nibbles at it, misses it, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. He's on a bit of a roll here, Shane Snater.
Yes, he is. He's bowled nicely so far today, although it seemed an interesting change to take Porter off quite so early, but it's one that's definitely paid off for Essex, and he's bowled well and seems to be causing problems, and that was just a sign of a little bit more bounce, which could make things slightly more interesting.
Snater turns, number 29 on his back, runs in, Mosley leaves that, didn't bounce too much, goes through to the wicketkeeper. Sam Hain, of course, leaving in the last over and being bowled.
I was going to mention to you that leaves can be slightly treacherous, and we've already seen that in this match. A slightly ill-fated decision from Sam Hain. And sun's out. It's warming up nicely, I think, for those in attendance who will enjoy their day of cricket without the number of layers they would have needed earlier on.
Snater bowls, opens the face of the bat, Mosley, and just squeezes that past backward point. He's going to get just the 1 run. There's Jamie Porter again doing the tumbling stop, probably saving a run. But Warwickshire get another one. They move on rather treacherously to 41 for 3. Got off to a reasonable start, some good shots played early on. Lost for Rob Yates, and then in 1 over losing Will Rhodes, and Sam Hain has put them in some bother. They do bat a fair way down, although I'm not sure about Ray or Simmons batting. In comes Snater to bowl, this time right arm over. That one's well wide, and that's easily left by Alex Davis. A bit of extra bounce, but too much width. And no problem for the Warwickshire captain, who really does need to play a big innings for his team now. He's on 14 off 39 balls. Normally pretty expansive, scores pretty briskly normally, but he's going to make sure that Warwickshire can't really not ill afford to lose any more before lunch.
Well, he might have to play a different innings than he's used to.
Indeed, Snater bowls. He leaves that one. A few oohs and ahs. That might not have missed by very much. It was certainly low enough. Might have been a little bit of kidology going on in the Essex camp, just to make Alex Davis wonder whether he should have left it or not.
Well, he doesn't want to go pushing at it either, because there have been a couple of catches in the slips that he'll be wary of as well. So it's a bit of a difficult patch for Davies to navigate at the moment.
So Cook and Porter have been the headline makers in the Essex seam attack so far this season, but although Cook's got one, it's Snater who's catching the eye today. He comes in to bowl, and that's, having said that, that's not one of his better deliveries. That's well wide. He's a bit annoyed with himself. It's left. It's the end of the over, 41 for 3. I've got to go and do an update, so I think I'll give you a break in a moment, Sonia, but Glenn's going to pop in here.
No worries at all. I wonder if it will be Porter to continue from the newly named Graham Gooch end on a sunny day at Chelmsford, as Warwickshire find themselves just trying to navigate a little difficult spot, having lost 3 early wickets inside the first hour of play. And as we play musical chairs in the box, that's probably the sound that you can hear in the background. And it will be Dan Mosley on strike to Jamie Porter. He's just taking some time to get himself set and take his guard. There are 3 in the slips and a gully to the new batter, who's just got 1 run so far in this innings from 3 deliveries, so still very new to the crease, as Glenn Speller tries not to spill his coffee as he settles in next to me. And it will be Porter from the Graham Gooch end round the wicket, and that's defended by Mosley straight into the ground and to the fielder at cover.
Try not to spill my coffee, try not to drop my laptop, try not to trip over the cables, try not to drop my phone and balance my notebook at the same time.
So just the one thing?
Yes. First world problems and all that. It's been a good last half an hour for Essex or so.
Yes, they've definitely made the breakthroughs that they would have wanted, and potentially not been expecting when Warwickshire won the toss and chose to bat, and they've been so strong at the top of the order this year. As Porter runs in round the wicket, and that's driven straight back up the field, well timed by Mosley, and he will have his first boundary. That's gone straight past the bowler and very, very close to the stumps of the other end. A good forward drive there to take the score on to 45 for 3, and that's driven straight back up the field.
The one that was left alone clearly just nipped back, because just watching, I was standing under the Tom Pearce stand out the sun,
Mosley, and he will have
the way that the pitch was examined by the batter for several seconds after he'd been bowled, just told you that it nipped back, and there was obviously an offending part of the pitch that he wasn't particularly enamoured by.
Always the pitch's fault, as Porter runs in again, and that's fended by Mosley down towards the gap between point and cover, and he will pick up another couple of runs. So after what's been a very difficult period for Warwickshire to navigate, they've now scored 3. Always the pitch's fault. 6 runs at the start of this over. Porter runs
just sort of releasing
again,
the pressure a little bit, just feeling bat on ball, just getting the scoreboard ticking along as well. So I've got a hoodie on today. I was mentioning earlier on, but I went outside and it is very, very warm out there in the direct sunlight.
I'm going to look forward to my break in the sun. I haven't seen anywhere near enough of it as Porter's in round the wicket. to Mosley, who just sort of inside edges that. The ball sort of squirts into the leg side, and it's fielded at mid-wicket. And sort of some size from those in the field, we thought it might have been close, but the batter doesn't look particularly troubled, although he has glanced at his bat a few times so far at the start of his innings. That was fielded by Nick Brown there, in the only sort of fielder aside from mid-on in the ring on the leg side, as Porter is in again, and that's played straight back down the pitch to the bowler off the front foot. He takes a lot of time between the balls, does Mosley, doesn't he? Sort of walks almost 2 strips away to have a little moment, and then comes back to the crease.
Yeah, he's a wanderer rather than a fidgeter. Some just sort of stand in the crease, don't they, and adjust every single part of their equipment. Others just wander off as though they're on a Sunday afternoon stroll somewhere along the river.
As Porter is in again, and that's flicked into the leg side, but without any power, and there will be no run at the end of that over. Warwickshire 47 for 3. Mosley on 7 from just 9 deliveries, and Davies digging in here with 14 from 41.
So the bowling change worked for Essex as well, with Shane Snater getting himself in among the wickets too, having made that change with Jamie Porter initially opening the bowling for Essex this morning, and then a very early change with Snater coming on to replace him, and he worked his magic. So 47 for 3, 14 overs gone, so it was, the run rate's over 3, which has sort of been around about the average here at Chelmsford this season, sort of around about just north of 3.5 seems to be around about the scoring rate we've seen so far this season. So spectators getting plenty of bang for their bucks as Snater is in and bowls well outside off stump, and Davies can just watch that one go through, and Pepper comes across in front of first slip and takes it, returning to the Essex lineup. Still no Adam Rossington, still out with a finger problem, and then Pepper missing as well for a couple of games, which necessitated the loan of Harry Duke coming in. Sonia's going to go off and take a well-earned rest, having done the first hour plus here with us on BBC Essex, BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. She's going to go off and get a little bit of sunshine as Snater is in once again and bowls again well outside off stump, and it goes through, and there will be no run once again. 47 for 3, but he had a very pleasant walk around the ground in the sunshine, and it is very, very, very warm out there. I was a little bit surprised, and I've been caught on the hop because I've got a big thick hoodie on today.
Yes. Well, I haven't brought the sun cream or the hat, so I should have done.
Snater examining the ball, turns at the end of his run in and bowling to Davies. It's 14 not out. Bowls, that's more on the stumps than the previous couple, but he's pushed defensively out to the offside for no run once again, and Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, has the ball tossed to him at mid-off.
The other problem with the sun, of course, is the dust shows up on your TV screen, doesn't it?
It does here when we have no appointed cleaner within the BBC Essex commentary team who comes in and maybe just, you know, puts the feather duster around.
I usually like to get a walk around the ground each day, so I'll have to do that at some point, perhaps not in the height of the sunshine though.
Stiff breeze blowing, just watching the flags over on the public side of the ground. Snater is in and bowls, and that's worked into the onside itself for a very quick single, and nicely judged as well. Nick Brown scampers in from mid-on, has a throw at the ball. There's a no ball as well, and there's a throw at the stumps. It wasn't going to hit the stumps. Public side of the ground.
No, and even if it had hit, I think he judged that well, Alex Davis. That's a good run. Warwickshire need every run they can get, and that was well taken.
Scampers in, brings the 50 up as well with that no ball, which everyone is just coming alive to.
Yes, so that will be 89 balls, because I think there have been 2 no balls. I'll double check in a moment.
Snater just waiting for an adjustment in the field as the left-handed Mousley is on strike. 3 slips go down. Here's Snater in and bowls, and well, that moves away off the pitch and through to Pepper, and there'll be no run.
Just to clarify, you'll often hear him call Mousley, even by his own teammates.
I do apologise.
But no,
yes,
as I say, his teammates, I think, have been desperately trying to, because they want to call him Mouse. So they quite often refer to him as Mousley, but he himself insists. It was actually at this ground where we first asked him. I think he made his debut here, and he insists it's Mosley.
It's funny because I knew I'd make that mistake today. Driving down this morning and thinking of the Warwickshire players, and I knew I'd make that mistake. The Snater is in again to him. Little shuffle across the stumps just before the bowler releases the ball, but it's outside off stump and there's no run. It goes through to Pepper again.
Yeah, I think he made his debut here, and I remember it because he was really bowled over by, it was here, yes, in 2019. He was bowled over by Alistair Cook, who was apparently very, obviously looked up in awe at Alistair Cook, who was very encouraging to him during the course of that game.
Snater again. Right arm around. And Mosley can angle that one away in front of square on the onside, but there's a sprawling diving stop there by Feroz Kushi, prevents any runs, and it remains at 50 for 3. Another no ball though.
Yeah, that's the one negative from Shane Snater's bowled very well. Just going back to that game in 29, I suppose Cook could afford to be magnanimous. He made 80 odd in both innings, although both times, of course, he was dismissed by his nemesis, Will Rhodes, who kept getting him out. Dan Mosley himself made 3 and 0, so it wasn't the easiest of debuts for him. Warwickshire were well beaten that day. Something I've said at Chelmsford a few times, to be honest.
Snater in once again, just pushed out to the man at point, and there'll be no run. So that is the end of the over. A couple of no balls in that from Shane Snater, and Warwickshire have moved on to 52 for 3 now.
Yeah, these two teams shared the results last season. Warwickshire did beat Essex in a quite entertaining game. They were set a low target and lost 6 wickets on the way to getting it at Edgbaston. But Essex won pretty comprehensively here by 9 wickets. Dan Mosley did get 61 in that match, so he's got form in his last appearance here at Chelmsford. So, Porter to continue. Just 1 wicket behind Sam Cook now. I want to put that right. Right arm over, comes into bowl. Well, that's the leading edge from Alex Davis, looking to play it onto the onside. It squirts out into the offside, all along the ground. But didn't quite get to the line of that ball. Alex Davis, who does that, the prodding on the pitch to tell everyone that something horrendous happened on the pitch there. And a good morning so far for Essex. I want to follow up, try and get at least 1 more before lunch. Take a firm grip of this early on. Porter comes into bowl. Davis gets back on that, pushes it to backward point. There's no run.
I did wonder, they took Jamie Porter off quite early from this Sir Alistair Cook end. I did wonder whether it was going to necessitate a very quick change at the far end, just swapping ends for Porter, but obviously Cook then made the breakthrough and took that wicket, so he remained on for a further couple of overs, but they have now made the change and given Porter a go from the Graham Gooch end.
Hasn't worked out too badly for them either, with Snater taking 2 in an over. Sam Hay would like to get his shot back again, but in comes Porter to bowl, and looking for a little tip and run there, Davis, but fielders are quickly onto the ball. There's no chance of a single. Warwickshire still without a win. Both these teams losing their last game. Warwickshire losing to Surrey, having drawn 4 matches before then.
Yeah, and then Essex losing a low scorer against Somerset, where probably another 40 or 50 runs, they'd have won the game.
In comes Porter, right arm over. Oh, that's gone past the outside. Oh, has it gone past the outside edge? Essex are celebrating. Davis is staying put, and the umpire says not out. A few fielders standing around looking at Alex Davis, but they know, even if he did hit it, he ain't going to walk, because they wouldn't. But Porter doesn't look too impressed.
Well, we all know that batters have ways of going about things that have won the game, try to fool an umpire or anything, and normally it is take the bat away and wander off very quickly.
Right arm
but
over.
Davies just stood and held the post, stood and held the post. Just watched the umpire, didn't flinch, didn't move. So it was obviously just total agreement. No, I don't think you've touched that either.
Arm over. This next one from Porter that's left. I mean, I think it did deviate looking at the replay, but I think probably deviated off the pitch rather than the bat. However, didn't hear anything from up here, but they were very confident. Essex, they'd got him. Still a bit of chuntering going on between fielders. Do you hear that? Yeah, I heard that. Why was that not out then? Anyway.
That won't be spoken about at all, I'm sure.
Porter in. Davis gets firm bat on that. Out to the offside. And a good testing over from Jamie Porter. And Warwickshire, it's still a battle for them. 52 for 3.
But not out was the decision. So just remains 3 down for Warwickshire at the moment. But yeah, there's a little chat as well with the umpire at the far end. And the Essex players have just gone up there just to say, no, don't think he hit that. No, you think yeah, played inside the line. Could have been a sound, maybe the bat against the pad or something like that. But it all seems quite friendly. So we're going to see Simon Harmer now with just over an hour and 10 minutes play. So as is Essex's want these days, they do get spin on quite early, but then when you've got someone like Simon Harmer in your side, why would you not get him on early, really, just to see whether it's going to do anything for him?
Well, 10 wickets in the match last season. It's interesting, Warwickshire named Jake Lintott in the squad. I thought he was going to get his annual championship appearance at Chelmsford. Because he was brought into the side last season, and Warwickshire perhaps were expecting a spinner-friendly pitch, but in the end opted not to select him for the 11. Of course, we rocked up last season. I'm slightly surprised to see Dom Bess in the Warwickshire lineup. That's a bit confusing.
Right, lots of chatter going on while Harmer sorts out his field. They've got one slip in, and then Dean Elgar is stood there at short extra cover as well, and a short leg in. Harmer comes in, gives that plenty of flight, too much flight. Actually, it's a full toss, but Mosley can only ease it up to mid-on. There'll be no run there.
He's a bit frustrated, Mosley missed out there a little bit.
I'm not sure I get too many more of those, if I'm honest. And yeah, the umpire just moving across because short leg is blocking his view, so he's come out to point. Harmer comes in again. Mosley comes down the wicket and he's caught and bowled. Well, he missed out with the first ball, which was a full toss, and didn't take full toll of that. He shuffled down the wicket, tried to hit Harmer over the top to just his second delivery, and he's just chipped it straight back into Simon Harmer's midriff. And when you've already taken 2 very good slip catches this morning, you certainly don't put them down off your own bowling either. 52 for 4.
3 catches for Harmer, but that was a bit of a gift from Dan Mosley, I'm afraid. He felt he missed out on the previous delivery.
Well, he missed out with the first ball.
Looks as if he was trying to make amends by coming down the pitch and meeting that. He's just put it fairly gently back to Harmer. And that's what Warwickshire obviously could do without losing a wicket to Simon Harmer's first over. Mosley frustrated, and
well, he can be frustrated, but second ball to the
yeah,
spinner.
Quite, yeah. Well,
really?
I think the first ball sort of put it in his head that he wanted to do that. Yeah, it's lost his head a little bit. You miss out on what should have been a 4, you miss out. You don't have to make amends next ball, do you? Ed Barnard, who did get a century day after I interviewed him, so hopefully players will be queuing up to be interviewed by me now. He did get a century against Surrey, 40-odd in the second innings as well, so he's in good nick, and he needs to be from a Warwickshire point of view. Is it time to look up the catching record for Essex in the innings, with Harmer now on 3 out of 4?
The last home game here that Essex played, the last home game, he took his 100th catch. Did he? For Essex, Simon Harmer, yep. And he's got, I think that's a pretty cheap wicket, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Mosley can reflect on that at his leisure. So Barnard is the new batter. Harmer is coming into him now, and he goes for the drive this time and miscued. He was aiming at cover, extra cover, and it's gone up to Tom Westley, the captain, at mid-on, and there's no run.
Maybe a bit of turn there. come off the inside of the bat. Warwickshire under real pressure here.
And the field was closing in around Barnard as well as Harmer. And plenty of flight there, and that's almost a full toss as well. It does just pitch in front of the bat, who drives up to mid-off when there's no run.
It's almost as if he's goading Warwickshire. Come on, hit that then.
Yeah. Just testing them out. Here he is again, wheeling away. And there's lots of turn there. That's turned a long way, and it's come off the inside of the face of the bat. Dropped out on the onside. Not to Nick Brown's hands, but he does the fielding. There's no run again. That turned a long way, that one.
This is fun for Warwickshire.
Here he is again. A bit quicker. Behind square on the onside, and there is no run. End of the over, a successful one for Essex and for Simon Harmer, and he's in the game straight away. That's a wicket maiden as well, and Warwickshire just stumbling slightly at 52 for 4.
Yeah, that's putting it kindly, really. 3 wickets now for 12 runs. They were 40 for 1. They were going okay. Lost Rob Yates, but they played some good shots of scoring about 4 and over. But 2 wickets and an over from Shane Snater has changed the complexion of the innings. And they desperately need a partnership now, Warwickshire, to steady the ship. Which is always a lot easier saying sitting here than it is doing out there. So Porter into bowl, 3 slips, a bit of a gap between second and third slip. That's a good shot from Alex Davis. He's driven that down the ground. Not sure he's timed it perfectly, and it might be chased down. It will not be. It goes through for 4, and it was a good shot. I'm not sure if it was perfectly timed, but a welcome boundary for Warwickshire. Doing out there. So Porter Davis's third into bowl, 3 slips, a bit of a gap between second and third slip. That's a good shot. 7th for the innings altogether. So there were some good shots being played early on. Porter, right arm over. Davis leaves that one. There's no run. 56 for 4 Warwickshire in the 18th over, having opted to bat first. Trying to get something on the board for their injury hit bowling attack to bowl at. In comes Porter. That's pushed down the pitch. There's no run. The one thing I suppose from Warwickshire's point of view is Essex will know very little about Michael Ray and Chase Simmons. Simmons did actually play in the second 11 match against Essex earlier this season, but I don't think there'll have been too many Essex players in this match who played in that. They might have got a little bit of intelligence from it, but they won't know much about him and certainly won't know much about Michael Ray. That might work in Warwickshire's favour. In comes Porter. And that's driven by Davis. This time it doesn't quite get through. Not sure whether Porter got a little bit on that to slow it down. And it's cut off at mid-on. And so there's no run.
Just take a look at some of the scores elsewhere as well. Play underway in all the games today. Lancashire going along very nicely against Durham. 76 without loss. Lancashire currently bottom of the table. Wells 26 and Jennings 46.
It's not a great attack from Durham. There's some bloke called Stokes is
playing that one at Blackpool today as well. But it's nice up there if the weather's like it is here.
That's from Porter. Solid bat behind that is Davis. Gone for 26 runs in 4 overs. Stokes.
Just looking at that, yeah, I wonder whether he's thinking, maybe he could have sat this one out. Nottinghamshire were 0 for 2 off 6 overs at one point against Hampshire. They're now 37 for 3. That against Hampshire, after Hampshire had won the toss and elected to field at Trent Bridge. Somerset 89 for 2 against Kent. Kent, who've included Zach Crawley again today. That's down at Taunton.
Porter, Davis holds his bat in the air, again gets bat on that. Played that over pretty well, Alex Davis. In fairness, got the one boundary off it, and Warwickshire are 56 for 4. After 18 overs.
And the leaders, Surrey against Worcestershire. Worcestershire won the toss at the Oval, elected a field, and Surrey are 69 for 4 there. Burns, Sibley, Smith for a 4-ball duck, and Folkes, the men out. Ollie Pope is still there, 24 now, and Dan Lawrence, formerly of these pastures, is 35 not out from 40 balls.
Yeah, they were 15 for 4 at one stage there, sorry, but yeah, they're the sort of team that will turn those positions around.
Simon Harmer to continue then from this Sir Alistair Cook end into Barnard, yet to score. Well, he will now because he swept that one behind square on the onside for 4 runs, and the score moves on to 60 for 4. Now Division 2, Northamptonshire 60 without loss against Derbyshire, Glamorgan 51 for 1, batting against Middlesex, Gloucestershire 74 without loss against Leicestershire, and Sussex 77 for 3 against Yorkshire. Don't forget you follow it all live on the BBC Sport website.
That was a bold shot from Ed Barnard. Sweeping at Harmer. If he'd missed that without LBW, we probably would have tutted about it, but he's got confidence from his last match, as I say, century and a 40-odd against Surrey.
Harmer into him once again, lots of flight with that one, and slower as well, and it's just driven up to mid-off where Matt Critchley tidies up with the towel tucked into the rear of his trouser waistband. Might see him at some point today with his leg spin. Harmer is in again, right arm in, and another sweep, and it'll get the same result as well. This one was slightly in the air, but not to hand anywhere near, and 2 boundaries in this over now for Barnard, both from sweeps, 64 for 4.
So it's my observation last season that you can score runs off Harmer. He took 10 wickets in the match and led his team to a comfortable victory, but he actually scored against him at a fair rate in that game. Barnard's having a go here, a couple of sweeps. It's necessitated a discussion about the field.
What's the old adage? Don't go chasing the ball. But it's just whether, if he is going to play that sweep shot, and bear in mind that one was, I mean, it wasn't in the air for long, but it was in the air. But they might just think about moving the man at sort of 2/3 of the way to the boundary at mid wicket, just a bit squarer possibly. He's going to come round the wicket this time, Harmer, to Barnard. He's in on bowls now, and Barnard this time drives nicely up to mid-off where Critchley stops for no run. So a little bit of game of cat and mouse. A bit of thought going into this now from Essex. Short leg in, still the man in at slip as well. So Harmer is in, that's quicker. And driven this time to Elgar at sort of, well, he's quite straight, isn't he? So he's almost at a short mid on there rather than a short mid wicket. So this next one from Harmer again, a bit more loop on that, driven back to the bowler along the ground, scrabbles around on the ground to make the stop. Nottinghamshire 37 for 4 now against Hampshire.
Dave Bracegirdle will be cross.
Hasib Hamid has gone for 20.
There we are. Scores runs against Lancashire, but no one else it would seem.
End of the over, 64 for 4 is the Warwickshire score. 2 very nicely swept boundaries there from Barnard in that over.
Yeah, they played the last couple of overs pretty well, Warwickshire, but they need to keep that going for a pretty long time after a torrid morning. Still some way to go to lunch as well. Alex Davis and Ed Barnard have a chat. Essex have secured this session, whatever happens from here. Warwickshire will try and limit the damage. Still glorious sunshine, a few clouds in the sky, but pleasant day. Harmer, that's right, Porter comes into ball. Oh, that's in the air. It bounces short of mid-wicket, but wasn't that far short of him. False shot from Alex Davis.
Yeah, there's Nick Brown there, but it wasn't a catching opportunity, but it certainly had him interested.
Some lovely balconies overlooking the ground here at Chelmsford. Not sure too many of them are occupied at the moment. It's a great vantage point if you've got one of those apartments. In comes Porter. Oh, that's off a bit of inside edge and there's no run. Mind you, if it was a T20 match, I'd be inclined to sit in the balcony just to make sure my windows are protected.
Yeah. No, on Friday night at Chelmsford you will find all those balconies are full, and the Juliet with doors and balconies away to our left hand side as well. They'll all be open in the evening. A nice warm evening here at Chelmsford with a full house in.
Not too far away now, T20 Blast.
No, I'm doing a little tour of the southwest in a couple of weeks' time, down to Bristol and down to Taunton.
Lovely. In comes Porter, right arm over. Oh, that's edged and very well taken. That second slip.
Harmer.
Harmer has yet another one. 4 catches for him. And that's a big one too, because that's Alex Davis who battled away, but he's gone for 19. And the Essex attack are well on top here. Right arm over. Oh, that's edged and very well taken. Sam Cook on 26 wickets for the season. Right arm over.
Well,
oh, that's edged and very well
as far
taken.
as catches goes, that's
slip.
almost like you're walking your dog through the park and someone lobs a beach ball at you. You go, oh, and you just take it out of there, because he's just calmly gone to his right-hand side, caught it, picked himself up, walked, shaken the hand of the bowler as though it's something, you know, everybody can do. But his reflexes were so sharp there. He made it look so easy. And Davies stood in his ground for a while there and tossed his head to the sky, because I think he probably thinks, well, that's one I could have left alone.
Oh, that's edged and very well taken.
Yeah.
That second,
yes,
he's very annoyed with himself, Alex Davis.
Right
But
oh,
that's edged and very well taken.
Harmer.
So you're going to have to get the record books out here, Glenn. That's 4 catches out of 5.
Yeah, he's done very well there.
And I remember, it was actually, I think it was at Blackpool. Ricky, or was it Liverpool? Anyway, there was a game where Ricky Clark was heading for a catches record. When the 9th wicket's down, we were speculating that the ball went. He was in the slip area, but went out in the outfield. He'd probably go sprinting and push the fielder out of the way and take the catch, because he'd equalled the catching record that day.
Yeah, so the record is 8 catches in innings. Yeah.
What, for an outfield?
Oh, no, not for an outfield. No, apologies. Yeah, Derek Taylor and James Pipe. Jamie Pipe, I think he was known as, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The two wicket keepers. But yeah, we'll have a little look at that. But yeah, 4 out of the 5 have gone to the hands of Simon Harmer.
Jacob Bethel, who was pretty much the only batter to miss out completely against Surrey. Quite a few were out for sort of 30s and 40s, but he was out for 1 in that first innings. And he comes in with his team in a lot of bother. 3 slips in place. Bethel, the left-handed. Barbados born, as is Chase Simmons, who makes his debut for Warwickshire. Round the wicket comes Porter. And that's solidly defended by Bethel. Back to the bowler. There's no run. Warwickshire. I'm not sure they would necessarily regret batting first, because I think it was almost inevitable that they would, but I regret how it's gone.
Inevitable they would because
their batting has been their strength this season, and their bowling attack has been ravaged by injuries. So they will have wanted to have tried to bat well and get some runs on the board, but not to be. And that's left, there's no run. And of course, there's also the added factor, you don't particularly want to be batting 4th when you've got Simon Harmer in the opposition.
No.
Warwickshire might not get that far the way things are going. Yeah. 64 for 5. Porter. Round the wicket to bowl to Bethel. Bethel drives out to the offside, there's no run. I do remember Ian Bell, one of the first games he captained for Warwickshire, put his team in at Edgbaston, they're all out by lunch. So that went well.
Yeah.
Not quite be all out by lunch, I wouldn't have thought today, that's still not impossible. Hopefully they'll get beyond lunch. 64 for 5, Porter with the wicket. Shall I bring Sonia back to join you, Glenn?
Yep, okay, so the record for an outfield player is 7 catches in an innings. And that's in first-class cricket. The record in a test match is 5, and there's several players, outfield players, who've got 5 catches in an innings. Thank you, Clive. Clive will rejoin us, well, about half an hour from the lunch break now, aren't we? And we'll bring Sonia back in. She's been out enjoying the sunshine, having a little wander around. And Essex are enjoying the sunshine here at Chelmsford right now as well. 64 for 5 they've got Warwickshire at. Simon Harmer's taken 4 catches. And he's in and bowling to Barnard, who swept him for a couple of 4s in the last over that he bowled. And this time he works it behind square on the onside. And there is no run. Harmer bowling with the sunglasses on, as is his trademark. Very quickly into his bowling stride once again. Still with the man at slip. Lots of flight on that, and Barnard takes the invitation to sweep in front of square this time. And they'll pick up just the single on this occasion as the fielding is completed, and the score moves to 65-4-5. Welcome back to Sonia. Quite a lot has happened since you were away, mainly involving Simon Harmer. He's got 4 catches now.
I know, I was watching it from the slight sun trap in front of us. It's quite warm out there.
It is. So Bethel, the left-hander, down to face Harmer then. He'll come right arm around the wicket to him. Slip, short leg in. And Dean Elgar right in his eye line at short extra cover. Harmer is in and bowling right back on his stumps. Goes Bethel, which brings oohs and ahs. Albeit he got it off the middle of the bat defensively and there's no run. But that final catch from Harmer just so calmly taken one-handed, almost like, well, I only need one hand, I don't need 2, it's fine. And he's in again and bowling to Bethel, who props forward. And Harmer just strolls and picks the ball up, and there's...
Well, as a former level 2 cricket coach who spent many summers coaching children, it's you always tell them to try and get 2 hands to it.
Well, he's in again. Right up there. Big shout for LBW here. Harmer thinks that's possibly struck Bethel's boot before he's got the bat down on it. Umpire shakes his head. And to be fair, he was the only one calling for it in front of the wicket there, Harmer, and the wicket keeper, obviously, Pepper can't really see what that's right up there. Big shout for LBW here, Harmer. And there's no run, and there's no wicket, and it remains at 65-5 in the 21st over of this morning.
Yes, a few wickets have been tumbling.
As here is Harmer once again. Bowls and Bethel pushes out, and Elgar will do the fielding on this occasion. There's a real turnout there for Simon Harmer. It is the end of the over, just a single from it, and Warwickshire are 65-5, and Essex obviously have their first bonus point on the board as well. We're taking 5 wickets.
Yes, it's been Essex's morning, or at least they've got the best of the morning session, which is not what we necessarily expected when we saw the pitch. And we rocked up and knew that Warwickshire were going to have a bat first, but they don't seem to have capitalised on it. And instead, it's Essex who'll be looking at the prospect of batting later today.
So 4 wickets have gone down for 24 runs as well, or 25 now with the addition of that single. And Warwickshire are in trouble, and Essex are going to make a bowling change as well at the Graham Gooch end. Sam Cook is coming back on, replacing Jamie Porter, still with those 3 slips in as well.
Well, they haven't exactly been taken for many runs as Cook runs in, and that's just defended by Barnard down towards sort of third-ish area where it's fielded, and he'll just pick up the 1 run for that. And one thing Warwickshire do that always adds something extra to the fielders is they've kept this sort of left-hand, right-hand combination right the way through that I know for bowlers can be difficult, although it clearly hasn't been on this occasion, but that sort of constant tinkering with your line and your length. And obviously for those sort of watching and given the penalising for over rates, it definitely is something to consider, because it does take that sort of extra few minutes each time as Cook is in, and that's just defended by Bethel out to the offside.
Yes, Lancashire have lost a wicket now, 87 for 1. Luke Wells is the man to go, and the man in the frame for an England call, Matty Potts, has got himself on the board there.
Well, he's already had a few England calls, of course, Matty Potts. He did a fair stint during in that New Zealand tour, I think. It's
sort of for those casual watchers, agree with him. We came in from nowhere and then just suddenly disappeared off the scene for a little while as well, but back in the frame again.
As Cook is in, and that's just defended slightly towards into the leg side, up towards mid-on by Bethel for no run. Yes, it was, for those who sort of were watching England, it did seem like he was plucked from nowhere, but he is that sort of almost James Anderson, not without the sort of bite that Anderson has with his ability to swing the ball, but he's a very reliable bowler in the low 80s who you can sort of turn to put in those mammoth spells that is needed when you've got the likes of, Mark Wood and Archer, who you really do only want to use in short bursts. As Cook is in again, and that's sort of driven into the onside, but again straight to the fielder at mid-on for no run.
Jacob Bethel just feeling his way into this innings, the left-hander. Lots of chat in the Essex outfield now. Talk at the far end as well between Tom Wesley and Sam Cook. And Nick Brown, that is, stood up there at mid-on as well. He was telling me, he has his sleeves rolled up to sort of just halfway up to the forearm, and there's always a big clap of the hands. He's one of the big talkers in the outfield, is Nick Brown.
Well, sleeves used to be that length as an option as Cook is in, and that's just defended again by Bethel into the leg side. This time fielded by Elgar, I believe that. No, it's not. It's I think it's fielded by the fielder at mid wicket anyway. Can't quite see the number.
He didn't turn round, did he? Unfortunately.
No, I thought I saw a 6, but Elgar's obviously at first slip. As Cook turns and is in again, and that's shorter, and Bethel has just ducked under that as the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. Another good over from Essex, Warwickshire 66 for 5. Bethel has faced 12 deliveries and still to get off the mark.
Yep, and his job is to just see Warwickshire through to lunch here as well, because
I think that's a sub-fielder.
It is,
It is, yeah, that's why it wasn't on my team sheet. Number 65.
We'll have a little look in a minute just to see who's off the field. You have to do this by a process of elimination.
At least it's not early in the season when they've all got those white jumpers on and you can't read any of the numbers.
Simon Harmer to continue. And right back on his stumps goes Barnard, and mistimes a drive fielded by Harmer on his very short follow through. Ring of fielders on the offside, which Barnard might look to pierce, but he's swept to quite good effect as well during this innings so far, as Harmer's into him once again off the bottom of the bat this time, and Wesley can come in and pick the ball up for no addition to the scoreline. Here's Harmer again. Right arm over. Lots of flight there, and that's driven this time by Barnard, but straight at the man who's there at cover, and that's Feroz Kushi. One of the few fielders for Essex who doesn't wear any headgear whatsoever. No cap, no sun hat. Harmer's in once again. Lots more flight there, more loop on that too, and that's driven up to Wesley at mid-on, and this time they can come through for a single. 67-4-5 the score.
He does have sunglasses though.
He does, yeah. But I'm not sure I've ever seen him fielding a cap or a sun hat, to be honest with you, Feroz Kushi. Scored an excellent century up at Durham, and then didn't play in the last game against Somerset. This Harmer comes in once again, and Bethel just props forward, and it's that man Kushi who jogs in and collects the ball.
Yes, the field is just creeping slightly closer, isn't it, as they look to pile the pressure on Bethel, who's still yet to score. They brought a short leg in and a shortish cover.
This next one from Harmer is driven on the bounce to Elgar, and there'll be no run there for Bethel either. And that's the end of the over, just a single from it, and the Warwickshire score has moved up to 67-4-5.
Yes, it's just sort of creeping along for Warwickshire, who I think the goal at this point probably has to be to get through to lunch without losing any more wickets. I'm not sure it'll be that much more complicated than that. And it will be Cook to continue from the newly named Graham Gooch end. It's just been a brief conversation between the batters. I wonder if they've decided to have a talk about strategy. But Barnard will be the batter on strike. He just checks his guard and has a quick glance around the field, and there's still sort of 2 in the slips and 1 at gully as Cook runs in, and that's just watched by Barnard straight through to the wicketkeeper. I don't think it was too far away, at least on height it was going over, but not by a huge amount. As Cook makes his way back to the top of his mark. It's just got a touch cloudier in the last sort of half an hour or so. Rather than the sort of bright blue skies we had earlier, there's a few more clouds dotted around, and I do remember you saying, Glenn, that there might be a small chance of rain in the afternoon.
The forecast I saw yesterday said scattered showers.
As Cook is in, and that's just turned off his hip, well timed by Barnard down towards backward square, and he will pick up 2 runs for that, which takes the score on to 69 for 5. Not quite where Warwickshire would have wanted when they chose to bat first, especially given how strong their top 3 in particular has been throughout this early county championship season, but it's a bit of strife that they find themselves in, Essex. I don't think they're the only ones, having briefly looked at the scores up and down the country today. But they will want to get through to lunch without the loss of more wickets, as Cook is in again, and that's just again watched by Barnard through to wicketkeeper Michael Pepper.
Yeah, there's been wickets falling, not so much in Division 2, but certainly in Division 1 this morning.
And I wonder if we're going to see a change of bowling at some point, because Snater, who was slightly prolific and took 2 wickets earlier on, is just sort of going through the motions, although you'll be able to tell me better if that's just something that he likes to do when he's in the field, or whether that means that he's preparing to be brought on for a brief sort of flurry before lunch.
He's one of those players who likes to be at the very centre of everything that's going on.
As Cook is in again, and that's defended by Barnard into the offside and gathered by Snater, who was quick to race round there at backward point.
You know how there are some players who you can almost not notice during the day, but with Shane Snater, he's always exercising, stretching, fielding, chatting, trying to get involved, helping out fellow bowlers with what they might do with the next delivery. He's one of those who likes to get right involved and be right at the centre of absolutely everything, and maybe just a nudge to his captain saying, look, quarter of an hour before lunch, I did have some success earlier on, you might want to maybe use me before then.
Cook turns and runs in, and that's late, very late on the ball was Barnard to sort of block the ball almost into the leg side. He looks to get away for a single, but there's nothing there, and that was quite close actually. He brought his bat down very late on that occasion, which will not encourage Warwickshire, who will, those in the dressing room will just be going, please get through to the break, and they can regroup and think to how to attack this afternoon. And obviously with weather around, that can play a factor, but at the moment it's definitely been Essex's session, and Warwickshire have really sort of struggled to get going almost. They had a good start. The first couple of overs were quite expensive, but after that it's all been Essex's way, as that one is lovely timed by Barnard. I just opened the face on the back of the bat to see it through to the boundary towards third, and he will have 4 runs after that slight scare the ball before he moves on to 17, and Warwickshire 73 for 5.
A little bit of respite there with that boundary driven quite nicely off the back foot.
It's all been Essex's way, as that
square,
one
and I think he was aiming, but he'll certainly take that as well.
Lovely timed by Barnard.
You were right,
Shane
Snater is going to come on and have a bowl, and replacing Simon Harmer, interestingly, as well, at this Sir Alistair Cook end. So whether that might just be about possibly giving Harmer a go from the far end as well before lunch, we'll have to wait and see on that. But yeah, Shane Snater is back on. So Tom Westley continuing to rotate his bowlers in relatively short stints throughout this opening session.
Well, it is one of the hotter days that we've had so far this year. I wonder if that's playing on his mind, if at the start of the day they thought they might be out here a long time, just trying to keep your bowlers fresh for as long as possible, and also giving the batters something new to think about all the time with the constant change of pace and bowling.
Snater around the wicket to Bethel, who's still yet to get off the mark. 3 slips there. This one's just pushed back to the bowler on his follow through, and there's no run. Nottinghamshire in all sorts of trouble now, 50 for 6 against Hampshire at Trent Bridge.
That's almost a recovery, given that they were 0 for 2. And I think weren't they sort of 11 odd for 4?
They were, yeah. Wickets continuing to fall there. Ben Stokes hasn't had the best of reintroductions to county championship cricket, none for 26 from his first 4 overs. The Snater.
I think with him it's a case of just getting through them, to be honest.
Around the wicket, in and bowls, and driven back to the bowler with no timing, and there'll be no run once again.
He also strikes me as one of those bowlers who's sort of an occasion bowler. You sort of bring him on to change the game. He's not the the steady opener. I don't believe he ever really has been either. He's always been that sort of impact player. You know, when a partnership's building, he's the one you want to bring on to change the game, rather than that sort of steady opener or steady seamer that you turn to for sort of 20 overs in a day.
Snater turns again, runs away from us, in and bowls, and that's outside off stump and allowed to go through to Pepper, and there'll be no run there either. A few people have headed off for lunch already, trying to get in the queues early, or maybe just heading into the city, pick up a little bit of shopping before they return for the afternoon session.
Well, it is one of the nice things about this ground that it is so close to the city centre. A lot of county grounds can be quite away from the station and the shops and everything. I know Kent's lovely ground is a good 40-minute walk from the station.
You know that through experience, obviously, as Snater is in. Bowles pushed defensively out to the offside, and there'll be no run there. Jordan Cox tries to chip the ball up with his right foot into his hand and fails miserably. And there's
not a skillful footballer.
No, maybe he's not involved in the pre-match warm-ups when they tend to play football, don't they, in the pre-match warm-ups. He's practicing his golf putting now.
To various skills.
And now he's practicing his tee shots.
Well, they do all love their golf.
Perhaps showing maybe, yeah, golf's more my game than football. Well, he's walking in now as Snater approaches, and bowls outside the off stump again, and Pepper takes it. Just dies on Pepper slightly there as he takes it. Around about knee height, and there's no run once again. Cloud is just moving in. It's non-threatening cloud, but they've got a big block just above us which is just blotting out the direct sunlight at the moment.
It does make it slightly easier for us to not have to squint into the distance to see what's going on, but yeah, just a hint that, I mean, obviously in England you can have blazing sunshine in the morning and thunderstorms by mid-afternoon. It's just such a changeable climate, especially at this time of year.
This next one from Snater is a full delivery, struck on the pad. It's optimistic, the appeal for LBW, when you've got right arm round the wicket bowling to a left-hander, and it's met with a shake of the head. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden. A full delivery, struck 2 for 10 now for Snater from his 6 overs, and Warwickshire are 73 for 5 with 12 minutes to go until the lunch interval.
And I think it's going to be Cook to continue from the Graham Gooch end.
It is.
It is, yeah. We wondered if there's still time, I guess, for one more from Harmer, but it's pushing it slightly if he wants to have a go from that end. Because Cook's got quite a lengthy run-up that takes him time to get back to his mark and reset himself for each delivery. But it will be Barnard on strike. As Cook runs in, and that struck on the pad. That was a heavy strike on the pad for Barnard, and there's an appeal, but nothing given from the umpire. And it wasn't an overly convincing appeal.
No, it was one that almost died, wasn't it, halfway through, thinking, well, I'll carry on, but I know it's not out.
Well, there was one on Alex Davies that Porter ran away celebrating, only to turn around and realise that the umpire's finger hadn't gone up. That is almost incredulous that he hadn't been awarded that wicket, although Alex Davies at the time was, I believe, on 17 and only went on to make 2 more runs, so it didn't turn into a particularly costly decision. As Cook turns and runs in again, and that's just watched by Barnard through to Michael Pepper for no run.
Yeah, they were convinced, weren't they, that Davies had got a little nick through, and they all went running towards the bowler, and the bowler went running towards wicketkeeper and slip cordon, and umpire didn't move. Davies held the pose as well with the shot, almost as if to show, well, no, I've played inside the line, I've got nothing on that whatsoever. And yeah, as you say, it only cost them it. He only added another couple of runs beyond that, so in the end it wasn't too damaging.
As Cook is in again, and that one has almost brought another breakthrough. Barnard goes back and sort of wafts at it, and Cook has head in hands. It can't be too far from catching the outside edge. And that one has almost brought...
Matt as well, who's listening up in Norfolk this morning, says, great to hear proper cricket from Chelmsford today, especially the tests have been marginalised until later in the season. Your coverage is helping us up here in Norwich take our minds off the football after they were beaten in the playoffs last night heavily.
And sacked their manager this morning.
They did, yes. They did.
Yeah, seems very trigger.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because at one stage it didn't look like they were going to reach the playoffs, and there was rumour that he might be sacked, but then he's gotten to the playoffs and he's been sacked anyway.
As Cook is in over the wicket, and that's just defended straight back down the pitch by Barnard, who it goes past the bowler but will be fielded by Jamie Porter running in there from mid-on.
Almost as though they were waiting for an excuse to sack him, and losing 4-0 at Leeds in the second leg of a playoff seemed to be the perfect excuse, if you want to use that
Against
word.
their former manager, of course.
Yes, the man who took them to the Premier League twice.
The man who took them to the Premier League twice but couldn't keep them there.
No.
I covered Norwich during that spell, during in my previous job, and it was a very exciting time at the start of the season, followed by dismay by about Christmas as Cook runs in, and that's wafted at by Barnard, but I think that might have been spilled by Pepper. Well, we don't know if it was an edge or not, but it was spilled by Pepper.
Yeah, Pepper certainly put it down, but just looking at the reaction from the bowler, it doesn't look like it was a shot. No, just looking at Sam Cook seemed to turn away very quickly, but he went up and then turned away very quickly. So
spilled by Pepper. Unsure if that was a drop from Michael Pepper, but it was definitely, again, wafted at by Barnard, who does not look overly comfortable facing Sam Cook, and it seems to be a little bit more bounce just in these last sort of 5 minutes, but that one is more comfortably played by Barnard into the gap on the offside, and he will pick up 2 runs in the piercing the gap between Snater at point and the fielder at cover to move the score on to 75 for 5 after navigating that difficult spell from Cook.
Just looking at the initial reaction for Cook, he just seemed to turn around as though, well, it wasn't in the end. But then when we saw the replay on it with his back to us, he certainly went up and then sort of kicked his foot at the surface, just turned around very quickly, as though, yeah, I think he might have got something on that just on the way through. And Pepper's in, there's limbs everywhere where he's ended up on the floor, isn't he? He's ended up sprawled almost face down on the floor. But whatever it hit, whatever it took, it wasn't out, and there was no run either. So they get back up and they get back on with things, and Shane Snater to continue from this Sir Alistair Cook end. Right arm round the wicket, 3 slips go down, Snater in and bowls, and it goes through to Pepper as it's left alone, and there's no run there once again. Bethel, who's now faced 21 deliveries and is yet to get off the mark.
Yes, I wonder if they're just looking at this lunch break going, let's just get through to there and reassess. There's got to be the plan, whereas Essex, of course, would love to claim 1 more just on the stroke of that interval.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good morning for Essex already, but 1 more, and they'll think, well, we can be batting an hour after lunch at this rate. The Snater is in once again. Fuller delivery and past the outside edge. That's a genuine player miss and taken cleanly by Pepper. And there's no run and there's no wicket. There's a lot fuller that one from Snater. Fuller just offered to move away. Past the outside edge. That's a genuine player miss. Playing down the long line. Cleanly by Pepper.
Well, his first wicket, of course, came from that catch by Simon Harmer at second slip, and the second one was a very misjudged leave by Hayne, who took a big stride down the wicket, lifted his bat, and must have been sort of stuck there as the ball crashed into the stumps behind him.
Here's Snater in once again. Bowls, and that's driven this time by Bethel on the bounce back to the bowler. Good reactions from Snater, who stops it and he's followed through, and there's no run once again. So that's a real shot of intent, that from Bethel. Straight off the middle of the bat as well, thinking I'm probably going to get 4 for that, but just 2 straight, and Snater showing good reactions to make the stop on the way through. 75 for 5. Certainly get 1 more in before lunch, and depending on who bowls it, we might get 2 in.
Well, probably not if it's Cook, but there's a chance if it's Harmer.
This next one from Snater has Bethel just playing defensively out to the offside. Cox swoops across, picks the ball up, and there's no run once again. A couple of balcony doors open away to our left-hand side now. Letting in the warm air.
It's a difficult one, that, because you don't want to leave your windows too open and then be caught when there's a thunderstorm at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Here's Snater once again. In and bowls, and right back on his stumps this time. Bethel just plays defensively on the bounce out to the offside where Jordan Cox can pick it up. He's not going to utilise his well, shall we say, questionable footballing skills this time, and just elects to pick it up rather than trying to chip it up into his hands.
We're all hoping that it's not going to rain in East London on Sunday.
Because you're running, aren't you?
I am. I'm doing the Hackney Half Marathon. We're trying to raise money for the Lord Taverners.
Excellent. So
13.1 miles it will be. It's not too bad.
You don't mind if I say rather you than me, do you?
No, not at all.
Here's Snater in. Bowls, and that's just angled down the leg side. Oh, it's a misfield as well by Feroz Kouchi, and they come through for a single there. And what that does is it gets Jacob Bethel at the 26th time of asking off the mark, and it's the end of the over as well, and the Warwickshire score moves up to 76-4-5. So if you're running on Sunday, then does that mean that there'll be no light running today and tomorrow, or
no running today or tomorrow? I did a couple of easy-ish runs on Wednesday and Thursday, and now it's very much time to put the feet up and not do anything at all strenuous.
So having booked yourself in for that as a non-runner but a former cyclist until injury put paid to that, how sort of do you sort of space out your training? When was your sort of last long run, which you can answer after Cook's delivered this ball? Cook
is in round the wicket, and that's fended at by Bethel and goes through to Michael Pepper. So I assume it's similar to cycling, where you sort of increase your mileage, and then you sort of dip down a couple of weeks just before the race, so you're not too tired out. So I did my last long sort of 18-kilometre run a couple of weeks ago. But my longest one in my plan was actually longer than the distance I'm running, so I ran 24k about 4 weeks ago. So I'm hoping that will help carry me through.
Well, good luck with that. Hopefully you'll raise lots for the Lord's Taverners as well.
As Cook turns and runs in again to Bethel, who defends that one off the back foot into the offside for no run. And it's fielded by Jordan Cox there at cover. Yes, I hope so. It's obviously a good cause, and it's nice to do something for a good cause. I believe there's a group from Adam Collins' podcast who are also doing the Edinburgh Half, and some of them doing the Edinburgh Marathon to also raise money for the Lord Taverners.
Good cause, all the work that they do across various outlets.
As Cook is in again, and that's just watched through by Bethel through to wicketkeeper for no run. It's an interesting period. I wonder if we're going to see some time wasting or slight. They're just going to prod the pitch just to try and make sure that this is the last over before lunch.
You normally get to this stage and a bootlace will mysteriously need tying up at some point.
Or a pad needs readjusting.
Yeah. They know every way around it.
Well, if you're Warwickshire, you really do want to get through to that lunch break, as Cook is in, and that's again watched through to the wicketkeeper for no run. But he's getting quite close to pushing, just waiting for the clock to tick over past 1 o'clock. Not sure if there's 2 more balls to come, of course.
Yeah, 12:59. Can't see it, but you never know. The umpires might think, well, actually, if you've been wasting time, we might get another one in.
Depends how much the umpires want their lunch too, of course.
So I'll be updating BBC Essex listeners at 1 o'clock.
As Cook is in again, and that is again watched by Bethel through to wicketkeeper Michael Pepper, who had to dive onto his knees to take that one low to his left.
Yeah, so one more delivery to come, and the clock on the scoreboard is showing 1 o'clock.
My computer is also showing 1 o'clock.
Yeah, and we'll have had 28 overs in the morning.
It's not bad. Given the number of wickets that we've seen fall as well, it's a pretty good effort from Essex. Obviously it helps that Simon Harmer's bowled a few, because he is so quick through his overs. And Cook just getting ready to bowl what we expect to be the final ball before lunch from the Graham Gooch end to Bethel. Cook in, and that Bethel is struck on the pad. There's a big appeal, but the wicketkeeper's finger has not moved, and that has been the case so often this session, which has definitely fallen the way of the home side. It looked like Warwickshire had made the right decision when they chose to won the toss and chose to bat, but Essex have taken those 5 wickets very cheaply. There's not been a chance for Warwickshire to build partnerships or indeed any batter to set themselves and start putting on a total of their own. And they will go into the lunch break 76 for 5.
Thank you, Sonia. Thanks to Clive Eakin as well. So the players head off for their lunch break. We'll head off for that as well. And you can rejoin us at around about 1:40 for the afternoon session of this one. I'll just be updating BBC Essex listeners into the 1 o'clock news in a couple of moments.
Fly like an eagle.
Our club has always been about the people.
And the impact we have.
We create opportunities.
We dare to dream.
About what we can achieve together.
We aim to entertain.
And we deliver results.
Our teams inspire our community.
And our community inspires us.
We work together
to push boundaries. Building a better future.
For everyone.
It's our spirit that bonds us.
Our members.
Our partners.
Our players.
Our staff.
Our youth.
Our community. Our county.
We are Essex.
We are the
Eagles!
Beat your local dealer with us. WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Next time, you do it again, just catch that and go, that's that.
How's that?
How's what? Let's mic you up. You're a big boy. Anyone think this is basketball or baseball?
Do you mean cricket?
No.
Drive away your dream car with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Can you just sort of turn around and do it again? Just say the same thing. Yep, that's it.
Drive away your dream car with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
No, you stay there. That's fine. We need him. We need him down. Don't worry. If you can just, pop yourself. That's it. Keep going. That's it. Perfect. Yeah. Action.
Drive away your dream car with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
No, the green screen isn't doing it for me. Put him in the jungle. No, that's not. Hollywood. That's not working. Put the website back up.
Cut your monthly payments in half with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Can you do it again, but actually do a cut shot? That's just like,
A cut shot.
No, you straight down. Right.
Like a wood chop.
Yeah.
Wrong sport, pal.
Right. It's rude.
WeFinanceAnyCar.com. Any car, any dealer, drive away the same day.
Sorry, mate. Why are you shouting?
It's in capitals, mate.
Oh. Yeah, it is.
Our rates will leave you stumped with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Do it again, but when you say stumped, can you just hold your stump for me? That's great. Yeah, thank you very much.
Drive away your dream car with us. WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
Cut. Bit more energy, a bit more oomph. Act like you've just hit the ball and got 10 points.
Do you mean 6?
10's better than 6, mate. Action.
And that's played well by Davies up into the vacant mid-off position, and he will pick up another boundary that will move the score on to...
Here's Porter in again, and that's cut away down to the vacant deep third boundary by Davies. I mean, Essex are 21 points behind, sorry.
Cook in to Yates, who plays at that one, and it's caught in the slips, and he will have to depart for just 8 runs. And they had the conversation with James Anderson as Cook is in again, and that's played beautifully through the covers by Will Rhodes, and that will just bounce over the boundary rope, and well, we weren't sure that it would or not, skittled or not, as Cook is in again, and that's come off the edge of Rhodes' bat but straight into the ground, and skittles past the slips, and he will pick up 4 runs for that.
Snater comes into bowl, and that's edged and caught at second slip. And Will Rhodes goes. Smart catch taken at second slip. Right arm over. Oh, Sam Hain's left hand has been bowled. Completely misjudged that, Sam Hain. Front foot a long way down the pitch. Lifted his bat in the air and the ball knocks off his off bail.
As Porter runs in round the wicket, and that's driven straight back up the field. Well timed by Mosley, and he will have his first boundary. That's gone straight past the bowler and
blocking his view, so he's come out to point. Harmer comes in again. Mosley comes down the wicket and he's caught and bowled. Well, he missed out with the first ball, which was a full toss, and didn't take full toll of that. He shuffled down the wicket, tried to hit Harmer over the top to just his second delivery.
3 slips, a bit of a gap between second and third slip. That's a good shot from Alex Davis. He's driven that down the ground. Not sure he's timed it perfectly, and it might be chased down. It will not be. It goes through for 4. And it was a good shot.
Simon Harmer to continue then from this Sir Alistair Cook end into Barnard, yet to score. Well, he will now, because he swept that one behind square on the onside for 4 runs, and the score moves on to 60. And another sweep. And it'll get the same result as well. This one was slightly in the air, but not to hand anywhere near. And
in comes Porter, right arm over. Oh, that's edged and very well taken at second slip.
Harmer.
Harmer has yet another one. 4 catches for him. And that's a big one too, because that's Alex Davis and battled away, but he's gone. second. Good afternoon. Welcome back to Chelmsford on what is still a hot sunny day, with Warwickshire in some bother at 76 for 5. And Shane Snater was actually off the field for a while in the morning session, now back on and about to bowl. And he's in, and that's left by Ed Barnard, who's on 19.
And was dropped. Having looked at the replay a couple of times of Michael Pepper, and we weren't quite sure, but having had a bit more time to take a look at it just during the lunch break, there was an edge through, and he was dropped. So one chance gone down.
Oh, I should be grateful for that, because they've got lots of work to do to get something on the board. Bit of cloud cover now. Snater comes in, right arm over, it's left. Still quite pleasant, sunny and hot out there. Queues for the burgers and hot dogs were quite long.
That's a good crowd in today.
Yeah. Well, I was saying earlier, when I walked in about 10 o'clock, there was a big queue outside along the path. I think there was a problem, so they weren't letting people in. Some literal fault, I heard someone say. I just felt a bit guilty as walking straight past the queue. Well, I'm BBC, folks, I have to get in first. In fact, I got chased by the security guards. Hang on a minute, we've got to check your bag. Oh, yeah, sorry. Anyway, Snaty comes into bowl, and that's going down the leg side. Well taken by Pepper. There's no run.
I always think with that as well. I came through about sort of 25 past 10, half past 10, and see the chap say, "Do you want to search my bags?" "Oh yes, please." So the 2 boxes of technical equipment I'm carrying, I open the lid and show him, and he looks a bit puzzled. I said, "To be honest, that could be anything, couldn't it?" I said, "Because you don't know what it is." And I said, "There's no reason why you should." And so I just showed him my pass. He went, "Oh, okay." I said, "Do you want to look in my rucksack?" And he said, "Yes." I showed him my snacks for tea, and that was it.
Yes, I've had a few conversations with airports over the years about what I'm carrying. Covering things abroad. Snater comes into bowl and just a fraction late on that Barnard, but he gets back onto it safely. He's on 19. And Warwickshire, tail of the morning. He started off quite well, played some quite good shots. They lost Rob Yates, who was caught by harm at second slip off Cook for 8. 21 for 1. Still looking healthy enough at 40 for 1, but then calamity as Shane Snater took 2 wickets in an over. Will Rhodes caught at second slip by Harmer for 16, and then Hay not playing a shot, bowled without scoring. Snater into bowl, that's left by Barnard, there's no run. And then Dan Mosey rather gave his away. He'd been given a fairly gentle full toss off Simon Harmer's first delivery of the spell, missed out on that, and looked as if he decided he wanted to make amends next ball. So took a couple of paces down the pitch and gently played the ball straight back to Harmer to be caught and bowled for 7. You'll see a common trend in these wickets, as Alex Davis was caught. Harmer, brilliantly caught actually, low down, off Porter for 19. So 4 catches for Simon Harmer. Snater into bowl, and that was a strangled appeal. That's Barnard on the pads going down the leg side. End of the over, maiden over. Warwickshire are, as they were at lunch, 76 for 5.
Yeah, good over that from Snater, a little bit probing, and a half-hearted shout for LBW off that last one, but probably missing a second set, let alone the first set, but good probing start from him. And Essex right on top here. Warwickshire have had plenty of time to chat about things over the lunch break. Bethel just a single from the 32 balls that he's faced, shows he's got plenty of patience there. And Barnard, if the ball is there to be hit, showing he's not really backwards in coming forwards. A couple of lovely sweeps off Simon Harmer, which just released the shackles a little bit. So from the Graham Gooch end, it's going to be Jamie Porter, right arm around the wicket, in and bowling to the left-handed Bethel, who shuffles across before shouldering arms, and it goes through to Pepper, and there's no run. 76 for 5. We've got an artist in the ground today as well, who's painting a picture of the ground. And he may be joining us a little bit later on, either the afternoon session or after tea. And I think you're going to pop round at some point and have a chat with him.
I'll have a chat with him. Do you think he shouts to the players to keep still for a bit?
Would you mind? Yes.
Yes.
So apparently he goes around the world painting cricket grounds. He's also done all the Major League Baseball stadiums as well in the USA. That's his Porter again. And Bethel thinks about it and then just takes the bat out of the way, through to Pepper for no run again.
Where was it that Jack Russell was there? Was there an outground somewhere? I was covering cricket. And Jack Russell was there with his little stall. He'd just done a book of paintings. I had a great chat with him, actually.
And he got his Weetabix soaking under the chair as well. Wasn't that the thing? If he was batting before lunch, he had to put his Weetabix in the milk about half an hour before the interval. As Porter's in again, and the Bethel this time forces away just in front of square on the onside and will pick up 4 runs. That's very, very nicely timed by Jacob Bethel. He picks up his first boundary and the score goes to 80 for 5.
Thanks to the square leg umpire, I managed to jump out of the way of that one. This was about to hit him. Yes, I really enjoyed having a good chat with him, but one thing he said, he's painted lots of outgrounds. And what he'd done with this book, I think he'd gone back to some of the grounds he'd painted in the past to do them as they are now. And he said that when he played at Nuneaton,
this next one just played out to the offside for no run.
He played in Nuneaton. There was years and years ago, there was a sort of puddle just outside the ground. And he went back to paint it again. The puddle was still there about 30 years later. Yeah. Yes, cricket painting is always popular, aren't they? People like to have a nice cricket painting. Got one of New Road. So I think it's not an original, it's a print.
Here's Porter into Bethel, who just shuffles forward and makes sure everything's covered and plays out defensively to Cushy just at point, and there's no run. 80 for 5, the Warwickshire score. Won the toss this morning. Elected to bat.
Yes, needing a recovery from somewhere, needing a partnership. They're capable of it. Ed Barnard in good form, Bethel less so it's an opportunity for him perhaps.
Porter again. Elbow sort of point outwards as he comes in. Into Bethel, who plays nicely through the onside once again, just slightly on the up, but certainly not a catching opportunity, and Nick Brown goes running after it out towards the mid-wicket boundary, picks up, but not before they've taken 3 runs. That's a decent over for Warwickshire, and 83 for 5 at the end of it.
It actually stopped. It's a long boundary there, and it actually stopped before it reached the boundary. But yeah, decent over for Warwickshire, but still with it all to do. 83 for 5. It's one thing I could never do, painting. I don't know what it is, I've never been able to get that right at all. So Shane Snater. Zimbabwean-born Dutchman, cousin of Jason Roy. No, that gets mentioned every time he plays. He comes in round the wicket, and that's pushed down to the offside. There's no run. Two wickets to him so far. One apiece to Cook and Porter, which takes them both to 26 for the season, and one for Harmer. And Porter needs 8 more for his 500 first-class wickets now. And Warwick should be hoping that he doesn't get it this game. Snater round the wicket he comes, and that's a little bit of an edge. It's going to go down to third. It won't go all the way. Porter will field it. It'll just be 1 run for Bethel. I wasn't sure for a moment where it had gone. He moves on to 9, 84 for 5.
All change as the batters have changed, so it's left to right, changing to right, so umpire walks across, slips change sides, and specialist fielders move from one side to the other as well. It always just slows things up a little bit.
Snater in to bowl to Barnard, forward defence, there's no run. Yes, I'm sure the square leg umpire gets fed up with singles.
I said this morning, there'll come a point at some point where
stop moving.
We'll just leave it as it is, I think, yep. No need for me to keep doing that.
And there's 3 in a slip cord and 2 slips, then there's a gap, whether you called the The next one, a sort of fourth slip position or a gully. It's actually quite close in there. Snater, cloudiest part of the day so far, comes in, right arm over and beats the outside edge. Went low to the wicketkeeper, who took it just above the ground, but Ed Barnard certainly played at that and didn't make contact. Part of the day so far comes in, right arm over and beats the outside edge. Part of the day so far comes in, right arm over and beats the outside edge.
And he'll be the one that makes the breakthrough or gets Essex going once again if they've gone through a bit of a fallow period without taking wickets. He just seems to have that knack every now and then to pick up when things seem a bit quiet or not a lot's happening.
And he's in now. Oh, his soles of his boots showing. Gets a bit of an inside edge there from Barnard to mid-wicket. No run. Fielded by Cushy there. Back in the Essex side. 1 of 2 changes for the last game. With Michael Pepper back. He'll have to play in the same team as Phil Salt at some point, Michael Pepper, won't he?
You would think the odds are at some point in some kind of franchise cricket somewhere.
Yeah. It's like onion and mustard in the same team. In comes Snater. That's short. He leans back there, Barnard, but doesn't get hold of it. It's into the ground and it goes out to the offside. He doesn't get a run. End of the over. I think it was just the single to Bethel. Off it. 84 for 5, 31 overs bowled thus far.
A relatively gentle and quiet resumption to proceedings. Just the one ball beating the bat so far, and these two probably not even any plans whatsoever to where we're going to move the game to or anything like that. It's just let's stay out here, get what we can get, keep going, and see where we get to by tea. Don't have to do anything outlandish. Only on the first afternoon of the game as Jamie Porter resumes from the Graham Gooch end, in and bowling to Bethel, who cuts away beautifully in front of square on the offside and picks up 4 runs. That was a real shot of a tent, and the score goes to 88 for 5. But if the ball is there to be hit, we'll certainly be looking to score runs, and we'll certainly hit it, say Bethel. Jamie Porter resumes from the Graham Gooch end, in and bowling to Bethel, who cuts away beautifully in front of square on the offside.
Feels like quite a big season this for Jacob Bethel.
That was a real shot of a tent.
Around
score goes to 88
for a while now.
From the Graham Gooch end, in and bowling to Bethel, who cuts
silly
away
young man, he's only
beautifully in front of
20.
square on the offside and
came over from Barbados to rugby school.
Porter very quickly has the ball back in his hand, in and bowling to Bethel, who just pushes out to the offside off the back foot, and there's no run, stopped by Jordan Cox on the bounce.
I interviewed him earlier this season. He says one of his mentors has been Sir Garfield Sobers. He's spoken to him quite a few times. It's not bad, is it?
Not bad.
Scored 93 against Nottinghamshire earlier this season. He's also taken his first class wickets.
He's 13 not out at the moment. Took him 26 deliveries to get off the mark as well. Porter is in. That's a full delivery, and he offers to play at that, and we'll try to convince everybody that he took the bat away in time, but it goes through to Pepper, and there's no run. And he just checks back to see where his stumps are, checks the sort of shot he was playing there as well, check he's got everything lined up correctly. 100 partnership up for Surrey now. They've gone from 15 for 4 to 115 for 4. Pope
That's
and
the annoying thing about Surrey, isn't it? Have a habit of recovering.
This next one from Porter has Bethel just covering up defensively for no run once again, and Cox can collect. Yeah, they've got so much depth, haven't they?
Well,
15 for 4 in swinging conditions this morning. It's the cloud cover has lifted there at the Oval, and suddenly Lawrence and Pope have put on 100.
They pretty much took Warwickshire out of the game at the Oval with an 8th wicket stand of 155. Up to them, Warwickshire, if anything, had the edge, but after that partnership, the game was only going one way.
Here comes Porter once again, fuller delivery. Bethel just plays defensively up to mid-off, and there's no run. He's already taken 1 boundary off this Jamie Porter over. I was talking this morning, Sonia was on just saying that defeat of Essex by Somerset will feel, well, that's got us in the title shake-up, but damaging for Essex because they suddenly find themselves in second place, but 21 points behind. And that's going to take some recovering. as Porter turns at the end of his run in the distance, comes in and bowls and attempted to force away on the offside by Bethel this time, but for no addition to the score. Fielded by Feroz Koushi. End of the over, 32 gone now, and Warwickshire at 88 for 5. 19 to Barnard, 13 to Bethel.
Yeah, and it's a boring thing to say this early in the season, but I can't really see anyone stopping Surrey. Could be proven wrong, of course. We'll lose a few players in the course of the summer, who knows, but just look a cut above at the moment. So Shane Snater will continue to bowl.
Nottinghamshire 68 for 6 now against Hampshire, 70 for 6 in fact. No Ben Duckett in their side today.
Well, that's certainly a loss for them. He batted brilliantly against Warwickshire. When I look at their team, it looks quite a strong looking lineup, Notts. I feel they probably should be doing better than they are. Snater into bowl to Barnard, who drives that. That's a good shot. That's through the offside for 4. Confident shot from Ed Barnard.
Yeah, over pitch from Shane Snater, putting it right up there, and a bit of width as well. And Barnard's not going to miss out on something like that. He has struck the ball very nicely when he's been given the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, 92 for 5. Barnard on to 23, which makes him top scorer in the innings so far. Snater, shirt hanging out, comes in and he leans back. Barnard plays it into the ground. Oh, well, I think it does deflect off Snater's hand, so it was a good job Jacob Bethel was alert enough to make sure he was still in his crease. Otherwise that could have been unfortunate for him.
Just looking in Division 2 as well, Leicestershire probably regretting putting Gloucestershire in. Gloucestershire 127 without loss. Cameron Bancroft 66 and 10 fours in there as well for the Australian.
Snater. So Sun out again, and that's a 4 defensive to Bantam Point. There's no run. Yes, Warwickshire feels well. Try and tire the bowlers out a little bit. It's a hot day. I guess a little harder for them as the day goes on. Although, of course, there is a small matter of Simon Harmer who can come and give them a rest.
Yeah, I mean, they gave him an early go this morning, didn't they? About 12:15, he came on to bowl, and you expect them to do similar in the afternoon session as well.
Snater, with that gully feeling really close now, almost a short backward point. That's left by Barnard. There's no run. And I might get away with one more ball this over, and I think I will have to hand over to Sonia. I'll tell the good folks of West Midlands and Coventry Warwickshire all about it, and the bad folks as well, not there's many of those. In comes Snater, right arm over, and that's a 4 defensive, and there's no run. Warwickshire 92 for 5.
Thanks for now. Clive will return a little bit later on. I'm having to sit back in the box now as I overdressed today and went for the hoodie. And the sun is coming right into our box now, and it is very, very warm indeed. And you can smell the suntan lotion out in front of us, and the spectators making sure they've got themselves protected from what is very strong sunshine now. As Snater continues in and bowls to Barnard, full delivery on middle and leg, and Barnard can't pick up anything there as he works it straight to Koushi at mid-wicket, and just motions and gestures to play the shot again, maybe a bit straighter where he would have got something. It's the end of the over, and it's 92 for 5 is the Warwickshire score. So they've gone along quite nicely since lunch. Just the one play and miss. 2 for 16 so far for Snater from his 10, and his bowling partner at the moment at the other end is Jamie Porter, 1 for 35 from his 10, and he is going to continue as well from the Graham Gooch end, the more open end of the county ground here in Chelmsford. Welcome back, Sonia.
Thank you. Yes, as he runs in round the wicket, and that's just pushed by Bethel into the offside, and he will pick up a couple of runs. Yes, it's just been good stop by Simon Harmer, who ran after that and slid to prevent that from crossing the boundary rope, and that will keep the runs down to just 3.
Yeah, there's a couple of nicely timed shots since lunch now, and just maybe showing that conditions are getting a little bit easier with the pitch having had the sun on it for a prolonged period today now.
Yes, it's interesting because it did take him so long to get off the mark as well. I have to say I feel a lot better prepared than you, as Jamie Porter runs in and that's just pushed up to long on by Bethel for no run. I've got the sunglasses and the short sleeves compared to you. You must be quite warm in that hoodie.
I'm okay because I'm sat back slightly, but I think if it, I did think about slipping out at lunch, just popping into the city and buying a more suitable T-shirt than I've got on under this today, but I think I'm all right at the moment. And when it gets really chilly later on this evening, I'll be telling you, see?
I've got my jacket as Porter runs in, and that's just watched by Bethel through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
There's just a bit of cloud beginning to bank up over the retirement flats at the far end of the ground. It's not normally where the weather comes from here, but it's just beginning to bank up a little bit, and the sun's just blocked slightly by that, but it's very high cloud, so I think we're okay at the moment.
I mean, the last thing you want is to sit in the sun all day and somehow inexplicably have it ruled out because of rain.
Yeah.
As Porter runs in round the wicket to the left-handed Bethel, who drives that one again straight to the fielder at mid-on. It's quite warm out there. I'm very happy that I've come prepared. I've got nice flowy trousers and sunglasses, which are coming in quite useful.
Yes, I just looked. I had a double glance to my right. See, you've got the shades on already.
I have to admit they do live in my bag. I mostly use them for driving.
This is Clive Eakin at Chelmsford.
As Porter runs in again
Although they've managed to avoid any further
round the wicket, and that's just defended straight back to the bowler by Bethel for no run.
Not a lot happening out there at the moment for the bowling side, but they've already got 5 in the bag, so there's no need to force anything or try anything outlandish. They know they're on top with those 5 wickets in the morning session, and they'll feel if they can wheedle one more of these out into the Warwickshire lower order and then into the tail. So just one more wicket they would really open things up.
Yes, it's just been that sort of post-lunch lull that you sometimes get as the players make their way back out into the field. And there's just a brief pause. I wonder if they're just tinkering with the field slightly. Can't quite work out what that was for. I think it was something that was happening almost directly below us that we can't see from this point, as Porter runs in again. That's again watched by Bethel through to Michael Pepper for no run. At the end of that over, Warwickshire 94 for 5.
To clear up a couple of things we were talking about before lunch, well, Ben Allison was out there fielding for Essex for a brief period in place of Shane Snater, who was off the field. And at the lunch break, Essex had Daniel Sams out just doing some warm-ups and that in front of the pavilion. He's over here ready for the T20 blast when that gets underway.
I assume that's when this ground really comes alive.
Friday nights under the lights at Chelmsford with 6,000 people in, it's quite raucous. I don't think there are many visiting teams who enjoy it here, because when they move the rope in as well and they have more seats out on what is now the outfield but in front of the pavilion, then you really do feel the action's a lot closer to you. Yeah, it's certainly a really good atmosphere in here under the lights. Simon Harmer is on for his first bowl after lunch from this Sir Alistair Cook end. One slip in and a short leg as well, and he's in and bowling to Barnard. Barnard goes back on his stumps and pushes back down the pitch for no run.
Well, there's a few criticisms around the blast schedule from the players who have to take part in it, of course, that's been talked about quite heavily ahead of, well, the last round of fixtures.
Here's Harmer again. He just stretches forward Barnard and pushes up to mid-off for no run, fielded by Matt Critchley.
Raising concerns around the sort of long distances that players travel and then the dangers of them driving home so late at night.
This next one from Harmer is a bit flatter, and Barnard goes right back on his stumps and cuts away through the offside. Sam Cook giving chase, And they come through for a couple of runs. Score goes up to 96 for 5 now, Warwickshire.
It seems to be a bit of a slight standoff between the players raising concerns about their welfare and the schedule, while the counties go, well, we want every game to take place between Thursday and Sunday because that's when we can get the crowds in.
It's their big earner. Here's Harmer in. This time Barnard plays defensively quietly out, fielded at short leg and there's no run. It's the big money earner, it's the money spinner, it's when the grounds are going to be full, or if not full, very close to capacity. And attracting obviously casual supporters as well for the shorter form of the game. Barnard again just breaks the wrists on that one, but Elgar cuts it off before it can get off the square, so there's no run there either.
Well, hopefully there'll be some double headers next year when Essex has a fully professional women's side as well.
That's worked into the hands of Nick Brown at short leg, but on the bounce by Barnard, and there's no run. Overcalled very quickly, 96-4-5. Yes, something for Essex members and supporters to look forward to, with the women's professional team being based here, and yeah, so hopefully some double headers to look forward to next year. Get yourself in early in the afternoon, see a game, and then stay on for the evening sessions as well.
It's worked well in the 100. There's no reason it shouldn't in the Blast. I mean, obviously not every game you'd want to turn into a double header, but it'd be good to at least have a few of them, because I do feel sorry for the women sometimes playing out grounds and in front of, I know the attendances for the Charlotte Edwards or the Rachel Hare Flint that's been going on has been slightly disappointing.
So they have just switched ends here. Shane Snater, having started after lunch at this Sir Alistair Cook end, is going to have a go from the Graham Gooch end, now the far end, the more open end of the ground.
When you say more open, but there's barely a breeze out there. It's very still, and sort of we're coming to that point in the middle of the afternoon where it starts to feel quite hot if you're standing in the sun. Snater just with ball in hand just seems to be taking a pause before he starts his run, and he will come round the wicket to the left-hander who defends that straight back into the pitch where it's fielded by mid-off.
He's looked very solid so far, Jacob Bethel, and just needs to be there to support his more senior partner, Barnard, who's on 25, striking at just under 50% actually, Barnard, so he has got on with it when he's wanted, when the ball's been there. And yes, Bethel's job is just to stay out there at the moment, obviously take runs when they're there, but for the most part support Barnard and see where they can get to.
Yes, you just want to sort of be out there as long as possible, especially after the loss of early wickets, as Snater is in again, and that's played straight into the ground on the offside, off the back foot by Bethel, who has had to do a lot of defending. As we've both mentioned, it took him 25 balls or so to get off the mark just before the lunch break, and he went into the lunch break on 1, I think. Yeah, well, not significantly more than that, at least.
There's not a lot happening out there at the moment for the bowler, so a bit of patient game being played here.
Well, what was it you said about Dean Elgar, saying if you get in here, you can sort of acquire runs without too much strenuous difficulties? That one is catches the edge of the bat, but straight along the ground, played with very, very soft hands there, and was actually well stopped by the slips. Normally you see those go sort of straight through them and to the boundary, but that one was well stopped.
Yeah, Matt Critchley there doing the job, low to the ground, making sure he got everything behind it to make the stop. Might see him at some point today with his leg spin, because there was certainly turn for Harmer, certainly before lunch.
Quite often, though, there looks like there is turn for Harmer, even when there isn't necessarily the same turn available for other bowlers, as Snater runs in, and that's defended straight back to the bowler for no run.
You almost feel like Essex want, if there's not a lot happening, just keep it tight and maybe play on the batters, not feeling the ball coming onto the bat, not feeling that the scoreboard's ticking over, and maybe force them into something a little bit rash, like Dan Mosley's shot just off the second ball that Simon Harmer had bowled, shuffling down the wicket and just chipping a catch straight to him, having missed out admittedly on a full toss the ball before, but that seemed a little bit rash. I know you don't want to be dictated to, but certainly seemed too early to be doing things like that.
Snater is in again, and that's again defended straight back to up the pitch. Snater goes to try and kick it, doesn't get it, and it trickles to the fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, another one whose footballing skills probably match those that we saw of Jordan Cox before lunch. That
Well, I remember someone telling me they'd all like to be footballers, which I think is probably true for most of the world, but don't quite have the talent with the ball at their feet.
yes, I think we'd all like to be top-level footballers for well, one very good reason, and there are probably 3 or 4 other reasons behind it as well.
Yes. However, 99.9% of us lack the sufficient talent to do so, as Snater runs in, and that's defended this time into the onside and fielded by, I think that was Nick Brown at mid-wicket.
Yeah, maiden over.
Yeah, so a maiden over that seems to somehow go on for quite some time.
Yeah, like you mentioned the term earlier on, the post-lunch lull, and especially when you've got warm weather as well, and maybe there's, people are still a bit slow coming back to their seats and enjoying maybe an ice cream or a lunchtime alcoholic drink of some description. They're a bit slow in coming back, and the players have had a break, and maybe getting that intensity back into their game once again just takes a little bit of time. But Essex striving for this 6th wicket, and the ball is being looked at by umpires Middlebrook and Debenham. I think they'll get pretty short shrift there. Yes, Tom Wesley does get the ball handed back to him, and a shake of the head, and the ball is tossed by the Essex skipper to Simon Harmer.
Yes, that was an interesting sort of discussion. I couldn't quite work out whether Essex wanted the ball changed or whether the umpires felt it might have changed shape a little bit, but that little gauge that they've got goes back into the pocket.
Harmer into Barnard. Pushes back to the bowler, but with some force as well along the ground. Harmer just stops it.
Well, we're talking about England players, but Ollie Pope has just brought up his 50 for Surrey. As of course, as they usually do, Surrey have recovered from what looked like a bit of peril to 134 for 4.
Harmer again, a bit more flight, a bit slower that one, driven up to mid-on by Barnard, and they jog through for a single, 97 for 5. We're in the 37th over of this Warwickshire innings, and Tom Wesley, as is his wont, chief ball shiner in the Essex team, gets to work on it. So Harmer's going to switch to round the wicket now for the left-handed Bethel. Still with that short leg in, still with that slip in. And he's in and bowls, and Bethel comes down the wicket, but with no timing.
Yes, that's just sort of scooted off the toe of the bat, really. He didn't get anywhere near the middle. It sounded quite like it sort of came off the toe, didn't it?
Harmer in again. Bethel just props forward defensively, and there'll be no run there. Yeah, it almost sounded like you're playing with like a chair leg or something. That did, didn't it? Probably have vibrated all the way up the handle when you get on the toe of the bat.
So it was a horrible feeling, that one.
Here's Harmer again. Again, Bethel just plays quietly and calmly and coolly defensively back to the South African.
I managed to have a go with a baseball bat, and that vibrated a lot if you didn't hit the middle, almost more than a cricket bat.
This next one from Harmer has Bethel on the back foot and cutting away. There's a diving, sprawling stop, but not before they've been able to come through for a single. 98 for 5. Snater it was with the half stop, and Harmer very quickly through his over, end of it. 98 for 5. Barnard on 26, Bethel to 16, and Harmer's figures 1 for 14 from his 6 overs so far. That caught and bowled Dan Mosley, the one victim he's managed to snare thus far.
Yes, and I wondered if there was going to be... Snater seems to be having an arm round his shoulder, but he will continue from the Graham Gooch end. Yes, baseball bats sort of... I think the middle is that much smaller. Although you don't have to deal with, obviously, the footwork and the movement, it is just swinging. But yes, if you don't get it right, it does hurt quite a bit.
Shows you this, therefore the middle is, or the sweet spot is smaller. It shows you the skill in the hitters in baseball being able to hit home runs.
Yes, but obviously, you don't have to deal with quite the same issues as cricket. You're not protecting anything. As Snater runs in, and that's just driven by Bethel up the field. He thought about a run, but Nick Brown at mid-on was very, very good to get there and prevent any chance of a run there.
A few cricketers have tried their luck in baseball down the years. Gone over and had a little go. Ian Pont did, for former Essex player, went out and and had a go. He's very into his baseball.
I think the hardest thing would probably be to learn how to catch with a mitt, because obviously you just don't ever. I know they use them when training, as Snater runs in and that's just defended straight into the pitch on the onside by Bethel for no run, because they use the mitts obviously when training, but you're still catching. You're not catching anything that's coming high with a mitt. It is a different skill, I think. Which is probably difficult to learn if you've been doing something for however long and trying to be taught something new.
Yeah, the other player I was desperately striving for was Ed Smith, the former Kent batter, played for England for a brief spell as well, and wrote a book as well about going out and trying baseball.
How did he fare in overseas?
Let's say mixed results, shall we? And leave it at that.
As the Snater is in again, and that's again pushed up towards mid-on by Bethel. Yeah, it's got to be different, because although they seem similar when you sort of look at them and consider them, and the cultures around them, and the fact that they have innings and they go on for a certain amount of time, the sort of minute details of the skill is actually very, very different.
And especially, obviously the American players and the Japanese players and the Cubans who play it predominantly, they've been brought up on it, whereas if you're a cricketer going out there, you're mid-20s, late 20s into your 30s, you're learning a whole new skill, and your body's got to learn as well.
Snater runs in, and that's driven by Bethel into the offside this time, but straight to cover, and I don't think he really got hold of that one either.
Be interesting to see a baseball player come over here and try cricket, wouldn't it? I don't think that's happened.
Well, the difference is their pitches have to be between knee and shoulder, I think. So as soon as you've got something at your feet, I don't know if they quite know what to do with it.
But yeah, it's like you see
the idea of defending something.
You see these rugby players go out and try American football, don't you, as well? And it's just the same shaped ball. It's just catching a ball and running with the ball. No, it's completely different. So they have mixed results as well.
Although the current one seems to be doing okay so far, as Snater is in, and that's flicked off the bat by Bethel down towards the leg side. And Pepper goes diving to his right but doesn't get near it, and he will pick up 4 more runs for us. So there's definitely an edge there, even if the wicket-keeper couldn't quite get there. The current one seems to be doing okay
just straying
so far.
slightly there.
Snater is in, and that's flicked off the bat by Bethel down towards the leg side.
And
Pepper goes diving to his right but doesn't get near it.
Between Bethel and Barnard as they get over that little landmark as well.
Yes, they've done well to sort of see them through that difficult period before lunch, but since then there hasn't been quite the same threat from the Essex bowling attack.
It's like pause in play because Michael Pepper hasn't got his cap on. Behind the stumps, he's ready now.
As Snater turns at the top of his mark and runs in, and Bethel looks to flick that one much as he did the last one, but doesn't get near it, and it's taken cleanly this time by Michael Pepper. At the end of that over, Warwickshire 102 for 5, Barnard on 26 and Bethel on 16. Both of them going at strike rates of under 50, so I think it's fair to say it's been quite slow progress for Warwickshire.
Yeah, it has been. He had second thoughts about that as well, did Bethel. He was thinking about flicking at it and then took the bat away, thinking, well, if I flick at that, it's well away from my body, and if I get something on it, that's a little bit of a cheap wicket as well. Conversation between Dean Elgar and the umpire and Michael Pepper as well, just before they make their way down to the striker's end to take up their positions. Various helmets.
I wonder if they want the ball changed. Because we did see them have a look at it. I wonder if they're sort of requesting that they keep having a look at it.
Michael Pepper dons the helmet as he stands up to Simon Harmer for this next over. And putting the cap behind the wicketkeeper. Do you think he could tuck that in his waistband? Because if the ball hits that, that's penalty runs. Harmer is in and bowls to Barnard. Turns that into the hands of Nick Brown at short leg on the bounce, and there's no run.
Yes, that does seem an odd decision. Yeah. Normally, you always see helmets, but they obviously can't. You can't do anything else with a helmet.
Or even a fielder just folds it up and puts it in their pocket or in their waistband for him, rather than having it behind the wicketkeeper. It only takes one to scuttle along the ground. This is a false start by Harmer. Scuttle along the ground or something and strike that cap, and there's penalty runs there. Here's Harmer. Right arm over into Barnard, rolls up the front pad. Some oohs and ahs from those around the bat, but no more than that.
Well, there
No
was
run.
appeals from those behind the wicket, but absolutely nothing from Harmer, which makes you sort of... It's not going to convince the umpire that if the bowler doesn't even think it's out.
This next one, there's Barnard breaking the wrists and playing defensively, and Dean Elgar just walks across and collects it 2 strips away from the one we're playing on. It's quite central today at Chelmsford. Either side of the wicket looks pretty even, the boundaries.
Quite big boundaries here, actually.
As here's Harmer again, and Barnard on the sweep. And Snater will field that one just behind square for the single. Did that very effectively before lunch, Barnard. Picked up a couple of boundaries, but Essex block off that route this time. 103 for 5. Brings the left-handed Bethel down onto strike.
I'm not sure Bethel has faced too many from Harmer, or if he has, I don't remember it.
Yeah, good, thanks. I've got some.
Well, he's facing now.
Sorry.
And he's striking down the ground, and they'll come through for a single. And no more than that, as the ball is cut off and fielded, and the score goes to 104 for 5.
Yes, they've still got this short leg, but they've moved the sort of shortish cover as Harmer is in again. That's just played back up to the bowler at the end of that over. Warwickshire 104 for 5. Harmer is rattling through these overs here and looking quite threatening, or at least not giving anything away, which obviously, as we know, can build pressure. And Ben Stokes has bowled his 3rd spell, or is about to come on for his 3rd spell, which is not what anyone probably would have expected, but I'm sure the gathering media at Blackpool will be delighted by that. Gives them lots to write about or talk about.
Yes, yeah, and an opportunity, to see the England captain up close and in the flesh playing county cricket if you don't get to the test matches on a regular basis. So, yeah, it's a good opportunity to see the England skipper. Sam Cook's going to come on from the Graham Gooch end.
Yes, and obviously there aren't that many games that happen up in the north anymore. We've always sort of seen that last year when there were those discussions about where the test should be held, and I believe there aren't any in the next sort of Ashes up beyond the Midlands, as Cook runs in, and that's just watched by Bethel through to the wicketkeeper for no run. Sam Cook returning from the Graham Gooch end to replace Snater. He's bowled nicely, Sam Cook. He's only just got the 1 wicket for it, but he has bowled nicely.
Yeah, 1 for 31 so far in his 10th over.
And he's obviously one of the ones we were mentioning earlier that England are going to be looking at to sort of bolster their seam attack with an eye on the next Ashes. He does have an extra yard of pace. It might not be as much as England are looking for, but he's definitely not slow, as Cook is in again, and that's just wide of the off stump and through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he comes up in conversation a lot of times when England are searching around for seamers or certain types of bowler, but that's always the not accusation, but it's always the one thing that's mentioned, that is he quick enough for Test cricket? Well, there's lots more skills that go into things than just outright pace. There are lots more things that go into the way that he bowls.
I do agree with you, but it's whether you're picking them for this summer or whether you're picking them for overseas tours, where obviously swing and those sort of disciplines don't come into it as much, as that one is hit on the pads, and Cook has his 2nd wicket. He strikes Bethel in front, and the umpire makes no hesitation putting his finger in the air, although Bethel did not seem overly convinced by that.
No, he did seem forward, didn't he? And it struck him on the front pad, but I mean,
disciplines
you're on
don't
the
come
fielding
into
side,
it as
you're on the
much
bowling
as
side,
that
so
one
obviously
is
he
hit on that pad
thinks it's
quite out on the replay.
Just looking at that, it struck the inside of the pad on the front foot, hasn't it? And it looks like it's going on to hit middle and leg. So Essex get the breakthrough. After lunch, it's taken them 45 minutes, but they've got there. They've wheedled out the 6th one, 104 for 6. And Bethel had done such a good job for his team there as well. I mentioned it took him a long time to get off the mark, but stuck around, picked up a couple of boundaries along the way as well. But now he is gone. Essex will be thinking, can we get this one wrapped up? And from Warwickshire's perspective, they need Barnard to play quite a hand here now to get them up to anything that might look challenging. But certainly Essex right on top here now, and they were just searching for that breakthrough, And Tom Wesley rotating his bowlers, giving his seamers just short stints, swapping ends with them as well, and eventually, by doing all that, they found the wicket that they required.
Yes, and they're firmly in control of this match now. I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah, they put on 40, those two, so that was the highest stand as well of this Warwickshire innings.
I think what will be most concerning for Warwickshire is that the wickets have fallen at such a regular rate. It's not like there was a flurry and then a partnership. There hasn't really been time for a significant partnership to build and start sort of trying to put dents into Essex and make them sort of toil in the field. They're almost rewarding them with these sort of regular wickets, which obviously keeps Essex, firmly engaged. They're not going to switch off, and also makes it really difficult for Warwickshire when it's constantly having to start again almost.
Brings Michael Burgess, the Warwickshire wicket-keeper, to the wicket as well. Drinks have been brought on for the fielding side, so the 12th man's going to take his time in getting off the field of play, but Essex now thinking, remove one of these two and see if we can wrap this up relatively quickly. It's a bit more cloud just beginning to move in as well. Not a lot of blue sky to be seen around directly above the ground. Just away to our right hand side we've still got a bit, but certainly just getting a little bit darker.
But somehow it still seems to be sunny.
And very warm. Which everyone's happy about because we're seeing plenty of cricket.
Yes, it's not the sort of ominous black clouds, it's just a sort of light grey as they're sort of shining the ball very intensely here. And Nick Brown just having some discussions, Tom Wesley and all the players just having a few discussions with Cook about what he's going to do now, and he has a few warm-ups with Wesley.
Yeah, there's a pause in play there. Michael Pepper was off the field and he's just coming back on now, replacing his wicket-keeping inners. So if he's popped off to change those, or maybe popped off for a call of nature. Nick Brown did that in the early part of this morning when I was off commentary and just stood in the stand below us. He just popped to the toilet, which is directly below us here.
As Cook will come in over the wicket to the right-hander, who pushes into the offside for no run. First ball, it's not what you want, is it, when you're ready to face your first ball? That additional few sort of moments of wait as you wait for Pepper to race back onto the field. So disciplines don't come into it as much as that one is hit on the pads, and Cook has his second wicket.
Wicket-keeper's not there, so we definitely can't carry on.
So Cook just making his way, ambling back to the top of his mark against the new batter. Burgess is quite low for a wicketkeeper. They normally come in higher than 8, but that's where he's batting today as Cook is in, and that's driven well by Burgess into the offside. The ball is slowing down, however, and it will be stopped by Snater just 5 yards before the boundary rope, and he will pick up just 2 runs there to get off the mark.
I actually managed to run a third on the throw
as well.
I
was going to say they did run
it was actually a really well judged third run there, because Snater had actually caught up with the ball but called them back. They would say 1 for the throw, and the throw was slightly off target as well. Pepper ended up catching it about mid-wicket, so it was a nicely struck shot by Burgess.
Well, I did mention earlier that it's quite a big ground here, and towards that side it is very big, and obviously it's a shame that we've not seen a quick outfield. I think, as you mentioned, the rain that fell in this part of the world yesterday has probably just slowed it up a touch, while the pitch still looks quite dry and good as Cook is in again, and that's just fended by Barnard into the offside, but fielded well at backward point by Snater, who has done a lot of running. And at the end of that over, Warwickshire 107 for 6.
Yeah, a wicket taking over for Essex, and 107 for 6, so I will leave you and Clive will come in alongside.
Yes, just a round of applause for the wicket taking during that over. And yes, as just a brief pause, I think it will be Simon Harmer to continue, which will be a new challenge for Burgess, who's only just come to the crease, face 2 balls and has 3 runs going off with that well-timed sort of drive into the offside through the point area. And there's just a brief pause as the batter gets settled, and Harmer tinkers with the field for the new batter, with Wesley dropping back to a sort of 10 yards off the boundary here at long on. As Clive is just making the required changes here.
So Harmer in, that's defended by Burgess. Blow that, Warwickshire losing that wicket. Just steadying the ship a bit, weren't they? 40 in 20 overs for that partnership, so it was hard work for them. Never a good time to lose a wicket. That felt like a bad time. That one almost an inside edge of Burgess, who is likely to score at a brisk rate. He usually does.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because we've seen Wesley just drop down to long on in front of us where he hasn't been all day until just now.
He's gone for the sweep shot there and he's got it past the fielder just back a square leg. That I think will go all the way. It's quite a slow outfield on that side of the long boundary. Ball's actually stopped short of the boundary on a couple of occasions, but that one goes over quite close to the artist there. I just had a chat with him down there painting the cricket ground. He painted apparently, I don't perhaps better not do a plot spoiler because he's coming on at 3 so he can tell you about it. But anyway, I had a good chat with him for our cricket programme on BBC CWR. In comes Harwood. That's another sweep. It was in the air. If it had gone straight at short leg, it might have been interesting. No time for the fielder there to react. It's just one run for Warwickshire. 112 for 6. What was that then?
I have no idea what that was, but that was a huge crash.
Sounds too good. Anyway, this next one, there's no one there either. That's a forward defensive onto the onside. There's no run.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see where Warwick should go from here, whether they decide to attack and try and put the runs on.
And that one is clipped to long on for a single.
Yes, because you don't want to sort of try and go to attacking and end up losing wickets. But again, with just 4 left, you think it might be time to try and push the scoreboard on a little bit after absorbing pressure for the spell before and after lunch, with not as much success as they would have liked. And at the end of that over, Warwickshire 113 for 6, Barnard on 28. I think he is by far the top scorer for Warwickshire, and Burgess on 8.
Yeah, 19, the other highest score. Sorry, they've just lost their 5th wicket, by the way, after some partnership for that 5th wicket. 163 for 5. Ollie Pope's gone for 63. Dan Lawrence still there in 84.
And Cook is in, and that's defended into the offside by Barnard for no run. Yes, Ollie Pope was dropped on 59 and out the next ball.
Yes.
Which I think Worcestershire will be pretty relieved by that one. They weren't made to suffer more for that.
There was a partnership of 148 for that 5th wicket after they were 15 for 4.
I mean, Surrey's lineup is severely dented, of course, when the international starts, although that's not for a while this year, as Cook is in, and that's just watched by Barnard through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
Yeah, they got pretty good backup though, so they can afford to lose a few.
Yes, well, they've got the biggest funds, and obviously the benefit of being in London, or the financial benefit of being in London. There's a lot of shining the ball going on. I think they're desperately trying to make something happen here. Essex, I think the early movement that we saw from Cook has slightly disappeared, as that one is driven through extra cover and looks like it will just trickle over the boundary. That is 4 more to Barnard, who moves on to 32.
Yeah, there was a bit of a shout from the Essex field because that was in the air for a bit, but I think that was a well-timed shot from Barnard. Ball raced away for 4. He's looked good.
Driven through extra cover and looks like it will just trickle over.
Continuing his decent form in the last couple of matches. I mentioned it. I haven't mentioned it today, but I don't know why it tickles me so much. We'll come back to that in a minute.
Cook in over the wicket to the right-hander, who pushes at that one, but with soft hands, and the ball goes along the ground to Gully.
Warwickshire made 698 for 3 against Durham at Edgbaston, and Barnard was out for 1. So I think it's quite funny, really, to be out for 1 when your team makes 698 for 3. He probably didn't find it funny, but I was hoping that Warwickshire might win off the last ball or something, and then he could claim that one run was the crucial run.
Yes, you don't like to be the one missing out when everyone else capitalises. As Cook turns at the top of his mark and runs in, and that's pushed straight into the ground defensively by Barnard, up to mid-off for no run.
I mean, there's missing out and there's missing out. 698 for 3
True.
in make 1. Don't know what the percentage is there, but it's a lot less than 1, that's for sure.
Well, you do see it quite often. Sometimes you get like sort of, there's one opener who's made 100, and then the number 3 makes 100, and the number 2 is out in single figures or equivalents. As the sun's just come out again here, turning into quite a warmy afternoon at Chelmsford, and that's defended into the offside and fielded by Snater at backward point.
I don't know if our artist is going to bring his painting with him. He can't really afford to leave it there just in case it starts raining. And he comes over at 3. We're probably up, but there's quite a greyish cloud up there. He was getting slightly fed up with the clouds constantly changing.
Well, I have that when I operate a camera, because you can get very there was one football club's training ground which was under a flight path and in a temporary tent. And when the sun came out, obviously your film got really overexposed. And then when the cloud came back and it got really, really dark, and you were sort of constantly having to adjust, and the end product, of course, looked awful.
Yeah, that's a hazard in this country of the changing climate. But Harmer has to continue to bowl. Where are we now in terms of overs? It's been quite slow, actually. We're in the 42nd over. Oh, that was played a little uppishly, but just prodded onto the leg side by Burgess. He gets a single. He kept it well clear of the short leg and the shortish mid-wicket. It's a slip in place as well.
And to those of you interested in news from elsewhere, Ben Stokes has claimed a wicket.
Well, he might make the England team after all then.
Don't think there's any danger of that.
This next one is a quicker ball, which he plays back to Burgess along the ground to mid-wicket for no run. Warwickshire 118 for 6.
His question is going to be who's going to be around him, I think.
In comes Harmer. Gives that one a bit more air, and it's pushed to long on for a comfortable single for Burgess. Started okay, Michael Burgess, but one or two Warwickshire batters have looked okay for a while, but not quite gone on.
No, there's been a few of those who sort of don't quite settle into something substantial.
Harmer opting for the quicker ball, is varying his pace here, and Barnard tries to squeeze it down to third but doesn't get it fine enough, and it's cut off at backward point by Cook, and he does not have an opportunity to take a run.
Cook, the only Essex fielder in the floppy hat.
That's swept by Barnard. He's enjoyed that shot today, and that's prospered again. That's gone to back of square leg. There is a fielder sort of about 3/4 of the way back, hoping no doubt for the miscued top-edged sweep, but that flashes past him along the ground and through for 4.
Yes, that was a beautifully timed sweep shot from Barnard, and we've seen him from Burgess, and we've seen him do that. Well, we've seen a couple of them do that to bring success from off Simon Harmer.
Well, that was his 5th 4. Oh, that one's in the air. It was his 5th 4, and I reckon probably 4 of those have come from sweep shots. That one was a bit of a false shot. Goes down to back of square leg for a single. He hit that one really good shot previous over through the covers, so it would be 3 or 4 of his 5 boundaries have come from sweeps. He's on to 34. It's 124 for 6.
Yes, he's played well, and it's turning into quite an important innings for Warwickshire, his contribution of 33, while Burgess has been more attacking with his 14 from just 10, which feels like he's had slightly more of the strike than that, but he hasn't. As Cook will bowl again from the grey and gooch end, as Wesley tries his best to bring any sort of life into the ball. He's shining it very intensely there. As Cook will run in over the wicket. And that's interesting move from Burgess, who takes a couple of steps down the wicket to Sam Cook before pushing it into the covers and scarpering through for a quick single.
Yeah, it looked a slightly risky single as the shine of the stumps came, but Ed Barnard applauds the call from his partner, so he obviously felt he was going to get there okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting move you don't often see batters that late take a couple of steps down the wicket to a seamer.
That will leave Michael Pepper wondering whether he needs to come up, possibly, to prevent Burgess from doing that.
Possibly, although then obviously that brings other things into play with if there's anything slightly wayward, your chance of stopping it is lessened as Cook runs in, and that one's slightly shorter and punched by Barnard through the offside. It's just slowing up a tad and it will be stopped just before it reaches the boundary by Jordan Cox. I'm not sure the slide was particularly necessary, but he puts one in anyway and throws it back, and that will keep the runs down to 3.
Yeah, nice shot there again from Barnard. It's progressing well, but he can do another big one here. Got a century, of course, in the last match, as mentioned, against Surrey. In the end, that was in vain because they lost, but it got them to a decent first innings score. They were still very much in the game at that point.
Cook just taking time. He looked like he wanted to start his run, but the batter wasn't quite ready at the other end, and he will turn at the top of his mark now and runs in over the wicket, and that's pushed, well, sort of punched or defended by Burgess, but with the pace of the ball, it went quite quickly up towards mid-on where it was fielded for no run.
Good crowd here, as we mentioned, here at Chelmsford. Brig Ford, the Warwickshire media mogul, is here. He's got himself a free lunch. He's actually down south to visit Varun Chopra. They're doing some interviews with the T20 winning squad.
As Cook runs in again, and that's pushed by Burgess into the offside, but straight to Jordan Cox, who's now in a more conventional cover.
So that's why he's down here. But he's taking advantage with burger and chips. He'll pretend to do some work now just to make sure he justifies it. No. Anyway. He's tucking into it well, though. A big bite out of his burger there.
Oh, well, that's my plan for tomorrow. Get lots of food in before my race, as Cook runs in again, and that's defended straight up towards to the bowler by Burgess.
Yeah, too many options. It's always the way, isn't it? When you're in an area and then you make a choice, and immediately you've made the choice, you think, no, that was the wrong choice. So I might join you with the burger idea tomorrow. See, Sussex are in a lot of bother against Yorkshire. I was quite smug in the early games because I tipped them for the second division title, but they've struggled a bit in the last couple. They're 138 for 8 at Hove.
They obviously lost 2 key batters over the winter as Cook runs in, and that's played really nicely by Burgess, who times that well off the back foot through the covers. He won't pick up a boundary because of the slow outfield, but he will add a very useful 3 runs.
It's a little bit of a factor when you look at the Warwickshire score. There's quite a lot of what would be 4s on other grounds are 2s and 3s here, so you might be able to add a sort of dozen to Warwickshire's score to give them an idea of where they might be in normal circumstances.
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because there's a couple, even in the last sort of few minutes since we've been on together, that have gone down to that side towards our right, that you think, oh, well, that's a surefire boundary, and they've just slowed so much that the chasing fielder's been able to get there and cut off the boundary without trying too hard. The ball's actually stopped on a couple of occasions before reaching the boundary, so there's a little bit of a factor, but I shall still be concerned at being 131 for 6 rather. Simon Harmer to continue to bowl to Burgess, who's on 18, short leg and a slip, and he's just pulling that one onto the leg, so I'm not sure in complete control of that shot, but he gets it to back of square leg for a single. Timing slightly out there, he's just rehearsing it again, but no damage done. He gets a single to 132 for 6. Yes, Barnard just taking time to get himself set at the crease.
Again, they got two fielders sort of 3/4 of the way back for the sweep shot. Which he doesn't go for, he just plays that along the ground to mid-wicket. For no run. Dean Elgar doing the fielding. Next one from Harmer is swept by Barnard. He's just clipped that fine down to fine leg. It will be cut off down there. In fact, it's a good piece of fielding because they restrict them to 1 run.
Yes, Jamie Porter did really well to get around quickly and cut that off. It looked like it was going to be an easy 2, and it was well worked by the seam bowler to cut it off and do his bit in the field.
Yeah, it's fielded well to go with his 1 wicket, Jamie Porter. Harmer to Burgess, plays back that, and that's, well, it was a difficult chance, but it did go to short leg about midriff height, and he got a hand to it, and then the ball bounced away, and he desperately scrambled to see if he could get to it, but couldn't. It was an instinctive effort to start with there from Brown. This next one flashes past him and goes to square leg for a single. It does go down as a sharp chance. And Porter, both these batters have survived a chance during the course of their innings.
Yes, that was a chance. It was sort of almost at his hip, which is slightly awkward height, and but yeah, he did manage to get a hand to it, and he was dropped.
And that's, well, it's Harmer. Forward defensive by Barnard into the over, half a chance in it, but Warwickshire still there, 134 for 6, which represents some sort of recovery from when they were
I think it's
64 for 5 at one stage, 64 for 5 to 133 for 6.
I think that's a decent recovery from the point that they found themselves in. It's obviously they lost 2 wickets without adding to the score when it was 40. That sort of dented those stats a little bit when Sam Hain just left one that crashed into his stumps, which was a slightly misguided shot. But I'll tell you what, I am surprised that Cook is continuing here, because he's done quite a lengthy spell, and it's quite warm out there as well.
Yeah.
As Cook will run in over the wicket to the right-hander, who defends that up towards mid-off for no run.
Porter.
You mentioned Sussex being in trouble. Yorkshire have taken 3 quick wickets, and they're 139 for 8.
That's, well, it was a difficult chance, but it did go to short leg.
As the ball makes its way back to Cook, who's just waiting there at the top of his mark while Wesley tries to shine some side of the ball and inject some bit of life into it. There was a point earlier where the umpires had a look at it and had a check whether it would fit through their gauge, as Cook is in again, and that's skewed off the bat into the leg side, and he will pick up a couple of runs there. There's no fielder in on the ring on the leg side, but that was slightly too straight from Cook, and Burgess was just able to get his bat on it and turn it into the leg side.
A little bit of inside of the bat onto it, gets it away for 2, so Burgess has started positively.
Well, you mentioned he would look to attack, and he's on 22 of 20, so he hasn't been sort of hanging around.
Yes, his natural game.
I think there is always a benefit to players playing their natural game, as Cook is in again, and that one's banged in slightly short, but dies off the pitch. That was a bizarre, almost attempted bouncer, and it's evaded the wicketkeeper and the fielder, and will be leg buys.
Must have hit something then, don't know what.
Again, and that one's banged in slightly short, but dies off the pitch. That was bizarre.
For a minute, the helmets behind the wicketkeeper might come into play.
And then that one's banged in slightly short. But I'm looking at the replays, and that completely did everyone. It was bizarre. Pepper moved well to his left and ended up diving to his right to try and make the stop. As Barnard will just reset himself after that. And Cook is in again, and that one is defended more comfortably into the ground and fielded by the fielder at gully, who's Matt Critchley. After a slightly bizarre sort of attempted short ball, it's back to more normal proceedings. But they have brought a fielder in the ring on the leg side as mid-wicket, who had been patrolling that boundary, has come in. And there's 2 in the slips and 1 gully. Point, cover and mid-off on the offside as Cook runs in, and that has hit something. We're not quite sure what. Wait for the umpire signal on the way through to the pantry. It's been given a 4. I think that glanced off the inside edge. The wicket-keeper Michael Pepper's got his head in his hands.
Yeah, raced off the bat. No chance of Pepper reaching it, but it was an inside edge. So Cook still causing 1 or 2 problems. Barnard, although he's well set.
As Cook runs in, and that has hit something. We're not quite sure what. Wait for the umpire signal on the way through. Yes, and Essex have been bowling for a while without a chance. Maybe that was just the sort of half chance that they were looking for as Cook bowls, and that's just watched by Barnard through to the wicket-keeper Michael Pepper to end that over. And at the end of that over, Warwickshire 141 for 6, Barnard on 41 and Burgess on 22.
So just the 1 wicket to fall since lunch after a stand of 40. They were together for 20 overs, but only managed to score at 2 and over in that time for Jacob Bethel. Fell for 17. He was LBW to Cook, first LBW of the game. Cook's 2nd wicket, so he's back ahead of Porter, and they haven't checked anywhere else, but they started the day as the 2 First Division's top wicket takers on 25. Cook's now on 27, Porter's on 26. Ed Barnard's having a little bit of a towel down. Taking a little bit of a break.
Well, I was out there during the lunch break, and when there's no breeze, it is quite hot. It feels a lot hotter than the air temperature as well.
Harmer to bowl. Wesley just in front of us is sneaking backwards to long on. Burgess decides to go over the top. He hits that into the ground past short leg. There's no run. There's a slip and a short leg for him. There's only attacking fielders. These batters have batted positive to Harmer, which has forced the bowler not to go too much on the attack. He bowls now and plays back to that. Burgess maybe a fraction late, but he gets his back to it okay. There's no run.
Yes, it's interesting that where Wesley has positioned himself, because Burgess hasn't tried to hit over the top once so far today.
He's gone for the sweep shot there. He's gone straight to a fielder, so he'll just get a single. Jamie Porter 3/4 of the way back on that long boundary at square leg. 1 more run onto the total. 141 for 6. Oh, I think it was one of those ones with the television wanted us to press the remote controller where it was going to switch itself off.
Oh, I have to admit, I don't actually know where the remote control is.
That for a bit. I'm sure Glenn will sort that in a minute. That's played a mid-wicket. There's no run.
Well, it's difficult because the scoreboard that you can see is the one that's slightly behind, and obviously the television is slightly behind, and you have to lean quite far out to see the one that is more up to date.
Harmer bowls, that's defended. As long as they keep doing that, dot balls were all right. 142 for 6, 41 to Barnard, 29 already to 23, sorry, to Michael Burgess. Still pretty brisk from him. Harmer bowls to him, and he plays that to long on for a, they call an agreed single. 143 for 6, he's on to 24. A couple of singles off that over from Harmer.
And a couple of drinks being raced onto the field as well. Just as we head for a brief pause and play, and it won't be long before you're being joined by the, or is it Glenn who's going to come back and do the interview with the painter?
Yes, I've got to go and do a report anyway in about 5 minutes. Elsewhere then, while we're Waiting, there's a slight delay here. Lancashire 172 for 2 against Dunlop Blackpool. Ben Stokes for that 1 wicket. Notts have been battling a bit. They're 103 for 6 now against Hampshire at Trent Bridge. Somerset 209 for 4 against Kent at Taunton. Surrey 185 for 6 now against Worcestershire. So another wicket there for Worcestershire. Still plugging away at the Championship leaders. Northants 154 for 4 against Derbyshire at Derby in the 2nd Division. Glamorgan in trouble, 109 for 7 against Middlesex at Cardiff. Gloucestershire, the batting team of the day, 194 without loss against Leicestershire at Leicester. And Sussex 149 for 9 now against Yorkshire at Hove.
And we're going to see a change of bowling from the Graham Gooch end. Cook had been plugging away and causing some problems, but they've decided to make the change, and it will be Matt Critchley on to bowl with his leg spin. Bowling in sunglasses, Critchley runs in, and it's a full toss to start that is punched away by Barnard into the offside. It will slow up and not bring a boundary, but that was definitely a loosener to start his spell.
Yes, that was a bit of a gift, and he's perhaps a little fortunate they only got 2 off it.
I was going to say, I thought that was, when I saw it sort of how high it had been floated up, I thought this has got to be a boundary, surely. As Critchley is in again, and that one does hit the deck, and is it pushed by Barnard up towards long off. And yes, that was after an opener. He sort of looked to find his length a little bit more comfortably, did Critchley, who is set to bowl his 3rd over of the match, 3rd ball of the match, and that's just played straight back up to the bowl up by Burgess for no run. Be interesting. It'll feel like it's going a lot quicker with spin at both ends, but it remains to be seen whether that will bring the required breakthrough. As Critchley is in, and that's played really nicely by Burgess, but he's just played that straight to the fielder at extra cover, and that well-timed drive into the offside won't bring a run.
Yeah, they probably do need to speed up the bowling a bit. I'm not sure where we are in terms of overs.
As that one is played a little bit shorter, and again driven by Burgess straight to the fielder at extra cover.
They only managed 28 overs in the morning session, and obviously there were 5 wickets, so there was mitigating circumstances. We do need to just push it along a little bit, Essex.
Well, the last thing you want is to be behind the rate as Critchley bowls, and that's again pushed up the field by Burgess to long off, and he'll pick up a single for that one, because they're really punishing the slow over rates in the county championship. And at the end of that over, Warwickshire 147 for 6.
Well, I'm going to have to leave you for a mo. I can see Glenn and an artist with him, so I will make way.
I will just start running through this Simon Harmer over before Glenn comes and takes his seat next to me. Simon Harmer just getting ready to bowl again. He's bowled all his overs so far today from the Sir Alistair Cook end. But there's just a little bit of a pause while he walks over to have a conversation with, I believe that's Dean Elgar, as they just decide, have a little bit of a thought about potentially what to do with the field, or whether they want the ball looking at. I'm not quite sure, but either way that explains the brief pause that we've got in play, as I'm joined by Glenn. There's a discussion going on between Wesley, Harmer and Elgar, but the ball is thrown back to Harmer, and we haven't requested for the ball to be changed or anything. So Harmer now has ball in hand at the top of his mark and will bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end over the wicket, and that's pushed straight into the ground by Burgess back to the bowler for no run. Good afternoon, Glenn.
I've been outside sampling the weather. It's cooler out there than it is in here, because we've got the sun directly beaming straight in now here.
Harmer in again, that's slightly fuller, just bounces before the batter, and that's driven well by Burgess towards extra cover. It will be stopped just on the boundary, as we've seen happen so often today, by Cushy, who keeps that run down to just 2.
End of this over. We'll relieve you, Sonia. Andy Brown's going to come in and have a chat with us. The 150's up for Warwickshire now. He's an artist who's painting the ground today. Not artexing the ceilings, but painting a picture of the ground today.
Good good day to choose for it, as Harmer is in again, and that's played off the back foot by Barnard, who will get through to a single after the fielder, Dean Elgar at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, slightly missed it, and it went up to mid-on where it was stopped. But there were good calling there from Warwickshire to sneak through for another run.
Yeah, these two have done very well, and they've been scoring at a sprightly rate as well. Just broken the shackles a little bit.
I think that's been inspired by Burgess, who hasn't his run rate hasn't dipped much below 100. Strike rate has, sorry, as Harmer bowls, and that's just tucked into the leg side by Burgess, who will pick up an easy single. It wasn't too far away from short leg, who of course dropped Burgess when he was on 20, and it remains to be seen just how costly that will be for Essex.
Yes, because he scored very nicely, and looks like he could be the ideal partner for Barnard as well, and then look, Barnard won't just be left to score runs himself. Burgess is going to chip in as well.
As Harmer bowls, and that's turned away by Barnard behind, just sort of tucked around the corner, but he won't pick up a run for it because Jamie Porter, who's done a really good job in the field, was quite alert to that one, that sort of shortish fine leg. As Harmer bowls again, and that's pushed by Barnard, but straight to Dean Elgar at mid-wicket. And at the end of that over, as I'm going to leave you, Warwickshire 152 for 6, Barnard edging towards a half century on 46, and Burgess on 28.
Thanks, Sonia. She'll rejoin us a little bit later on. We are, 39 minutes from the scheduled tea at 3:40, but obviously that can change because it'll be 32 overs to go in the day as well. So Sonia will slide out and we'll bring Andy in to have a little chat. He's got his artist apron on, he's got his hat on to protect him from the sun as well. So you pop those on, Andy. Critchley's going to continue from the Graham Gooch end, and so the overs are going to tick by quite quickly, but it does give us a chance to talk to Andy, who's just slipped into the seat alongside me. Just watch this first ball here from Critchley. Just adjusting the field, as I say that. It looked like he was ready, and now he is. He's in, and he's bowling to Burgess, who's played really nicely. Full toss, which is driven away by Burgess, but there is a cover man out on the boundary. They come through for just a single, 153 for 6. Afternoon, Andy. Welcome to Chelmsford.
Thank you very much. It's not my first time here. I've been here. I grew up in Springfield.
Right.
So my first cricket match ever was 1992. The West Indies were here. It's good to be back.
Here's Critchley in again. Pushed straight down the ground. They come through for another single, 153 for 6. So have you ever painted Chelmsford before then?
I haven't painted Chelmsford before. I haven't actually lived in Chelmsford or been back to Chelmsford in many years, so it's nice to be back and see the ground.
So I'm looking at your 50 partnership, by the way. 153 for 6 is the Warwickshire score, as Critchley is ready once again, in and bowls, and that's driven up just wide of long off, but only at the expense of a single, 154 for 6. So you go round the world painting sports stadiums.
Correct.
And eventually you've made your way home.
Absolutely, yeah. It's incredible, isn't it, how these things work out. I've been all around the world painting all sorts of sports, mostly baseball.
There's Critchley, that's defensively out to the offside. There's no run there. Bernard sent back by Burgess. Mostly baseball. It says you've done all the baseball parks.
All MLB baseball parks in the US. Over 18 different countries painting baseball. I was just starting doing some cricket in the last few years. I was over in India painting the England Test Series just this last winter, a bit of the IPL, and then now the county grounds.
Here is Critchley once again. That's driven away. It's a half stop at extra cover, but they'll still come through for the single, 156 for 6. So do you work off a list or do you work off a country? How do you do this? Because Chelmsford on a nice warm day in May has come round on your list, or was it just like, I think I'll go and do Chelmsford next week?
It's just how the schedule's worked out. I send out emails and get in contact with teams, or they might get in touch with me and we work out a date suitable to both them and I.
This one's cut away, but there'll be no run there whatsoever. End of the over, 156 for 6. So does this go all the way back to your youth then? I want your love of sport, or how did doing sports stadiums specifically come about?
I've always been into art. I've always been a huge obsessive with art and painting, and I had a very good teacher at Boswell School here in Springfield, and then I studied art for many years, taught art for 15 years, and 10 of those years were in South Korea. And then while I was over teaching art in South Korea, I started painting baseball there. And to me, it always a sports stadium tells you a lot about culture, the music, the fashion, the food, everything to do with the culture is in a sports stadium. So I started painting baseball in Korea, and then that led me to Japan and China and all around the world now.
So baseball is obviously clearly, and looking at your card here, which has got you in Andy Brown in a Browns uniform,
yes.
Obviously baseball is one of your first loves.
Well, I mean, it was the gateway, I guess, into what I do now. I mean, I was always painting and drawing, but I like painting live or working live. I like being out and meeting people. I like music. I like atmospheres, and that's all in a sports stadium. So marrying both of those two things together, it worked out perfectly.
Simon Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end tosses that one up to Barnard, just works it into the onside for, well, a single, there's not two there, 157 for 6. And so the life of a stadium, I guess if you're here for a day or a couple of days, I don't know how long it takes you, we'll ask you that in a minute, but a day, you sort of see the life cycle of a stadium and the hubbub and when it's quiet and how it sort of grows during the day as Harmer comes in once again. And that's worked into the onside. There'll be no run there whatsoever. So it must be interesting just to take a snapshot of it through the day, how it develops.
That's exactly it. It's like a time lapse. You meet people through the day. I met some gentlemen who were doing a cancer charity walk earlier, so I've put them into the paintings. So the people I chat to will make their way into the paintings.
The events is swept away, and they'll pick up a single, 158 for 6. Yep.
The events, obviously, on the field can make their way into the painting. When in India, I just caught Jimmy Anderson's 700th wicket in Dharamshala. So any significant moments on the field, they'll go into the painting. Off the field, they go into the painting. The weather, the clouds, it all gets featured there in the day that I spend painting the picture.
Just a change in the field here. They're going to move Jordan Cox straight. Stood right on the edge of the cut strip they're playing on, right in batter Barnard's eye line. Harmer comes in now, and there's Cox doing the fielding for no run. So it's a day. It's a day's work, is it? Is that how you look at it?
It's a day's work, but it depends on the length of the sport or the game. Whatever the sport is, I'll adapt to whatever is going on.
Harmer's in once again, slightly uppishly into the onside, fielded by Elgar, and there is no run. So does your sort of work almost fit in? The pace you work at, does that fit in sort of with the pattern of the game as well?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Like if you've got lunch and tea and all those sorts of things, you need to make sure you take a lunch and a good tea.
This next one's driven up to Elgar again, and there'll be no run there because a baseball game. That's the end of the over, 158 for 6. A baseball game, I mean, that can go on for a fair old while.
3-4 hours baseball. But I was painting the Formula 1 in Mexico. I've painted the NFL games in London and NFL in Mexico as well. And those sorts of sports, or horse racing even, everything's flying past you very quickly. So you have to work at a different pace for different parts of the painting or different sports.
Because this was the joke when we knew you were coming up. Someone said to me, "Does he ask the players to stand still just while he's painting it?" But you're not painting the game as such, are you? You can sort of, I guess, like you said, you've incorporated the people who are doing the prostate cancer walks. They have their blue caps there on. You can sort of incorporate bits throughout the day.
Exactly,
it's a snapshot of the day. It's not the moment of the game, is it?
Not exactly. But say, for example, a big moment like Jimmy's 700th wicket. Before knowing that was coming up, I make a note of where all the players are on the field, and I have a little, if they're wearing a cap or a hat with a brim on it. So I'll try and make sure that those sorts of paintings, if it's more tailored to something like that, then I'll try and make sure that's accurate to the day and to the positions and ideally to that moment.
Matt Critchley to continue from the Graham Gooch Show, talking to Andy Brown, artist, who's here doing a picture of the Chelmsford County ground today in all its glory, with the sun burning down brightly, which is the best part of the day, I would imagine. Here's Critchley in and bowling, and an outside edge down towards third. I don't think it'll quite reach it. Fielder should be able to haul that one in, although it's running down the slope. Elgar is giving chase, and they come back for 3 well-judged runs. 161 for 6 is the score. So here you are in Chelmsford today, and I think if we're honest with ourselves, we'll be honest with ourselves in a second. Let's just watch this ball from Critchley before we're bluntly honest. Comes in and bowls. and driven up to long off, and they'll pick up another single, 159 for 6. It's in a city centre. It's not tree lined. There aren't great big high-rise buildings everywhere. That's 50 for Ed Barnard as well for Warwickshire. He's played a really good hand today. It's not the most picturesque, but it's home, and you paint it in all its glory.
Absolutely, it's beautiful, and it's so nice to be here. So nice to be back.
More on that in a second, as Barnard just settles down at the non-striker's end. In comes Burgess. Oh, he's driven that one. It's uppish, but they'll pick up another single, 162 for 6. But you mentioned you're in Dharamshala.
Correct.
With all the mountains.
Amazing, the Himalayas.
The Himalayas.
You can't beat that for a backdrop.
And that absolutely picturesque. So do you have some sort of favourite locations as you go round?
I mean, Dharamshala is very, very hard to beat. I reckon I've painted over 150 sports stadiums or arenas around the world, and Dharamshala is easily in the top 5.
This next one's driven, and there'll be no run there.
You can't beat, but you can't beat everywhere's got its own beauty, everywhere's got its own essence, and you know, the people you meet and the game itself, it really makes every day that I come out and do this work, it's beautiful, it's a joy to do.
This next one from Crishley worked out into the offside. There'll be no run there either. There's a tumbling stop by Dean Elgar. And so, Chelmsford today, you'll have the work done today?
Correct, yeah.
And what happens to that piece of work?
Well, it'll go on my website, andybrownstadiums.com, and it'll be for sale, and then I'll be doing prints of it, but I donate two prints to the ground so they can keep one for themselves, but also so maybe they can get the players to sign it and auction it off to raise some money for charity, something like that. So I'm doing that with all the teams that I work with at the moment, and you know, it's nice to do those sorts of things as well with the work.
Last ball of the over is driven up for no run. It's the end of the over. 163 for 6 is the score. So what's next?
I'm at the Oval on Sunday, and then I've got a few more county games coming up, and then I'm over in the West Indies to paint the Cricket World Cup in June. So
Fantastic.
I've got 2 weeks at the end of with the Super 8 semi-final and the final. So that's going to be fantastic. I can't wait.
So you get to travel the world as well, and I would imagine you're not just at the stadium, you're sampling the culture, sampling the lifestyle of the places as well.
Sampling everything, yes.
Yeah.
It's very good.
And you mentioned that you're out teaching in South Korea, where baseball is huge as well. How do you find it sort of adjusting to cultures? Because somewhere like Japan, South Korea, very, very different.
No, I love it. Like in India or anywhere, you've got to go with the flow. You've got to be able to deal with the fact that it's not necessarily always the way that you expect it to be or you're used to it being. But that's the beauty of travel. That's the beauty of life, is meeting different people from different cultures and believing in different things, and you know, enjoying the game in front of you, cricket or American football, whatever it might be. It's absolutely wonderful. It's great education.
First ball of a new over from Simon Harmer. He's worked behind square on the onside, and they come through for a single. 164 for 6 is the Warwickshire score. Won the toss this morning, elected to bat. They were 5 down at lunch, so they've done a good job since the interval. This next one from Harmer. Oh, driven and missed. It's gone between absolutely everything. A juggling catch by Pepper, who thinks the bat has got something on it. So does Simon Harmer. Ed Barnard stands his ground. Good job. We're back. And as you were, 164.
Oh, driven and missed.
It's gone between absolutely everything. Barnard for quite a while now. So that's just offered to turn between
driven
bat
and missed. It's gone.
Lucky he wasn't bowled, let alone anything else. As Harmer in once again. Reverse sweep this time by Barnard, spotted by Pepper, who skips away to his right-hand side and blocks it defensive style like a footballer with his legs and makes a really good stop. Harmer wearing those trademark shades. Turns and is in once again. They've taken out the slip, but still with the short leg, and it's Brown, the short leg, who sprawls away to his right but can't stop the ball. But there's no run once again as Essex get through these overs really quickly. Way through this afternoon session in the sunshine here at Chelmsford. Good crowd inside as well. As this next one from Harmer has Barnard right back on his stumps and playing defensively for no run once again. So the scene that you've set today, is there anything specific going on the field, or is it just the fielders dotted around?
I've got the fielders dotted around, and at the moment I'm looking for any big moment.
Right.
So it's kind of who's going to be at the crease. I'm assuming with Barnard here on his half ton, then he's probably going to feature. But yeah, I'm really just trying to keep up with what's going on, and seeing what the big storyline is on the field, but also off the field and all round.
End of the over, 164 for 6 is the score. So you've had Jimmy Anderson's 700th. What else have you sort of incorporated into your art down the years?
Oh my goodness. Well, finals, baseball finals, the Formula One in Mexico. Huge sporting moments have been captured on canvas. But you know, they're all special to everybody that's there on the day, or the achievements of the person on the field. So all sorts of occasions and events. So it's been a lot of fun. Very interesting.
The batters have just stopped for a drink, so there's a slight pause in play. I guess that's it as well, isn't it? That you can go around the world, you can go to all the big events, you can go to World Cup finals, you can go to this, you can go to that. But actually, a Friday afternoon in Chelmsford with a bit of county cricket has its own.
It really does.
Its own essence.
Absolutely,
doesn't it?
absolutely. I can't wait to absolutely go out and see a bit more of Chelmsford later on this evening, and I'm here for the weekend, so it's nice to be back and see it again, and you know, feels like home. You know, it's really good to be back.
Matt Critchley is going to continue from the Graham Gooch, and we'll let you go in a moment so you can get back to your work. Well, someone may have finished it for you while you've been here.
That's the idea. I left a little note, and we'll see.
So we're just taking this Critchley over and just round off our chat with Andy Brown, who's here, an artist painting the Chelmsford County ground today. Critchley is in and bowls, and Burgess off the back foot forces away to the offside for a single. 165 4-6. So you can go off to the Oval on Sunday, and huge, great big stadium there, and you can go to all these massive ballparks in the United States and Korea and everything, as well as Critchley comes in. Bowles gives that plenty of air, driven away by Barnard, but he won't pick up a single there. But is it great sometimes that you can maybe come somewhere like this, or maybe Derbyshire or Leicestershire, and just have things like this?
100%. That's what it's all about to me. It's not about the level of the sport. It's just about the enjoyment of it and the communal gathering, everybody getting together to come out on a beautiful day and experience this. It doesn't matter on the size. It matters on the fun that you can enjoy through making most of it, I guess.
Here's Critchley again, in and bowls, and just played defensively this time for no run. I guess you could go to Yankee Stadium and someone could ask to see all your work, and you could show them Chelmsford. I did that the other day, and it's like, well, what is that and where is that?
I imagine it'll be a top seller in years to come.
Here's Critchley once again. In and bowls, got a slip in, pushed away on the offside, and they'll pick up a single there. 166 4-6. So go on then. You've already mentioned your website. You can do the hard sell now if people fancy seeing some of your work or maybe purchasing along the way.
Absolutely. AndyBrownStadiums.com, and I'm also on Twitter and Instagram at Andy Brown is an artist, or Andy B is an artist on Twitter. You can find me online.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. We'll let you get back to your work. I know Clive, from our colleague from BBC WM, you're going to feature on his cricket show this evening. You've had a chat with him.
Wonderful.
Great to see you, and we'll look forward. You're going to put a little picture up on social media later when you finish, so we'll have a little look.
Absolutely. I'm keeping people updated as I go.
Excellent. Great to see you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for coming in.
Cheers. All the best.
Andy Brown, artist here, painting a picture of the county ground, and a local as well. Grew up in Springfield. But around the world, I'm off to Major League Baseball in the summer, so I might look up what he's done with Yankee Stadium in a little while as well. But he's off to finish off what he's doing today. I know Clive's been across to have a chat with him as well. That was the end of the over, 168 for 6. So if you fancy seeing some of Andy's work, he's on Twitter. Andy B is an artist on Twitter or X, and his website andybrownstadiums.com. As I say, he's done all 30 Major League Baseball parks, about 150 stadiums all across the world, and he paints them live, so he incorporates big moments during games into it as well, including Jimmy Anderson's 700th, and now in Dharamsala, where you've got the Himalayas in the background as Simon Harmer comes on to bowl, and it's swept away by Barnard, not for the first time today. Sweeps that away to mid-wicket and picks up a single. 169 for 6 as Clive comes back in alongside. I know you've had a chat with them. It's not a bad way to earn a living, going around the world in sports stadiums, is it?
A bit of a jackpot getting the 700th. Jimmy Anderson. Did he explain what happened to it? It got bought by the ECB and presented to Jimmy Anderson.
Here's Harmer around the wicket, works into the onside for no run. Yes, it just says on his card all the people that have bought some of his work, and including Jimmy Anderson, who's collected some. Not just that picture either. Apparently he's got a couple of others as well. As Harmer comes around the wicket, in and bowls, and swept away again by Barnard, in the air and put down. Backpedaling there, Jamie Porter couldn't quite stretch high enough. It's gone through his grasp, and an escape.
Yeah, well, Jamie Porter's actually fielded very well today, but he didn't quite get to that, did he? He didn't quite judge it. It was a difficult chance. It was over his head by the time I got there, but I'm not sure Has he quite judged the flight of that ball?
Harmer in, so a chance goes down, and that's just worked into the onside to Elgar, and there'll be no run there either. So a chance goes down for Essex. Second chance of the day that's gone down.
Well, I think it's 3 actually, because there was the one at short leg as well.
Are you counting that sharp chance at short leg?
Well, he did, but he did have it, didn't he? And then it was a difficult all at that position.
Reverse sweep this time, goes away for 4 runs. Very well executed that by Michael Burgess as well. Sam Cook just puts his hands on his knees as it goes wide of him, and all he can do is turn and jog and go and collect it from the boundary line. 175 for 6, and these two are batting very, very well together.
Yeah, it would have been an instinctive catch, to be fair, that one, but I just thought he nearly had it. That's why I sort of counted that one. But
I wouldn't count it, but I always say players at this level, they expect to catch things like that. Here's Harmer in, and that's worked behind square on the onside for another single to Burgess, who's gone to 46 from 46 deliveries, so he's gone along very nicely and really, not just there to help Ed Barnard, but to take on a lot of the work as well.
Well, he does play that way, Michael Burgess. It has been a hazard for Warwickshire this season, putting down chances at crucial moments, and it's something that they have to get out of their game, because they ain't going to bowl teams out. I'm not talking about Essex, I'm talking about Warwickshire. They ain't going to bowl teams out if they keep putting down chances. I don't think any of the chances that Essex have put down, or both if you want to just count it to, neither have been easy particularly. Certainly that last one was a difficult chance for Porter, but as you say, probably he'll admonish himself and feel he should have taken it.
I just sort of admire that sort of attitude. Say, oh, you're unlucky with that. No, I should have caught you. They expect.
Yeah. So Harmer gives that a bit of flight. Burgess whips it away to the offside for no run. Critchley, I should say, I beg your pardon. Comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to backward point for no run. Well, certainly, I think batting conditions have got a little easier, I think, but this is a little bit of a recovery now from Warwickshire. 64 for 5 at one stage. They still have work to do, and that one's hit high in the air by Burgess, but he's got that well away. Has that even gone all the way? Umpire's looking, he's checking, and he signals a 6.
It's a top-class shot, isn't it? And I think it just shows you the confidence building within these two, and the fact that they feel obviously conditions are a bit more conducive to batting now, and the result of that is that Dean Elgar's got to jog down to this end where the bag of balls is. The bag of balls is just below the lip of the standing. I was standing just at the top of the stairs just watching it over earlier, and the bag of balls is just on a little bit of open terracing below us. And they're going to have to fetch a new one now, and 50 to Burgess and 50 to Ed Barnard.
Perhaps surprisingly, that's Michael Burgess' first 6 of the season. He normally tops the 6 hitting for Warwickshire. It's Warwickshire's 17th of the season so far. They've conceded 29, so they are being out-sixed by the opposition. But Rob Yates heads away with 6. Well, that's the first one that Michael Burgess has hit this season. And perhaps I'm a little bit harsh to talk about a bit of a recovery, because these two now have added 78 runs. So this is quite a significant recovery. I do think batting conditions have got a little easier. A little bit less zip for the seamers, the ball getting softer. Spinners, of course, 1 or 2 problems, but Warwickshire, with 1 or 2 moments of good fortune, have survived it, and Barnard continues for. Michael Burgess has joined him on half a century as well. I missed that. That's 6 brought up his half century. So he's on 52. He's caught up with Barnard. 52 off 49 balls for Michael Burgess. 3 fours, and that was his first 6. So look, just looking a little sunnier for Warwickshire as Critchley comes into bowl, and that one's off a bit of the inside of the bat there from Burgess. Good come back there from the bowler. Slightly false shot. Next ball, he gets a single for it though. 183 for 6. Critchley does a double teapot. Just one slip in place now. Critchley wearing sunglasses, quicker ball, and Barnard plays back to it onto the onside for no run. Warwickshire won the toss, elected to bat. They were 3 down before they had 50 on the board, 5 down by lunch. Just 1 wicket this session. A sweep there from Barnard. It's going down the leg side. Would have been a 1-day wide. He misses it. He's annoyed with himself, Barnard, for missing that. But it's a dot ball. Yes, a morning session comprehensively won by Essex, 76 for 5. There's still a way to go this session, but at the moment Warwickshire will feel the happiest at the 107 for 1 in 28 overs.
Simon Harmer will continue from this Alistair Cook end, and Essex just being, they will feel they are being held up here by Warwickshire. Warwickshire will feel, well, we bat deep, we think conditions are okay, we think that we can go and set something challenging here for a first innings. 183 for 6 is the score. Essex need another breakthrough here because these two look very settled, and they're scoring as well. They're not just there just pushing and prodding around as Burgess picks up another single, just chopping that one down just behind him on the offside, and Cook comes around and makes the stop. 184 for 6 is the score.
Just wonder how much batting Warwickshire got left after this.
This next one is cut away to the point boundary by Sam Cook, who's just giving chase to it by Barnard. Just
after this,
rock back and cuts that one away. Cut away. Simon Harmer just to the point boundary, cutting a bit of a figure. He doesn't really know what to do at the moment. Like he's just not, the ball's certainly not turning as much as it was before lunch for him.
Yeah, the importance of this partnership. Warwickshire got Michael Ray in next. How do you describe this ball?
Harmer round the wicket this time to the right-handed Barnard and pushed out defensively for no run.
He's playing his Warwickshire debut. He's playing his first match since March. He has a first-class high score of 36. And then you got Chase Simmons, who's on first-class debut, and Ollie Howland-Dolby, who can hang around, but maybe Warwickshire not quite as deep in batting resources as they sometimes are.
Harmer again gathers himself in and bowls, and pushed out to the onside where Elgar can cut off any hope of a single. 188 for 6 the Warwickshire score. 54 to Burgess, 56 to Barnard.
Just looking at Simmons' second 11 scores, he has got a 32 this season against Sussex.
And one's pushed up to mid-off, and there'll be no run there either.
His other 2 innings have been 4 and 0, 0 against Essex actually.
This next one from Harmer, again met defensively, and there'll be no run there either. End of the over. 57 gone now in this Warwickshire innings, and they've got themselves to 188 for 6, which is a good recovery, bearing in mind they were 5 down at lunch. And looks as though Essex might hustle them out pretty quickly after the interval, but having eventually got rid of Jacob Bethel, Burgess has come in, put back to ball, and now gone past. Well, had gone past his batting partner before Barnard just edged back in front of him with 56 and 54 to the Warwickshire wicketkeeper.
I'm just looking at that second 11 game just to see if any of the Essex players will have come across Chase Simmons. Nick Brown did actually play in that game, captained the team. However, he only faced 24 balls in the match across his 2 innings, so I don't know how much of Chase Simmons he would have faced a bit, because Chase Simmons opened the bowling. Yeah. So they won't know much about him. So, as you will have heard, Jamie Porter back in the attack. 57 overs gone in this innings. Warwickshire 188 for 6. But I think the point I'm making is really this partnership needs to get as many as possible, because they may well defy me, but I'm not sure how many runs is left after this wicket goes. And Dolby had a couple of famous partnerships of Michael Burgess. So if Burgess is still there, then he might still fancy his chances. Hello, they've actually had some success here in querying the ball. The umpires now are...
Well, that would be interesting because they replaced the ball when the last one got clattered out of the ground for 6.
Yes, obviously the one they replaced it with, I'm not too happy with.
So it seems a little bit early to be doing that.
I suppose it would be an old ball though, wouldn't it? So maybe it wasn't quite as perfect condition as they thought. Anyway, they're still looking at the umpires. They haven't made a decision. There's a couple of... It's almost like football now. They're surrounding the officials here. Essex, well, there's 2 of them there. Asking about it.
If it was
That's a
football,
yellow card, one of them.
Yeah, say if it was football, they'd be surrounding them. As with cricketers, it's this. Well, what do you think? Do you think we should change? Do you think? What do you think? Well, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
Well, they're still having a good chat about it. I mean, I'm going to have to make a decision, and I think the decision is get on with it. Now, you know what will happen? They'll say get on with it, and then a couple of overs' time, they'll ask again, and then they'll ask again, and then eventually it'll get changed. It's usually the way. I know there is supposed to be a limit to how many times they're allowed to ask. And they're still not happy. Umpire's handed the ball back to them, they're still not happy. Is that Tom Wesley out there?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he's I don't think he's convinced. He's handed it back to the umpire again. Oh, no, look.
Have you looked at that bit? It's like this is virtually a.
He's not going to get it changed, so he gives it a polish instead.
Now his chief ball polisher in the team is Tom Wesley, captain.
Jamie Porter sculpts back to the end of his run-up. How am I supposed to ball this, honestly? Tom Wesley's handing it to him, saying, yeah, I agree, mate, but sorry. I can't remember whose over this is. Is it mine or yours? It's been that long. Shall I carry on anyway? Porter in the ball, and did make a bit of a thump that the ball onto about there, didn't it? It went to mid-on, and there's no run. There's a slip and then a gap and then a sort of third slip. That's where a batter wants to whistle the ball at catching height, right in between the middle of the 2 of them.
I was going to say, the way that came off Michael Burgess's bat, there's nothing wrong with this ball. No, that seems fine. Because he hit that very crisply indeed. 188 for 6.
And then he comes to bowl, and that's played to the onside. There's no run. How many overs have we got? We've got 6 overs till tea. As long as you can get to tea without any further loss, then it'll be a very good session for them.
Yeah, they've made the most of the best batting conditions of the day.
In he comes to bowl. Oh, and that's edged. Oh, did that come off the edge in the end? It's gone scuttled through to the wicket keeper, low down.
There was a noise.
False shot from Burgess, definitely.
There was definitely a noise. Now, whether that's the bat brushing the pad on the way through. Let's watch the replay.
Yeah, he's missed it. It's gone inside his bat and he's missed it completely. Might have even gone underneath it.
It did seem to whistle through quite low as well, you did say.
Porter in again, gets bat on that one to mid off. That's a well-run single. Field at mid off, having to cover a bit of ground. Allows them to get through for 1 before it's collected by Wesley.
Still to come for Warwickshire, Michael Ray, Chase Simmons and Ollie Hannon-Dolby, the remaining batters.
As I say, Ray hasn't got a particularly great batting record in first-class cricket, and Simmons is completely new to it. Of course, sometimes a player comes in completely new, they can end up being a bit of a revelation, but I think these two will feel they need to get Warwickshire as close as they can to a good score here. Porter in, and that's played onto the onside. Oh, there was a bit of yes-knowing there. Barnard was a fair way down before changing his mind. correctly in the end. It was too close to mid-on to risk a single.
Don't need to do anything silly. I mean, a run out really would be.
Yes, that would be very annoying.
Annoying for Warwickshire, given how hard these two have worked.
Worcestershire stuck at it well against Surrey. They've got a run out. They've got Roach out now, so it's 201 for 9 now, Surrey. That's open face of the bat there from Barnard. Goes down towards third for a single. Because we don't know what the batting conditions are like, but...
Well, apparently this morning it was swinging everywhere.
Okay.
And then you think, when they recovered, maybe the sun came out. Maybe it's clouded over again at the Oval.
Yeah, Worcestershire did win the toss there, so it looks like they read the conditions pretty well. Unlike Leicestershire, with Gloucestershire now 240 without loss.
Wow. Leicestershire put them in.
That's what you get. That's when you get the bowlers having a word with the captain at the interval. Can you explain that one to me, Skip? Why you put them in? 6 overs to go till tea. So running a little bit late. Don't know where the over is. They only bowled 28 overs at lunch, and then 5 wickets had fallen, so that would be one of the reasons there. They have had Harmer and Critchley on for a fair while now, so, or they did have them on for a fair while.
-1.
Is it?
The
Okay.
over rate, yep.
Well, that means they'll easily be able to get that back. But, let's keep us here longer. Not that he's quite hot out there now.
It's quite hot in here.
Yeah.
This one's just pushed out defensively to Sam Cook behind square on the offside as Harmer starts another over. No run, 190 for 6.
You will be quite hot with the hoodie on.
Oh, don't. We've already talked about my wardrobe gaff today. The weather scattered showers tomorrow and feeling a bit chilly. What weather forecast I saw, I have no idea. It may have been the one for northern Norway or something. Here's Harmer in again, pushed defensively up for no run. So given when I was driving down the A12 in Essex yesterday, I virtually had the oars out the windows of the car. There was that much rain around it. And today's completely different.
Yeah. Now what's going on here? The umpire's having a bit of a word with Simon Harmer here. And
the ball again.
They question the ball. I think the umpire's getting a bit annoyed about that now.
Just saying, look, I've told you once.
Well, I think there is a limit to how many times they're supposed to be allowed to ask. And maybe that's the point the umpire's made.
Well, Harmer's got the same ball in his hand. And he's in and bowling, and that's just forced back down the pitch, and there is no run again. Yes, Tom Wesley's just fielding on the edge of the cut strip now, so he's right by his bowler on his follow through.
Our umpires are James Middlebrook and Ben Debenham. It makes me feel old. I remember commentating on James Middlebrook when he was a young player.
And commentating on lots.
I think I probably did his debut.
Harmer has that ball back in his hand once again. Tosses that one up, right back on his stumps. Goes Barnard, forces away for no runs. A popular figure when he was here, James Middlebrook.
I forgot he was here. I knew him when he was at Yorkshire. He started out. His dad used to commentate on the local cricket for the BBC.
This next one from Simon Harmer is met defensively for no run once again. It's one of the Warwickshire batters just beginning to think about playing for tea. And that will be their afternoon session then. They will feel they're right back in it.
Got a way to go though, still 5 overs to go after this one.
Harmer again, pushed out defensively for no run, and Feroz Kushi jogs in and picks the ball up. Maiden over from Simon Harmer. 190 for 6, 57 for the Barnard, 55 to Burgess, and what a good job these two continue to do, and scoring as well. The run rate's been nice and steady for them too. They haven't just looked to push, prod around and stay there and eat time. They're scoring as well.
Yes, it's been a very good partnership, and a badly needed one by Warwickshire. Jamie Porter, I'll just describe this over and we'll get Sonia in to do the last few overs before tea. Porter comes in, right arm over. That's pushed out to the offside, there's no run. We're beginning to think in terms of possible bonus points. 250, of course, for the first batting point. It looked a long way off. 64 for 5. Still a fair way off. Porter bowls. It's driven by Burgess. There is a slight misfield, if that's not been too harsh. The ball was travelling. But I think it's Ben Anderson, the substitute fielder there. Just maybe costs a run.
Oh, he's a tall lad. It's a long way back down.
Yeah. 191 for 6. Burgess under 56. Because if they get Barnard out next ball, you'll say that misfield got them the wicket. Porter comes into bowl. Barnard hits it off his toes into the ground, back to the bowler. Feels well off his own bowling. Looks like Harmer's doing some stretching exercises. He's still in the attack, but he's just keeping himself stretched and loose. Unless that's an unusual new slip position that he's taking there. Virtually doing the splits. Back on his feet now. Porter in. That's solidly defended by Barnard. We might be going through a little bit of a stalemate phase here. Essex probably want to stop the flow of runs a bit. And as you say, Warwickshire probably thinking if we can get to tea 1 wicket down, that's in this session, then that's been a good session. So it might just get a bit quieter in the last few overs before tea. Andrew's back painting over there now, lots of people around him. You should do it like that, mate. You should put that in there. How much of that he gets. In comes Porter. Oh, and that's gone past the outside edge of Barnard. Yeah, just look back. I don't think he touched it.
It was quite interesting talking to Andy actually, sort of saying how do you sort of paint, you know, because if you've got a big moment like Jimmy Anderson, he said, well, I'll paint sort of elements from the day. He said, so we've had some people here who are doing a walk for prostate cancer, I've put them into the picture. And he said, sort of paint around as the day develops, the crowd comes in, I might see something in the crowd and I'll paint that. It's not necessarily a moment from the day, but then out on the field, he'll check where the fielders all are. So when that big moment comes that he wants to put from the actual action, he can actually, you know, get it absolutely spot on.
This next one is driven to mid-off. I think about a run, there isn't one there. Yes, well, I was talking to him, an airplane flew over, and I said, are you going to put that in? He said, no, it's going too fast. I haven't got time to paint it before it disappears.
Sort of saying to him as well about the tempo. You know, with cricket, you've got the whole day. You've got the whole. So whereas baseball's 3.5 hours, 4 hours, or you know, doing different sports. He says, yeah. He said, I tend to find that I'm up with the sort of tempo of the game of my work, which I thought was quite interesting as well.
Well, I'll bring Sophie back on. It's only 4 overs till tea, but we'll make sure she earns a crust. Sophie Twigg, The Independent. Can you bring the newspaper back, by the way? I used to like the newspaper. Don't like all this online stuff.
Yes, if only she wielded that amount of power. Well, if she wielded that amount of power, she wouldn't be talking to the likes of us today. I can tell you that. So yeah, so we're 4 overs away from the tea break here, and Simon Harmer is around the wicket and bowling. Tosses that one up and takes pace off it as well. Just worked out to the offside, and there'll be no run there. So Warwickshire thinking about the tea interval, Essex thinking about how do we get ourselves another wicket here. And this next one just pushed out to the offside again, and Feroz Kushi just jogs in, and there'll be no run there either. Harmer, kind of a little bit of a frustrated figure at times this afternoon. Right arm over into Burgess. Burgess on the sweep. Doesn't get enough on it. Rolls up his pad and is taken by Pepper behind the stumps, who quick as a flash whips the bails off, but Burgess's back foot firmly planted behind the line. Harmer's ready again. Barnard leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Burgess covers up, plays defensively from the crease for no run.
It's been a bizarre move from Elgar just to reach down and touch the turf, wasn't it?
Maybe that's his lucky omen. Harmer in again, right back on his stumps goes Burgess and plays defensively, and Elgar tiptoes onto the playing surface to pick the ball up.
You're still pushing spikes into it, though. It doesn't.
I think you just almost like over-exaggerate. See, I'm not deliberately doing it. So Harmer in again. Lots of air on that one. That's a sweep this time from Burgess. Doesn't get all of it, but goes down to the man 3/4 of the way to the long leg boundary, and they come through for a single. 192 for 6. Another Simon Harmer over. Ticks by. 1 for 56 for him from his 18 overs. 57 apiece now for Barnard and Burgess. Burgess has brought that 57 up in just 63 deliveries, so he's played with a fairer degree of freedom, but I guess Barnard was out there when wickets were going down at the other end and had to play a very different game.
Yes, absolutely. He sort of had to play that steadying innings, or someone had to play that steadying innings, and that has just given Burgess a bit of freedom to play his usual game, although he hasn't been particularly expansive or risk-taking. I think it's fair to say he's actually batted quite well, and I think there was a point where you thought that Warwickshire couldn't just keep absorbing this pressure, and at some point they had to at least start trying to push the score on, because there was 1 point between Barnard and his previous batter Bethel that you were sort of looking around and wondering why the scoreboard wasn't moving as Porter runs in, and that's just tucked into the leg side by Burgess, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket.
Yeah, so great job these two have done for Warwickshire. Get themselves back into the game. 5 down at lunch, and just the 1 wicket's gone down in this afternoon session.
Yeah, so now they can start looking towards the sort of batting point milestones, which could be so important towards the end of the season. I mean, we just don't know what that's going to look like. It feels a very long way away, although we've nearly had 8 rounds. This is the 7th round of county championship fixtures, as Porter runs in again, and that's just defended into the offside this time by Burgess.
Yep. More than the capable lower order batter Michael Burgess, but he's playing such a good hand for his side here.
Yes, and Essex are just looking a tad frustrated, I think it's fair to say. They made all those sort of 5 breakthroughs before lunch, but they've just had the 1 wicket since, and they're just starting to look a little bit sort of not anxious, but as Porter runs in, and that's driven by Burgess, but straight up to mid-off. They're sort of really anxious to almost get that another breakthrough and feel like they've got that control that they had earlier back in the game that's sort of slightly slipping away from them at the moment with this partnership. And for Warwickshire, they'll obviously hope that this partnership carries on as long as possible. As Wesley desperately shines the ball, and Clapp tries to inject something into this performance in a bit of gap before tea, and that's driven by Burgess on the offside straight to the fielder at cover this time, who's Jordan Cox.
Yeah, and I say frustration from Essex. I guess they were thinking, well, we had them 5 down, we've kicked the door open, but we haven't actually run through the door as yet. And you know, batting conditions, the overhead conditions are a lot better. Obviously, any juice that was in the pitch at the start of play today, that's gone as well.
Yeah, it's interesting that we haven't really seen the outfield quicken up yet, although that could come into play this evening as Porter runs in, and that's pushed into the offside and again fielded by Jordan Cox at cover. Hasn't been a lot of runs on offer. We've seen a lot of dot balls, and sometimes when it has, batters have been able to sort of pierce that infield. We've seen it sort of slow down and almost stop just before crossing the boundary rope, largely in part probably due to the rain that fell in the southeast across yesterday. That I know from floods at Victoria Station, but you know because you live near it. As Porter runs in over the wicket, and that's defended by Burgess again to John Cox at cover. And at the end of that over, Warwickshire 192 for 6, Barnard on 57 and Burgess on 57, a maiden over there for Porter.
Yeah, back-to-back maidens now. Harmer bowled a maiden previously as well, so maybe just resting back a little bit of control and hoping to build up frustration, but just a couple of overs to go now before the tea interval, with 32 overs left to go in the day. And again, it's an opening day of county championship cricket where the game's become really advanced with Warwickshire 6 wickets down, but Essex in particular will feel it could and maybe should be a lot more advanced than it is And they've put a couple of, I mean, I know we're talking about the chance Nick Brown put down at short leg, but the other two chances, Porter and Pepper, they will feel they were certainly takeable, if that's a word. Harmer's first ball of this new over is played defensively for no run, whereas the one to Brown was very, very sharp, and they either stick or they don't.
I think short leg is one of those where any catch is a great catch, just unless it's sort of one that off a spinner is sort of bobbled straight to them, which doesn't happen too often. As that's just turned into the leg side by Barnard to Dean Elgar, who's standing as close as he possibly can to the pitch. And they're at sort of silly, almost silly mid-on. Not quite, because he doesn't have to wear the helmet, but he's very, very straight there and right in the batter's eye line. I guess they're just trying everything to try and unnerve this Warwickshire pair, who seem to have got settled as Harmer comes in again. And there's a big shout from behind the wicket for a caught behind, but nothing given from the umpire, and Harmer himself didn't even look convinced either at that one.
No, it's one of those. I think it's spun past. I think it's such a good delivery. He'd have done well to get something on it.
Well, Barnard survives on 57 as Harmer is in again, and that's pushed off the back foot by Barnard straight back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, I wonder if there's just this slight change of pace has come from an effort of, well, let's just get through until tea, let's not take any risks, and from where they were at lunch, as Harmer runs in, and that's just played straight back to the bowler along the ground off the front foot for no run. And at the end of that third successive maiden, Warwickshire still 192 for 6.
Yep, so just looking towards tea, and Essex trying to fathom out a way of getting this further breakthrough and getting themselves batting by the end of play today. And that's very much the top of their minds as to how they can create an opportunity.
And they also will want to claw back this over rate, which currently stands at -1.
Yeah.
They won't want to lose any points just because they've taken too long, especially when Harmer's bowled 19 overs and Critchley's done his fair share as well. They definitely won't want to be losing points for taking too long, so I wonder if that will come into play in the evening session as Porter runs in, and that's defended up to mid-off by Burgess for no run. It's an interesting sort of passage of play. I think we've just got the one over now, if that's right, before tea.
Yep, it is. Yeah, this is the.
So Warwickshire, if they can get through, having from where they were at lunch when they were sort of 5 down, you think losing just one wicket in the afternoon session is a quite remarkable recovery, even if it feels at times like it's gone quite slowly. And one of the slip fielders has just raced over to have a word with Porter. And it was Harmer who's run over to give his advice to the seam bowler and captain. As Porter runs in, and that's defended straight up the pitch back to the bowler for no run. Not sure what he said there, but that's what's happened. Essex have got 2 points so far.
Yeah, the regulations regarding batting bonus points now, where it's been extended. You have to get a little bit further these days to start getting points on the board as a batting side.
But draws have been more rewarded this year as Porter runs in, and that's defended out to cover by Burgess for no run.
Never ever sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Honestly, I don't know. It's just hard to keep up with at this point. The rules seem to change so often. It can be quite difficult when you sort of half forget that everything's changed from the previous year, and when all these batting points and things come in, and also this year they've really decided to penalise the over rate, which they obviously weren't doing a couple of years ago. As Porter runs in again, and that's defended into the leg side this time. Not sure, because definitely came sort of somewhere near the middle of the bat, and Pepper has got his head in his gloves, as that was defended out towards mid-on. Porter has bowled well so far, but he just has 1 wicket for 40 runs on the stroke of tea. As Porter runs in again over the wicket, and that's defended again straight to Jordan Cox at cover by Burgess. I think it's fair to say Warwickshire are not looking to score any runs at this particular point. They're just looking to get through until that interval.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. You wouldn't say they've gone into their shells, but they know you get to tee, only one down in the afternoon session. Power to add, 2 set batters, both on 57. And they're thinking, well, actually, we've got Essex a little bit frustrated here. Might be an opportunity to spread the field in the later session as well and drive themselves up towards 300.
As Porter bowls, and that's pushed by Burgess up to mid-off. And that will be the tea break, and Warwickshire have survived that session, losing just 1 wicket. Barnard and Burgess both will go in unbeaten on 57, and Warwickshire 192 for 6.
Yeah, good session that for Warwickshire. Lost just the 1 wicket during that session, and that of Jacob Bethel, who played really nicely in a nice supporting role alongside Ed Barnard. But Michael Burgess has since come in and played more than a supporting role, and he's up level with his batting partner. 57 off just 75 balls, 57 from 130 for Barnard, and Warwickshire right back in this at 192 for 6. We will rejoin you in around about 20 minutes' time.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Chelmsford as we start the evening session.
It's still very hot, isn't it?
It is still. I think it is warmer in here than it is outside.
Yeah.
I think we've established that one.
Well, I sat outside earlier. It was really hot if you're in the sun. It's not so bad if you're in the shade.
I like the sun. I will sit in the sun as much as possible.
Not good for you, you know.
And it will be Snater to start off from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He will be bowling to Barnard, who defends that one straight back down the pitch where it's fielded by Nick Brown, running across from mid-on.
So these two resume in a stand with 88 so far, both on 57. Now, no, they need to go on and make this a really big partnership, as I keep saying. I'm not sure how much, and they'll probably defy me now, make big scores, but I'm not sure how much there is left really after these two.
As Snater starts his run over the wicket to Barnard, who again defends that, and this time into the offside towards backward point for no run. Yes, it'll be an interesting challenge and for them to navigate as we head forward in this match.
I enjoyed the game of charades that you and Glenn played a moment ago.
Do you know what? I just covered my bases. I gave him black coffee, there was milk in a separate cup, and I brought some sugar in case that's what he was asking, because as I got coffee, not tea, and that was about where we were at. Snater in the red soled boots from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that one has gone straight along the ground. That one's kept really, really low. We haven't seen that all day, but it's gone through the wicketkeeper and straight to the boundary, and that will bring 4 more runs to the total as Warwickshire move on to 196 for 6. But I don't think the batter or keeper knew much about that one.
No, well, 4 byes. The only disappointing thing for Warwickshire is they didn't still have their helmets down there, otherwise they would have got 5 for that, I think. Yes, this is one of what we're talking about, so you were next door in the press room. There is a glass window between the two, and you were making a coffee, and then Glenn started giving his order. Very impressive gestures. Didn't want milk. Didn't want sugar, rather. I wanted milk. Anyway.
Yes. Well, I just covered bases. I'm not sure I won the game, as that one is driven through mid-wicket. The fielder dives but can't get there, and it won't go all the way to the boundaries we've seen so often today, and they will just get 3 more runs for that one. As you were mentioning earlier, that one again, Nick Brown was chasing it, but it just seemed to stop before crossing the boundary rope.
Yeah, add a few more to Warwickshire's total, perhaps, if you take that into account. Yeah, slow outfield and the very long boundary at one side rather. And no particularly short boundary really.
No, it's quite big all the way around here as Snater bowls, and that's driven again. Is another misfield, and they will get through for 1. That was a poor misfield. It went straight along the ground, straight to the fielder at cover, who was holding his hand. It must have hit him slightly awkwardly, but it seemed to go almost straight through him. It was almost a lazy bit of fielding just after the tea break. Yeah,
you just wonder what they have for tea. It's been a bit sloppy. Really, Michael Pepper should have stopped. I know it scuttled on the ground, but probably should have stopped that one that went for 4 byes.
Maybe they had charades coffee as Snater bowls, and again that one is kept low but outside the line of the bat, and Pepper on that occasion does get down to make the stop. At the end of that over, Warwickshire 200 for 6.
So they brought the 200 up in that over in 390 balls. The loss of 6 wickets. So the second 100 has taken just 160 balls. The first took 230 and they lost 5 wickets. The second's taken 160 balls and they've lost 1 wicket. The fourth 50 took 97 balls. It was the third 50 actually when Barnard and Burgess were getting going. That was the quickest 50. That took just 63 balls. So Sam Cook back into the attack as Warwickshire don't get a batting point for 200 these days. You really have to work for old enough to remember the days when you got one for 150. You need 250 just to get one.
If anyone's wondering how warm it is, my iPhone has just said it's going to resume.
Oh, I hate when it does that.
Resume charging when it cools down.
Yes, I know. Let's play to mid on, there's no run. Yes, it's too hot. I don't want to work anymore.
It's better than when it says it's too hot, the screen goes black and it says put me in the shade or I'm not going to work
Yes,
at all.
I know.
But it's not great, and it's like, it's only a little bit warm. It's, we're in England, it's not Australia. But yes, it's decided it needs a moment to compose itself, apparently.
I hope just painting's not melting in the heat. Don't think it will be.
I honestly couldn't. I'm not a paint expert and cannot tell you at what temperature paint decides to melt or not.
Yes, that one's pushed to mid. Is it you or me? I can't remember. That must push
It's you.
Oh, sorry. That must push to mid on for no run. It's twice I've forgotten today. It's only the first day of the game, for goodness sake.
I think it's those baking shows when they're in a tent and when they're working, doing anything with sort of chocolate and need to keep running to and from the freezer because all their food's melting.
Indeed. Cook. Almost back to the side screen. He's not quite Bob Willis style, but a long way back as he comes in for his run up. He's got a slip and then a gap and then a sort of 3.5 slip really, as that one is pushed down to mid off by Burgess for no run. But definitely not getting the same pace with this older ball or movement that he was getting this morning. Good spell of bowling this morning. But it has got easier for Warwickshire out there.
Well, I think, you see how much work Essex are putting on this ball to try and shine it and get anything out of it. And they've requested it be changed a couple of times. It has been changed once after the 1/6 of the innings.
Comes in again. Oh, and that's a rather loose shot from Burgess. Front foot a long way down the pitch, but he took a little drive of that, missed it completely. And he does the whole thing, the batter prods the pitch as if so, that was unplayable, that. Well, that came off the ground, so pats the pitch with his bat, so that'll fix it. Oh, and that's a rather loose shot from Burgess. Front foot a long way down
the... It's an interesting move by batters when they think something untoward has happened. They go down and
that's a rather prod the pitch or
make that little
front foot a long way
signal with their hand to show that it's moved past them.
So Cook might take a bit of encouragement from that, but this time Burgess does get batted and times it nicely, gets it through to cover fielders. Again, it slows up. Shane Snater fields it, and there's only time for them to jog through for 202 for 6.
Snater's also not going to be thanking his bowling partner at the other end for that one, as he will be preparing to bowl from this end, we assume, unless they decide to change one over after tea, which would be slightly unorthodox.
60 to both batters now. Cook. Oh, Burgess is distracted by something. Not sure what. Something behind the bowler has distracted him, or maybe he just feels the bowler started running in a bit too early. Anyway, he makes Cook wander back to the back of his mark, which won't improve the mood of the bowler. Cook tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Now comes in again. Right arm over, and that's off the inside of Burgess's bat, out to the sweeper on the onside. It's a streaky single for him. So a couple of testing deliveries out over from Sam Cook, but Warwickshire survive it. They're 203 for 6.
Yes, it's an interesting sort of... It would look like it was all going Warwickshire's way just before the tea break. They were sort of settling in, they were offering no chances, and it just seems like it's slightly gone the other way here. As we draw into the evening session, the clouds have just come over and blocked the sun for a very brief respite.
Quite like that.
As our commentary box cools down significantly when it's not cooking. I tell you what, this one is not by far the worst of them. Kent's one can be fiendish in the afternoons. As Snater will bowls to Burgess, who just defends that up towards mid-off for no run.
Well, I don't know if you ever had the delights of the temporary one we had at Somerset at ground level at Taunton. They've thankfully
I was not
moved
a
away
fan
from
of that one. Was that the one behind the covers so you couldn't really see anything?
Yeah, and also it was sort of a glass building, so when the sun started shining in it, I mean, they could have brought the lunch there uncooked and it would have been cooked in half an hour.
I had an England women's game down there where we literally couldn't see anything and were entirely reliant on screens which was less than ideal. As Snater runs in again, and that's flicked off the pad by Burgess, but well stopped by Dean Elgar. Sort of just in front of square leg there. That was a great diving stop to stop what looked like it could have been going off towards the boundary.
Yeah, England's women, of course, play this evening, 6:30 start against Pakistan's second match of the series at Northampton. As I mentioned earlier, I had the great pleasure of speaking to Amy Jones over in Northampton yesterday. She was telling me about, because she's now brought up 100 T20 internationals. Her first one was at Loughborough University in 2013. I said, how many people were there? It's basically family. She can't even remember for certain whether her parents were even there, never mind anyone else. And then she plays a 100th match in front of 13,000 at Edgbaston.
Snater in to bowl to Burgess, who defends that into the onside this time for no run. Yes, it's the growth of women's, and that's a no ball.
It is.
Front foot no ball, and Warwickshire will not be complaining.
That's brought up the Century Partnership, by the way, which one or two in the crowd has spotted.
Just how you want to bring up the Century Partnership with a front foot no ball. I mean, I'm not sure there'll be any complaints from the Warwickshire side, but yes, it's amazing the growth of women's cricket in the last few years, from playing Ashes Test matches at Wormsley to the prospect of one at Lord's soon, as Snater runs in, and that one's short and pulled away along the ground by Burgess. He will just pick up the one run for it.
I covered one. Sorry to interrupt. I covered one at Stratford a few years back. Again, because they played a lot of outgrounds then, and it was good. And it was a good crowd. Really enjoyed that. There was one where Australia. It was a very narrow win for England, and Australia dropped a dolly of a catch, which would have won them the game, and England won it instead. I interviewed Charlotte Ebbers as captain at the time.
Snater bowls to Barnard, who just tucks that one into the leg side for no run.
And I interviewed afterwards, and I said, do you have any sympathy with the poor Australian fielder that dropped the ball? No. Okay, fair enough.
I mean, would you expect any of the men to have any sympathy?
Well, no, there wasn't. No, yeah. I mean, possibly not. I only meant.
If Pat Cummins drops one that lets England win a match, everyone's celebrating.
You celebrate, absolutely. But you might have a little bit of sympathy for him.
No, I mean, if you ask any of those who played that test at the Wacker where England won in 2014, they would have no sympathy for the Australians as Snater runs in. That's just watched through to the wicketkeeper by Barnard. Warwickshire, of course, one of the teams that's going to be welcoming a top-tier women's side from next year.
That's right. They'll be pleased about that because, again, it's going back a few years, but when they first did the 6 teams, Edgbaston bid to have one, and I think we're expecting to get one, and then we're rather surprised and disappointed not to be given one. It went to Loughborough instead. So they'll be pleased to have got over the line this time.
Well, they've had Central Sparks for a while now, of course. There's Snater bowls, and that's defended out towards backward point by Barnard.
But of course, Central Sparks, in theory at least, were run by a combination of Warwickshire, Worcestershire, and I think is it Notts a part of that?
No, Notts
They've got their own, haven't
Blaze.
they? Shropshire, I think, were involved in that. But they moved to pairing them up with county sides now a little bit more. Warwickshire will have their team. So Amy was pleased about that. I asked her about that, actually. She was pleased about that being a Warwickshire player.
Well, it's interesting for the players who do play for the counties that are getting a professional, because obviously Warwickshire have a county team as well as Central Sparks.
Indeed, yes. Because the county cricket's been a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Downgraded because of the emphasis the regional teams. Umpires are looking at the ball again. Looks like.
Well, Simon Harmer done some slightly bizarre warm-up stretches on the ground.
And he's not changing it.
He's just wiggling on the ground now.
Yeah, he's been doing that for a while. I don't know whether is he concerned about his back or what, because he's been doing that a fair bit. He's obviously trying to keep himself loose. Well, anyway, they haven't been able to get the ball replaced again. And Sam Cook will bowl.
Looks like he's stretching out his hips as well.
Yeah. Anyway, Cook comes in. to bowl, and that's driven, and it's slightly misfielded at point, but this time to no cost. Snater, to be fair, recovered very quickly, having let the ball pass him. It was travelling at a fair lick, so in the end he's done a good job there, and there's no run. Yeah, just going back to that match at Stratford, really enjoyed that. Obviously they don't play on those grounds now, they play on county grounds and test grounds, but it was a good day. And as I said, very exciting match as well.
It's good that they're playing at the proper grounds, though. It's massive for women's cricket, and anyone who went to any of the Ashes games last year will tell you that it was so nice to be in those sold-out, sort of almost 20,000 fans atmosphere. A brief discussion around changing the field, and they've just bought a slightly unorthodox forward point almost. It's not quite cover, and maybe he is just moving towards a more conventional. And he's gone in extra, so we've got shortish extra and a more conventional cover just on the edge of the ring.
Yeah, having to try a few things, aren't they, as Cook comes in, right arm over. Oh, and that's slapped by Burgess. That was in the air. There would have been a little bit of interest to mid-wicket. It was well wide of him in the end. It's gone through for 4. A slightly risky shot there by Burgess.
Slightly risky, but he's got such a big gap to aim at there. There's only just the one fielder in on the leg side, and yes, it wasn't too far away from Nick Brown at mid-wicket, but a safe-ish shot, I think, for the batter, and he's been rewarded for it. He moves on to 66.
Yeah, and he will take risks, Michael Burgess. Cook in to bowl to him. And that's pushed out to the offside.
Well, I have to admit, my cricket journalism career, at least, is slightly spoiled by the fact that my first men's test as a journalist was the first Basball test. So that's the only era that I've been a professional journalist for. So I get a little bit spoiled sometimes with run rates, and there's none of the sort of slightly turgid affairs you get when you see sort of 30 runs in an hour or 15 runs in an hour, which can be quite common.
Cook comes in to bowl, and Burgess, a nice enough shot, but it's straight to a fielder. Dean Elgar stops it cleanly. So he gets nothing for his efforts. Sam Cook toiling for a wicket. We'll be seeing a change is going to come soon. He'll get the wicket. 210 for 6.
Still 28 overs in the day after this one.
Right arm over, in he comes, and that's not out of the middle of the bat, but actually it's gone past the non-striker stumps at a reasonable lick, and they're through for 1 there, Burgess. It was cut off. Fine long on. 211 for 6.
Well, it's been some recovery from Warwickshire. I know you mentioned their top 3 being quite prolific so far this year, but it's been the lower order who've really had to dig in and produce something here.
Yeah, that's the second game in a row now that's happened, and Ed Barnard is really in terrific form now. That one is played by Barnard to the offside, there's no run. He's now passed 50 in 3 of his last 4 innings, and the only one he didn't, he made 44, so he's been in very good form. This is Michael Burgess's first half century of the season.
At the end of that over, Warwickshire 211 for 6, Barnard on 60, and Burgess slightly edging in front, although his run rate has dropped from his slightly more explosive start, 67 from 91, as Snater prepares to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
You haven't partaken in an ice cream, have you? I've seen quite a few people carrying around quite a few ice creams.
I was tempted. I couldn't actually see where they were coming from.
You've got a half marathon coming up, so you've got to be careful not to...
What, fuel? No, this is the...
Ice cream counts as fuel, does it?
Today's the fun day. Today's the day I get to eat all the food. Tomorrow I've got to be a bit more careful. And then when it's done, obviously, you can eat what you want. As Snater runs in and bowls, and that's driven right at the toe of the bat by Burgess up towards mid-on where Brown fields. Yeah, it's slightly difficult because you need the fuel. You can't sort of not eat enough because then you will struggle to get through it. But I always say to my friends that I run so much so that I can eat what I want, and I stand by that.
Well, I wouldn't know. The nearest thing I've ever come to a half marathon is the second part of a Snickers bar.
As Snater bowls, and that's defended straight back to the bowler by Burgess for no run. Yes, it's one of those where I feel good about myself if I run 10k and then I eat a pizza. I sort of feel like it evens itself out. It might not. I'm sure someone listening will know and tell me exactly why I'm wrong in all of this, but that's how I feel about it anyway.
So remind us, when is it then?
It's on Sunday. It's Sunday morning. Doing it to raise money doing it for myself and also to raise money for the Lord Taverners.
Brilliant.
As Snater bowls, and that's driven again by Burgess straight up to mid-on for no run.
Talking of raising money, we've had the Bob Willis Foundation here today. I bought one of their hats. I paid over the odds for it because I didn't have change, but there we are. So the Bob Willis Fund, raising awareness of prostate cancer. They're here.
It's a nice hat.
It's a bit bright, but yeah, it's sort of bright sky blue. I suppose it's appropriate for someone who covers Coventry City. It's not quite a Coventry City sky blue.
Snater in and bowls, and that's defended straight back onto the stumps at the other end, and it will be another no ball. But there was a brief appeal with Snater thinking he got a foot on it, but yes, he's been penalised for that one. Second time since the tea break.
Well, I wonder whether he thinks that was out, because he's now, so he's obviously disappointed because it's called no ball. So would it have been given out if it had not been a no ball, I wonder? And he's checking with the umpire where his front foot has landed. He's bowled all 5 no balls that have been bowled in the innings. So it has been a little bit of a problem for him.
Snater just turning at the top of his mark. And will bowl that was slightly full to Burgess, who just tucks that one into the leg side and will pick up a very easy single down towards square leg.
And you could see from here he kept his front foot way behind the line that time, trying to avoid it.
But the problem with that is once you start sort of having those things in the back of your mind, your rhythm can go and your length and line can become a little bit more wayward as well.
Yeah. 2 wickets and an over this morning, Shane Snater. So he's had a good impact today.
Snater running up to the crease bowls, and that's defended straight back down the pitch, slightly on the offside for no run.
Wickets have been relatively evenly shared out, with 2 apiece to Cook and Snater and 1 each to Porter and Harmer.
Yes, and we're just into we've got 27 overs after this. 1 more ball to come in this over, and then 27 more, which is going to be quite a lengthy evening session.
It is, yeah, it's a lengthy day in the heat.
And you'd think this is the point that Warwickshire would start to look to capitalise on the fact that Essex will have a full day of fielding under their belt, as that one's just pushed into the offside, perfectly piercing the gap between point and cover, and that one will race away to the boundary. Barnard has timed that beautifully through the covers to bring 4 more to the total, his total and Warwickshire's, and at the end of that over they move on to 218 for 6. Barnard on 64 and Burgess slightly ahead of him on 68.
Yeah, you just wonder why. So let's say -2 now, the over 8. You just wonder why it has.
I think it says +2.
Oh, +2. Oh, there you go. It doesn't quite tally with the times involved, does it? There we are.
No, it doesn't. It was -1 before, and
yeah.
I wonder whether that was why we saw the spell between Critchley and Harmer for such a long time. But Critchley's coming back on now.
He is, so there might be. Just trying to get through this ball, so they've got a fair way to go. They've got 11 more overs to go before they get a new ball. So Warwickshire want to try and take advantage of the old ball while they can. Critchley with just 1 slip in place now. Comes the ball, gives that plenty of air. Burgess just plays it way to long off for a comfortable single.
Yes, you wonder if they're slightly sort of running out of ideas with how to break this partnership. They've done the bowling changes. They've done the spin, the seam.
And if they are getting fed up there, they should spare a thought for Leicestershire.
Yes.
Well, Gloucestershire, looking at this scoreboard, that's played a long off for a single. Gloucestershire are 300 without loss. But the two batters are only on 120 and 129. So there have been
51 extras.
51 extras. 14 have been leg byes. They've bowled 9 no balls and a wide. And 18 byes. Blimey. That's played a long off for a single.
Yes, the Leicestershire wicketkeeper is not going to want to look at this scoreboard again, I think. But there have been some quite expensive bowlers as well.
Nice.
Just looking at that. But I did see Gloucestershire at Northants last week, and they were a quite impressive batting unit.
This next one's played onto the onside for a single. It's not as if they've got a rookie as wicketkeeper, it's Ben Cox. Experienced county wicketkeeper. Maybe I don't know what's going on out there, but... And that's after Leicestershire won the toss. That's a hit. Slapped down the ground by Burgess for 4. And there's a little bit of a long hop from Critchley. And mid-on he's up. So he lofted it over his head for 4 runs. That's a hit.
Yes, that was a well-timed shot from Burgess, just opening out at the right time. It was a pretty low-risk shot with the fielder there up in the ring. And he's again been rewarded for taking his opportunity.
Because that was a bit of a better ball from Critchley's turn around to just a back of square leg for no run. That's the end of the over. Another decent enough over from a Warwickshire point of view. They are ticking along now. 226 for 6, in fact. They are now. After winning the toss, and they'll be thinking this is a bit more like it. They needed to give their injury-ravaged bowling attack something to work with.
And Harmer's again stretching on the ground. Seems like he might be having a slight issue. I'm not sure you do quite that much stretching otherwise, but it might be normal for him. Looks like he's stretching out his back.
Yes, I don't know whether he's got an issue or whether it's preventative, whether he's fearing an issue. You see what I mean? But he's got to keep himself loosened up.
Going through the yoga cat-cow routine at the moment as he waits for Snater to get to the top of his mark. Snater, ball in hand, and will bowl to Barnard. Snater in bowls, and that's driven by Barnard, but straight to the fielder in the ring. Closer than the ring, shortish fielder on the offside for no run.
I'll just rattle through the other scores since I mentioned the Gloucestershire one. So Lancashire 242 for 4 against Durham, 1 for 53 so far for Ben Stokes at Blackpool. And Nottinghamshire trying to get some sort of total, 144 for 7 against Hampshire at Trent Bridge.
Snater runs in and bowls. Barnard plays that defensively off the back foot into the leg side this time for no run.
Somerset going well, 319 for 4 against Kent with Tom Banton and James Rue both approaching centuries. They put on 147 for the 5th wicket so far. Surrey ball out for 213, but they've already taken 2 Worcestershire wickets. Worcestershire 26 for 2 at the Oval. And Northants are 215 for 4 against Derbyshire at Derby in the 2nd Division.
Snater runs in and bowls, and that's again defended straight back down the pitch by Barnard.
Glamorgan 182 for 8 at Cardiff against Middlesex. 3 wickets there for Tom Helm. And I'll give you the Gloucestershire one. Yorkshire 59 for 4 at Hove after bowling Sussex out for 150.
I think that's safe to say that one is probably a bowling-friendly pitch.
Yeah, looks that way.
Whereas the one at Leicestershire doesn't look like it is at all. As Snater runs in to Barnard, who tries to just tuck that down towards square leg, but there's a fielder there to stop it.
I don't know how much we care about the IPL, but Lucknow Super Giants made 178 for 6, and Nicholas Poran, batting at number 5, scored 75 off 29 balls, 5 fours and 8 sixes.
That's the strike rate you want.
Yeah, that's what the IPL want, don't they? So there we are.
Well, that's what every county will be wanting in a couple of weeks. As Snater bowls, and that's defended back down to the bowler, who again tries to juggle it up with his feet, which hasn't brought him a lot of joy so far, and it doesn't on that occasion either, and there is no run.
Yes, Warwickshire are hosting Blastoff again, as well as the finals day. This will be the second year in a row that they host a double head. It's not actually the first 2 games of the competition, but it is designed to launch the competition. So Derbyshire rock up and play one of their home games in a double header. I'm just trying to check the date of it, actually.
Snater in and bowls, and that's defended by Barnard into the offside, and it's fielded by the fielder at point.
That's Saturday the 1st of June, so it's a double header at Edgbaston. It's billed as Blastoff. Derbyshire against Leicestershire, followed by Warwickshire against Nottinghamshire.
At the end of that over, Warwickshire 226 for 6. That sounds an interesting proposition.
The whole of the East Midlands will be rocking up for that one then, won't they, with those teams?
Yes, that's what you want.
Yeah.
You want a sold-out Edgbaston.
Well, yeah. What was that? It's an interesting concept. I mean, Derbyshire obviously prepared to sacrifice one of their home games for it. Presumably they benefit financially as a result.
It's an interesting proposition, but then I know from having been and attended finals day, there is the interesting problem of the last train. And they don't run particularly late to Birmingham.
From London?
No.
Oh, okay. No, that's all right.
I had to change twice.
Oh, dear. Yeah, well...
and leave before the end of finals day, which was quite frustrating.
It is interesting finals day. I'm not sure. I think it feels like 3 matches is a bit much. I'll probably get into trouble for saying that now.
I love the mascot race.
Yeah. That one is played back to Critchley. There's no run. Yes, it's usually controversial. I don't remember...
What, the mascot race is controversial?
Well, yeah. What footwear are they wearing? You know, who's under the costume? That one is flicked in the. Well, I just thought it was in the air. I think it was probably me rather than anyone else getting excited there. I thought it was in the air momentarily, but it's a single. I remember one year, Vic Marks got a bit of stick from David Lloyd and some of the other commentators because Somerset won the mascot race, and they were, that's your job safe then. Somerset have won something this season.
Stumpy.
Yeah.
I do just enjoy, from a childish perspective.
That's play down the ground, there's no run. I have to say, I don't get to it that often because Warwickshire hosts the flipping thing but never get in it, hardly, or they haven't in recent years. They were very close last year, so I'll hope to go all the way this year.
I do love covering it, though.
It is an experience, isn't it? That's played a backward point, there's no run. It's always an amusement as well if you are there covering it, and after the first match, whichever local radio station has beaten in the first match, bye then, they're off at lunchtime.
Or do they just go to one of the many bars around the ground?
That's played a mid-off, there's no run. Well, I think it was Surrey lot, they were off. They were going to, maybe because they wanted to avoid having any train problems getting back, I don't know, but they were... Yeah, but anyway...
It is interesting where you can go as a fan and have nothing to cheer for.
Pushing the onside, there's no run. Yeah, well, they sell a certain number of tickets to general public initially, and then a certain number to the teams that make it. But I have to say, Warwickshire have done a great job over the years. That's why they still got it. They do such a great job of hosting it and making it a big event. Obviously, it helps that they're in the middle of the country, 4 teams travelling. But yeah, they've done a great job with finals day, made it their own.
And it's a great event. I also do love how by the third match of the day, there are fewer and fewer fans actually watching the cricket.
Yes, the bar does do a good trade, doesn't it?
Almost as good as test matches. The Hollies was on good form for the first Ashes test last summer. And Simon Harmer, after all his back stretching, will be back on to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end to Burgess. Who, Harmer just having a few warm-up deliveries to Wesley. And instead of Elgant going at the sort of very, very straight extra cover, almost on the strip position, it will be Jordan Cox. Harmer bowls, and that's flighted well to Burgess, who pushes that one up towards a vacant mid-off.
He really did float that one, didn't he, Harmer?
That had a lot of flight. It almost stopped in the air. It was definitely a slower delivery from Harmer, who still has the short leg, but there is no slip now in place as Harmer bowls, and that one's a lot flatter, and there's a big appeal from the bowler and those behind the stumps for an LBW, but nothing given from the umpire, and it's hard to see on the replay whether that got some batter. And that one's a lot flatter, and
I think it might have been a little high, perhaps. Simon Harmer liked it.
Simon Harmer was very convinced, but the umpire was decidedly not, as Harmer bowls again, and that one is swept away by Burgess to the fielder at sort of cow corner, about 20 yards off the boundary, and he will just pick up the one for that.
Yes, they've got a couple of sweepers out there now, actually for both batters. They did, although they're moving around a little bit now. They have, for Barnard, put the fielders in about 3/4 of the way in, because we're going for that sweep shot. In fact, they're just bringing one in and leaving one out there now. But they're keeping them out for Burgess.
Harmer bowls to Burgess, who pushes that one up to mid-off for no run. So it's an interesting sort of... Wesley is constantly tinkering with this field, I think, trying to put some pressure on the batter and make something happen. As Harmer bowls again, and that's just defended straight into the pitch, and the ball trickles to Pepper behind the stumps.
Well, you'll see that in the Essex innings. If Warwickshire get held up, you will see Alex Davis try all sorts of things. That's his modus operandus. He'll try all sorts of funky field placements if he's not getting a wicket.
Well, I can't work out what Jordan Cox was doing there, but that one is driven into the offside, finds the gap between point and cover, and Barnard will pick up 2 more runs. Cox is in a very sort of squatted down position and stayed there during the delivery. Not quite sure what he did there, but at the end of that over, Warwickshire 230 for 6.
So there's... I think it was Phil Neal that was telling... I can't remember whether it was when he was captain or coach, was saying there's kind of 2 ways you look at it as a captain. You've got a plan for something, and even if the wicket doesn't come, it doesn't necessarily mean the plan is wrong, so you stick with it, or you take the view, we haven't got a wicket, so we'll try something different. And Alex Davis tends to be in the latter, or the second of those.
I wonder if that's the more modern way of captaincy.
Yeah,
it seems to be what Ben Stokes does for England, and I wonder if it sort of trickled down from that.
Critchley comes in to bowl, and that's played with the offside. There's no run. I was very pleased to get Phil Neal as a pointless answer once on pointless. So in comes Critchley. It's played back to there's no run. They showed a big picture of the England team and backroom team, and the Queen sitting in the middle. And you had to identify, there, and I saw Phil Neal as that'll be a pointless answer, and it was.
Who would the pointless answer be in the current team, do you think?
Well, because he's the backup, isn't he? So you're probably looking at the sort of coaching staff or the backroom staff that people don't know about, and it's played out into the deep for a single. I'm not sure on the player's point of view. I don't know, maybe they're less recognisable now to the general public with them not being on free-to-air TV so much.
But they're always on social media and all the...
True, yeah. He comes down the pitch head, Barnard, and hits that straight down the ground over the top. That's a big shot from Barnard. Has that gone all the way? Yes, it has. It's the second 6 of the Warwickshire innings. And the first by Ed Barnard.
On social media and all the...
True. And his second 6 of the season. He comes down the pitch head, Barnard, and hits that straight down the ground.
Social media and all the...
True.
I think with those, obviously,
he comes down the pitch head, Barnard,
so
and hits that straight down the ground over the top. That's a big shot from Barnard.
The chance of them seeing highlights or clipped up highlights is quite high.
That one's played back to the bowler. There's no run. I said the picture was there with the Queen in the middle, and one of the contestants said, I could go for the Queen. Well, you have now, so we're going to have to take your answer. I think it got him 96. I think it got him 100. This one is hit into the ground, out into the offside.
Probably people thinking they had to name the players
Yes,
rather
probably. Yeah. Anyway, this is good stuff from Warwickshire. They're ticking along nicely. 2:31 for 6. Essex waiting for the new ball, you feel, which is only 6 overs away. If they can go bang bang with a new ball, they can still keep this total down to something that will please them, especially given Warwickshire won the toss. But right now, they're being held up. 2:37 for 6. So it's a stand of 133. It's the lowest century stand from Warwickshire this season, in the sense of the lowest they've had before is for the 4th wicket. This for the 7th wicket.
And it will be Harmer to bowl to Burgess at the start of this over. And that's just defended up towards mid-off for no run. There are 20, after this over there will be 21 more to come today. So this will go quite deep into the evening session. Harmer in and bowls, and that's defended for no run. So if anyone is listening in the Chelmsford area, there is still quite a lot of cricket still to come.
There is, yeah. I'll lose sight of the time. I'm going to have to go in a moment and do my latest update.
It's all right. I can talk for a while as Harmer that's defended straight back to Harmer by Burgess for no run. Jordan Cox is getting as close as he can to that strip on the leg side in a sort of very close in mid-on position. That one is swept away by Burgess down towards the fielder at backward square, and he'll pick up an easy single to take the total on to 238 for 6. And that will bring Barnard on strike, and I wonder if there's going to be a slight change of field. Yes, there's a fielder at backward squares coming into the ring, and they're just having the one sweep out. Harmer bowls, Barnard comes down the wicket but doesn't quite get hold of it, and it goes to Dean Elgar, who's in that sort of between mid-on and mid-wicket position on the edge of the square there, just cutting off single. Wesley has dropped himself to long-ish on, not quite on the boundary, about 10 yards from it. Harmer bowls, and that's cut away by Barnard into the offside. It's misfielded just on the edge of the ring. The fielder has stayed down. There's one more run to the total at the end of that over. Warwickshire move on to 239 for 6. Barnard on 75, Burgess on 78, and they've just sort of kept going here at Chelmsford. They've dug in and weathered the storm a little bit after the flurry of early wickets. It was just the one wicket in the session after lunch, and hasn't been any in this so far, as Critchley prepares to continue from the Graham Gooch end. And I'm joined by Glenn.
Sorry, we were just chewing the fat next door about various things whilst watching Warwickshire go about their business of continuing to accrue runs with absolutely nothing happening for the bowlers.
Look, you left me to talk about this for a couple of minutes or so, and yeah, there wasn't a lot going on, to be fair. It doesn't look like it's very bowling friendly.
No, and these two have done such a great job, Barnard and Burgess.
Critchley in and bowls, and that's just defended out towards backward point for no run.
And at the moment it's looking like these two are going to get them to a batting point and possibly beyond.
Yes, as Critchley bowls, and that's slightly shorter and tucked away by Barnard into the leg side, where it's fielded at mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, it's an interesting one because it doesn't feel like they've been scoring particularly quickly, but each time you look up at the scoreboard there's a few more runs added. Yep. Critchley in and bowls, and that's just pushed up to mid-on for no run by Barnard. They're just sort of, they're still there, which I think is the important thing, and the longer they're there, the more sort of frustrated Essex will get as Critchley bowls, and that's driven well into the fielder at cover. It was a good stop from Kushi. He couldn't quite take it cleanly, but he's definitely put his body in the way of that one and prevented what could have been a boundary.
Yeah, another good stop, but putting the ball up there, Critchley, and Burgess and Barnard have both shown they're quite willing to drive, and if the ball is up there and there are runs to be taken, then they're not playing for time or playing to get to the end of the day or anything. They're going to take the runs when they're on offer.
Critchley bowls that one slightly short, and that one is driven away well into the offside. Snater will get there as the sweeper and able to cut that off and keep it down to 2. But that was just a slightly short wide delivery that Warwickshire might feel they should have had a boundary for.
Yeah, he missed out the previous one with a full delivery. This time he gets all of it and manages to pierce the infield, but not quite making the boundary. But yeah, showing plenty of intent here, these two.
Critchley bowls, and that one again is sort of played away onto the offside. It will go more closer to Snater. He'll just pick up a single for it, and that just keeps the scoreboard ticking along at the end of that over. Warwickshire 243 for 6 on the brink of that first batting point. Barnard on 76 and Burgess on 81.
And Essex continuing to search here and strive for a breakthrough to get rid of one of these. For the moment it's looking increasingly unlikely, and the batting friendly conditions have proved to be well within the arc of Burgess and Barnard to take full advantage of them as well. You know, yes, the conditions have been good and they've been conducive to batting, but you have to be good enough to take full advantage of it, and they've done exactly that. And there have been a couple of drops for Essex in that afternoon session. The sharp one, that short leg, and then the one that Jamie Porter couldn't quite climb high enough to take. As Harmer resumes from this Sir Alistair Cook end, and that's just pushed defensively back down the pitch by Burgess for no run. 243 for 6 is the score. As Clive's just pointing out behind us, telling listeners in the Midlands the new ball will be available in 4 overs to Essex. Harmer tosses that one up a bit, slog sweep out to mid-wicket where Shane Snater dutifully fields, and they pick up another single. 244 for 6.
Yes, it seems like any movement or spin that was on offer in the morning session has just disappeared quite substantially now. And it's looking hard work for the bowlers out there in the middle.
See, this is more like the Essex pitch we've been used to so far this season. A bit flat, quite a bit slow, a bit low, but good enough for making runs. That's driven back to Harmer, who traps it football style with his right boot, prevents any runs there. Nothing for Barnard on that occasion. The Essex captain Tom Wesley is pacing just in front of us at mid-on, watching on as Harmer wheels away again. Off the back foot this time, driven away by Barnard. Lovely piece of timing as well. Sam Cook is herring after the ball, sliding stop just inside the rope, and they come back for a couple of runs. 246 for 6. So these two have now added 142 runs.
And worryingly for Essex, I thought that one went a lot faster across the turf than some of the ones that we saw just stop inside the ring earlier. So if it does quicken up, and with the new ball, you think that there could be runs on offer for this Warwickshire duo.
It's just a good piece of timing as well. No real force played in the shot, as that's played defensively to the man at short mid-on, who was Jordan Cox. And there's no run. It's just a really good piece of timing, that from Barnard off the back foot. As here's Harmer again. Flatter and quicker. Barnard forces that one up to the captain, Tom Wesley, at mid-on, and they jog through for a single. 247 for 6. Harmer takes his cap. Another wicketless over for him. 1 for 65 from 22 overs, so it's tidy enough. Just about 3 and over he's going at, but not enough in the wickets column from his perspective. Matt Critchley at the other end, none for 44 from his 9. So you would think that these two are just going to bowl out till they get to the 80th over. Essex will take the new ball, and then it'll be down to the seamers to see whether they can just make this breakthrough.
Yes, and it's still quite a lot of overs left. We're just about to go into the 78th over with 19 more remaining, so this will go quite deep into the evening session. I wonder if light will come into play, but it looks still quite sunny and bright out there. Critchley in and bowls, and that's cut away by Barnard down towards Snater, who's sweeping on the offside boundary there. He runs in, it's a direct hit. There's a big appeal at the umpire, but the umpire looks unmoved. Be interesting to see from the replays just how close it was, because Essex looked convinced at that, and it was a great run and throw from Snater, and it looked like Warwickshire were being slightly complacent. I guess we'll see if there's an angle that shows sheds any more light on that.
He comes sprinting in, Shane Snater, because he seemed quite convinced. He gets a little arm around the shoulders from Dean Elgar, slightly disappointed. Have a little look here. No,
he runs in. It's a direct hit. There's a big appeal. There was the appeal on the direct hit. I mean, Michael Pepper has done a huge appeal when the batters run behind him. So Critchley in and bowls, and that's driven well by Barnard out towards the sort of extra cover boundary where Snater will race round and keep that down. He's done a good sweeping job there, Snater, and that brings up the 250, which will be celebrated by Warwickshire, especially given their precarious position at the lunch interval when they were 5 wickets down. Critchley in and bowls, and that's pushed by Burgess up towards long off for no run.
Let's take a look at some scores elsewhere. Lancashire 257 for 5 against Durham. Nottinghamshire, bit of a recovery, 150 for 7 against Hampshire. Tom Banton's got a century for Somerset, 350 for 4 against Kent.
Critchley in and bowls, and that's just turned away by Barnard into leg side. He thinks about a single, but is sent back by Burgess.
And the game is really advancing at the Oval, where Surrey were bowled out for 213 and Worcestershire already 49 for 3 in reply. Those in Division 1.
Critchley bowls, and that's again pushed by Barnard this time out towards long off for an easy single that he's walking to the other end. He doesn't even have to run.
Let's take a look at some Division 2 score lines as well for you. What's going on there? 4 rounder games there.
Critchley bowls, that one's slightly shorter, and Burgess goes to swat it away but doesn't quite get hold of it, and he looks a bit disappointed at that. It was sort of short and sat up well for him, but he couldn't pierce the gap in the field, and at the end of that over, Warwickshire 252 for 6, Barnard on 83, and Burgess also on 83.
Northamptonshire batting against Derbyshire 240 for 4, which is a recovery from 121 for 4 in that game. Glamorgan 183 all out against Middlesex. Middlesex just starting their reply, 2 without loss. Gloucestershire finally lost a wicket, 325 for 1 after being put into bat by Leicestershire, and the man to go, Ben Charlesworth, who made 126. Cameron Bancroft is still there, 141 not out. Simon Harmer to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Yorkshire 79 for 4, replying to Sussex's 150 all out. Harmer right arm over into Barnard, flight with that. Barnard just props forward and plays defensively, and there'll be no run there.
This is interesting to see such a big variation in pitches and scores across the country. I mean, I think the real outlier there is Gloucestershire's total at Leicestershire.
Harmer in again. Just relaxed hands that time from Barnard. Out to the offside, and Pepper scampers out from behind the stumps. Takes the single. Yeah, wickets have been falling everywhere otherwise. Surrey were 4 down.
What's interesting, if you bring up the scorecard of that, is how many extras there were.
Here's Harmer again. Driven back to him on the bounce by Barnard, and there's no run.
When we had a look before, there were more than 50 extras conceded by Leicestershire, which is not what you want when batters don't even have to work that hard to keep the scoreboard moving. Harmer in and bowls, and that's just tucked away by Barnard into the leg side. It goes past short leg, and he'll pick up an easy single for that one, as the ball makes its way back to the spinner, who was put in a good stint here. He's already in his 23rd over on day 1 of this match. Harmer in and bowls, and that's defended straight back into the pitch, where it will trickle to Jordan Cox, who's in there at short mid-on. I wonder if they're just waiting for that new ball to come, as Harmer is in and bowls, and that's swept away by Burgess, and it has pierced the gap on that side. There were 2 sweepers out there, but none of them could get through that slightly backward of square, and he will have 4 more runs. Burgess moves on. Partnership goes past the 150 mark, and Burgess moves on to Burgess, and it 87, but it's been a good partnership in 143 minutes, 239 balls, so they're sort of starting to accelerate this pair, having come to the crease at quite a difficult time with the wickets that had fallen earlier in the day. I think it was the 6th wicket fell just after lunch, and it looked like Essex would continue where they left off after taking 5 in the morning session, but they were just slightly pegged back by this particular partnership from Warwickshire, who have dug in and performed well under pressure. And it will be Critchley to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Bowls, and that one goes past the outside edge. There's a shout for a stumping. There's either a stumping or a caught behind. I think it was a stumping, but the batter looks unmoved, the umpire's unmoved, and Barnard will survive on 84.
Yeah, I think Pepper was for the stumping and Critchley was possibly for something that he'd heard. As it was neither, and they just got to repair the stumps first of all before we can see this next ball bowled.
The umpire runs back to his position at square leg as Critchley is in and bowls, and that one is defended out into the offside for no run by Barnard. Yes, it was a slightly odd appeal, but I guess it's trying to make anything happen at this point after this prolific partnership. Again, one goes past the outside edge from Critchley, and Pepper whips off the pails, but there was no appeal on that occasion.
Yeah, also smacks of a little bit of, not desperation from Essex, but it smacks of them trying to create something, trying to make something happen.
And just trying to put a little bit of pressure on the batter as well as Critchley bowls, and that one's defended up straight to the bowler for no run. I think it's just trying to encourage that little, and also get everyone a little bit excited. Obviously, that when partnerships build up, their heads can drop, and that one's again defended straight back into the pitch by Barnard for no run. Yes, the crashing sound was my phone falling on the floor.
Oh, good news, because they're always very robust, and the screen always lasts a long time, even when you drop them on the floor.
I have lots of protectors on it. It's a necessary feat as Critchley bowls, and Barnard goes for a big swipe into the offside, misses it, and Pepper whips off the bails. There's no appeal, and the ball didn't catch the edge, but it was a promising moment for Essex to see that ball turn, and at the end of that over, Warwickshire 257 for 6, Barnard on 84 and Burgess on 87.
Yeah, and these two continuing to go along their merry way. So impressed with Michael Burgess, the way he's come out and played. Strike rate just under 73 at the moment, and has put bat to ball on a few occasions as well. A couple of sixes included in that, and Ed Barnard at the other end has just continued to go about his merry way. He's looked for some support, he's looked for someone who can stick with him, and he's found that support in the form of the Warwickshire wicketkeeper, and Essex at the moment have been unable to prize these two apart. The new ball is being taken by Essex. It's just shown to all parts of the ground by the umpire. So new ball is taken with 80 overs gone in this innings now, and Jamie Porter is going to open up from this Sir Alistair Cook end. Couple of chances in that afternoon session for Essex. A really sharp one to Nick Brown at short leg, which you either hang on to or you don't. He got a hand to it, but couldn't sort of steady himself. And then one which sort of lobbed agonisingly too far over Jamie Porter. He stretched as far as he could, got a bit of a hand to it, but couldn't hold on. And they're the only two opportunities that Burgess and Barnard have offered to Essex.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if they can find breakthroughs with the new ball. I think a lot of their hopes for this session rest on whether this ball, there is any movement left in the pitch and in the ball.
Right.
Porter just has a couple of warm-ups.
Yeah, so Porter to open this end. You would think Sam Cook from the other end when we get to that point. Garth being retaken by Michael Burgess.
Especially given the sweeping job that Snater's done recently, you think he might want a break.
Right, Porter then, with the new ball in hand, running away from us, is in and bowls to Burgess. Burgess on the drive up to mid-off, where the Essex captain Tom Wesley stops for no addition to the score.
And he's already looking at trying to shine it, which is quite incredible given that it's brand new out the box.
I used to play club cricket, and you used to check with everybody which side of the ball are we shining, which one. It'd either be the one with the maker's name on, or a badge or a crest or something on the other side, and you tell each other as you threw the ball around, that's the side we're going to shine. Porter tosses himself a catch, and he's very much now into his delivery stride, in and bowls to Burgess once again, well outside off stump. Burgess goes for a very expansive drive. He was aiming in the extra cover region, and it's gone down to long leg, and they come through for a single. 258 for 6 in the 81st over.
Well, I don't, because Dukes have only really recently started making women's balls, I don't think I've actually ever played with one.
So you've only played with
the Kookaburras or Readers. Readers also do women's, but they're not up to obviously international standard.
And the Kookaburra one is the one with the less pronounced seam, isn't it? That's the
Yeah.
one there.
But also a lot of women's games end up being with pink ball anyway, so...
Oh, here's Porter with the Duke's ball in his hand. 2 slips in and bowls to Barnard once again, who forces away on the offside and pierces between point and cover. And they come through for another couple of very comfortably taken runs, 260 for 6. He goes to 86, Burgess on 88. And it's all very comfortable for Warwickshire. This is how Warwickshire were used to playing at the start of the season. They're all their batters in form and scoring tons and tons of runs. And they've gone from 104 for 6 to 260 for 6.
Yes, it's a big recovery from this pair who have both done incredibly well.
This next one from Porter has Barnard playing defensively for no run.
It's also a difficult challenge for these bowlers because they will be tired. They've all bowled significant enough spells to come in with a new ball and try and get something out of this against 2 batters who are very set.
Worcestershire 49 for 4 now against Surrey, 213 all out. Mind you, Surrey, they were 15 for 4 at one point, weren't they?
Yes, but I don't think Worcestershire have quite the batting depth that Surrey do. I think that's fair to say.
Porter is in and bowls to Barnard, who plays defensively out to the onside, and there's no run again. So Essex just trying to create a little bit of pressure here, trying to find a way of extracting a wicket, a much needed wicket as well.
Yes, and they're trying to sort of get the crowd on side and be a bit more vocal around the field as well, just trying to inject that extra bit of life into the game as everything's just gone a little bit quiet.
In comes Porter again, fuller and quicker on that occasion, trying to sort of angle it in on Midland leg. Barnard drives up to mid-off and there's no run. Not a lot doing there with the first over of the new ball, and Warwickshire are 260 for 6, having won the toss this morning and elected to bat. At one point they were 104 for 6, and that decision to bat first might have been questioned, but certainly not now.
No, I don't think the decision itself was questioned. I always thought it looked a good batting deck. I think we did see some slightly odd decision making, particularly from Hayne in particular, who left one that went on to crash into the stumps that he won't want replaying too often, I'm sure. But yes, it will be Burgess on strike. To her face, if you could hear that over the town, it will be Sam Cook, as we expected from the Graham Gooch end. I just paused to hear which bowler it was going to be, but it will be Sam Cook, who has bowled well so far today and bowled quite significantly today as well. Although he had a long opening spell compared to Porter. Cook is in and bowls, and that one is pushed away by Burgess, trying to get that gap through backward point, but it goes straight to Snater at a more conventional point.
Just looking at some pictures on the BBC Sport website where you can follow all the live text feed on the cricket pages there from all around the grounds. Looking at the pictures of the Oval where it's very cloudy and the lights are on there as well. Looks a really good crowd inside the Oval today as well, watching Surrey against Worcestershire, but they're having to use the lights there to stay out on the field with a lot of cloud cover above.
That's amazing because we're not very far away and there's no sign of needing the lights here. It's a bright, some clouds in the distance as Cook bowls, and it's defended by Burgess out towards mid-off. Yes, there's a few clouds in the distance, but it doesn't look very dark at all, and there's blue skies above us and bright sunshine here at Chelmsford.
The man who took the headlines last season, James Roos, a bit of an in and out start to the season for Somerset's got himself 3 figures as well, alongside Tom Banton. Somerset 376 for 4 against Kent. Had a really good last season, James Roos.
Yes, and if he follows it up, he'll be knocking on England's door soon enough. As Cook bowls to Burgess, who does almost find the gap. It's well parried by Jordan Cox. I think they're extra cover who manages to keep that down to a single, and Barnard moves on to Burgess moves on to 89. Almost into the 90s, and Barnard will just take a minute to check his guard before continuing. Yes, there's questions of bad light at the Oval, which seems we're not too many miles away here.
No, it does seem strange, doesn't it?
I wonder if that's the way the weather's coming from, though. As you mentioned earlier, that there could have been showers later today. as Cook is in and bowls, and that one's slightly shorter, and that one is played by Barnard off the back foot into the gap between point and cover, and he will pick up 3 runs for that, just taking another one on the throw as the fielders chase and the ball slows up before crossing the boundary rope. As we've seen so often today, well-timed balls that probably would have brought 4s in any other ground, just not quite going over the rope on the big boundaries here at Chelmsford.
No, Tom Wesley getting to work on that ball once again, trying to, Nick Brown rather on this occasion, trying to extract some magic from it, trying to find a way of Essex breaking this partnership. But you have to say at the moment it's looking increasingly unlikely, even with the new ball.
Cook runs in and bowls, and that's pushed by Burgess up towards mid-on for no run. Yes, it's the new ball hasn't quite seemed to hold any significant more life than the old one, other than bringing the seamers and therefore the quicker bowlers back into the attack. It's quite hard to see, admittedly, from where we're sat, but as the pitch is not in line with where we're sitting, but we haven't seen any significant movement or the batters in any discomfort in the last 2 overs since they've made this move, and Cook will run in and bowl again, and that's skewed off the outside edge but along the ground and fielded by Snater at backward point at the end of that over. Warwickshire 264 for 6, Barnard on 89 and Burgess also on 89.
So these two have now added 160 runs exactly for this 7th wicket. A few Essex players sprinting around at the change of overs to get momentum going, G each other up.
Critchley, I think it was sprinting around there. Maybe just an attempt to add an injection of pace into this.
Just trying to get Essex moving, trying to keep people's spirits up in the outfield in what are energy-sapping conditions in the warmth. And Jamie Porter ready to start another over from this Sir Alistair Cook end in the sunshine here at Chelmsford. He's in and bowls to Ed Barnard, who just plays defensively, and there's Critchley again. Quickly across. Now sporting a wide-brimmed sun hat, Matt Critchley. Jamie Porter was sporting one earlier on as well, and Sam Cook out there keeping the sun off. What are we at now? 5:25 on a Friday evening. BBC Essex, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire and BBC WM with you via the BBC Sport website and the app. Day 1 of this county championship match. As Porter comes in and bowls, Barnard plays defensively out behind square on the offside. Single not quite there though. And there'll be no run again. 264 for 6. Majority of the crowd remain here. There were a couple of schools groups over in the Felsted stand who have left, but are on the outfield playing various knock-up games during the lunch interval.
It was quite nice to see.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great. We do get quite a lot of school groups here for the championship games. They all tend to leave around about 3:30, which is kicking out time in the schools, isn't it? As Porter comes in once again, forced away. Beautiful shot that is from Ed Barnard. That's just all timing, and that's a man who's right smack in form today. Just with a gentle push, he finds the cover boundary out for 4 runs, 268 for 6, and he moves on to 93 now.
Yes, that was a lovely timed shot. Just didn't even sort of have to do much follow through, just leaned into it and straight out the middle of the bat, and it raced away to that cover boundary.
Tom Banton's out for Somerset now, made 133 against Kent, but he's heading back. Somerset 377 for 5 in that game.
I mean, obviously Taunton is quite a small ground, so it does flatter the batters slightly.
Here's Porter again. I mean, just been driven for 4. What's his response? Into Barnard, plays defensively, he sets off for a single that's not there, and is sent back as the ring of fielders on the offside for Essex do their job. Breeze just picking up again around Chelmsford, just watching a flagpole over in the distance.
Yes, it wasn't moving at all at some points in the afternoon, and the heat was just building.
Interestingly, the ones either side of the pavilion aren't moving, but the one over in the far corner away to our left is. Shows you, gives you an idea of the direction that the wind is heading in at the moment. Breeze, it's not really wind.
I'm sure we'll see some sunburnt faces as we head out of the ground later.
Porter in. Barnard just plays defensively from the crease for no run. 268 for 6. from 104 for 6 and from 75 for 5 as well. Let's not forget about that.
Yes, it's been a remarkable recovery from Warwickshire, who, regardless of what happens, have done really well to fight their way back into the match here.
Porter wearily collects the ball again off Wesley. Turns and runs away from us. Still with those 2 slips in and bowls to Barnard. Plays defensively, and this time Barnard sets off and gets about a third of the way down the pitch before he's sent back. And there's no run. End of the over. Decent enough from Jamie Porter, but not really threatening anything there. And Warwickshire are 268 for 6. 13 overs still to go in the day. The over rate is +2, so they've done well.
They have done well, especially having clawed it back from -1 at one point, but I wonder if it's just going to drop down again at this point, because each over seems to be taking a surprisingly long time at the moment. You might correct me, Glenn, and tell me I'm wrong, and it's just that the day's getting on, but it does seem like there's a lot of time between balls as everything's sort of tinkered with. Meanwhile, the batters are just looking more and more set as the longer they spend at the crease.
Couple of wickets for Ben Stokes. He's just got Tom Bruce out for Lancashire, caught and bowled. Stokes 2 for 67 at the moment from his 16 overs for the England captain.
I don't think I remember the last time Stokes bowled 16 overs. So it's always encouraging to see, although the more interesting thing will be how he pulls up tomorrow and whether he can bowl again or whether he spends the day with his feet up in the dressing room.
283 for 6 Lancashire, incidentally. Century there for Keaton Jennings, 115.
Cook just making his way to the top of his mark, having been sent back with the batter, just something getting in his eye line there. Cook runs in and bowls, and that's driven by Burgess straight to the fielder at mid-wicket.
Worcestershire 60 for 5 now against Surrey. I mentioned earlier on Surrey were 15 for 4 in really swinging conditions this morning, and then Dan Lawrence and Ollie Pope started smacking them to all parts, and then a little bit of a collapse late in the Surrey innings. They eventually got to 213, but Worcestershire is 60 for 5 already, which includes 3 wickets for Dan Worrell.
Well, he's a good... Well, wickets seem like they're going to be falling more and more if the sky's overcast as Cook runs in and bowls, and that's just defended back towards the bowler by Burgess for no run. Again, Cook tries this time to do some keepy-uppies that I think Joe Denley was caught on social media doing quite successfully, but we haven't seen that same success today, despite the number of times that players from both sides have tried it.
No, I think the Essex players probably need a little bit more coaching, judging by their footballing skills so far.
Maybe Joe Denley can give them a lesson, but I'm sure I think it probably comes down to footballing talent, I'm afraid, because cricket balls aren't easy, and those who can do it make it look very easy. As Cook runs in and bowls, and that's... Well, Burgess tries to flick that one off his hip, doesn't get it, and Pepper dives and makes a good stop down to his left-hand side.
It's not frustration from Essex, but they're just beginning to cut a little bit of a weary band out there at the moment in these energy-sapping conditions, in the warmth of the sun here at Chelmsford. But we've got to keep going, keep believing. There's another wicket just round the corner. This could be the ball.
Cook just get ready at the top of his mark, runs in and bowls over the wicket. That one's slightly wide of off stump, and Burgess is happy to just let that one go through to the wicketkeeper for no run. Yes, it's just sort of meandering at the moment, the match, isn't it? It's not a huge crowd, aren't sort of saying much about it. There's no applause or criticism. It's just sort of meandering along as county cricket can.
Just mentioning Joe Root, the former England captain, batting for Yorkshire, is making 28 not out at the moment. Batting against Sussex, they're 97 for 4, replying to Sussex's 150 all out.
It seems like Root's been an important part of Yorkshire's recovery there, as that one was almost a chance. Burgess goes for a big driver on the offside, doesn't get it at all, and the ball goes through to Pepper for no run.
No Harry Brook for Yorkshire. In this game, no Ben Duckett for Nottinghamshire either.
No, those England players are just sort of being managed in this early period, isn't it? To the frustration of some of those county fans who I'm sure want to see them play.
I'm sure the Notts fans enjoyed Ben Duckett's double century a couple of weeks ago.
I'm sure they did.
Smacking it to all parts.
Cook in for the final ball of his 17th over, and that one is just tapped by Burgess to backward point for no run. At the end of that over, Warwickshire 268 for 6.
Maiden over as well for Sam Cook. So Clive is going to come in. He's off to take a little bit of a breather, get out of the heat, get out of the sun, which is still shining directly into our box. Clive's going to move in alongside. I think we'll have enjoyed the afternoon and evening sessions so far from a Warwickshire perspective, and the great job that Barnard and Michael Burgess have done. Barnard 93 not out, 89 not out for Burgess as well, and keep just referring back to those couple of sharp chances in the afternoon session for Essex which they were unable to take, and Barnard dropped behind the stumps this morning as well, which is hurting Essex. Porter to resume from this Sir Alistair Cook end. He's in now and he bowls to Barnard, still with those 2 slips in, and Barnard plays defensively back up to the bowler, and there'll be no run there.
Well, they've had 1 or 2 moments of the new ball, but it hasn't looked to have made a huge difference, does it?
No.
So far. I still think, though, I keep coming back to this point, that Essex have got to feel if they can get 1, they will open up an end. And the rest could. I mean, we're used to lower order partnerships producing quite significant runs these days. I'm not sure with this Warwickshire lineup that it's necessarily equipped to do that.
Essex continue the search. Porter in to Barnard, and Barnard off the back foot angles that one away down to the deep third boundary and picks up 4 runs, and he moves on to 97 now, so 3 short of those 3 figures. Do you want to pick up commentary, Clive?
Oh, okay.
While Barnard's closing in on his 3 figures.
Pictures turned up on the BBC County Cricket Live page. There you go.
Yes, my picture's shown up on the County Cricket page, and that picture is, I think that picture might be 12,
it does look
possibly 15 years old.
A little while ago,
yes.
I must admit.
Martin Emerson picked me up on that when I was up at Durham a few weeks ago, and I said, well, if mine looks like that, yours looks like you're at school. That's how old his is.
Porter into Barnard, looking for centuries and back-to-back games, and he's driven that. It won't beat the sweeper, so he won't be able to get his century there. He does move on to 98.
Yeah, so do you want to you take Barnard when he's on
yes.
strike. You can take him through to his 3 figures, because he's batted so well, and you know if he'd got out, you would have felt that Warwickshire would have subsided, but he just needed someone, and Burgess has done more than this. He just needed someone to stay with him, but Burgess has done a ton more than that. Porter is ready at the end of his run once again. 273 for 6. We're in the 85th over. It's Porter in and bowls. Played defensively up to mid-on. There'll be no run there. Nick Brown bends down and picks the ball up, underarms it to his captain Tom Wesley, who stood there at mid-off. Brown, who will bat number 3 for Essex in this game. And Feroz Kusha will be restored to the opening berth alongside Dean Elgar. Played at number 3 up at Durham as well when he got that big century, Brown. That was his first game back in the side this season. As here's Porter again. Into Burgess. And Burgess on the drive picks out the man at cover, who is Jordan Cox. There'll be no run there either. 273 for 6.
It's interesting, Burgess has changed tack a little bit. Maybe it's partly more defensive fields, what have you. He got to his half century at better than a runner ball. It's now on 89 off 135 ball, so he's not exactly gone to his shell, but he's paced it a little bit. Perhaps conscious that he's building a really important partnership here.
Porter again. Burgess drives attractively, but only up to mid-off, and there'll be no run there either. And that is the end of another over. 85 gone now, and Warwickshire from 104 for 6 and 75 for 5 have got themselves to 273 for 6. 89 to Burgess, 98 to Barnard.
Yeah, this is a big partnership for Warwickshire. Not quite their biggest partnership of the season, because that's 343 between Yates and Davis. That was some stand. But in the context of the game, this is a big one. It looked a danger that Warwickshire could be skittled out for not very many, and we really on the back foot in this match. They're right back in it. They could still dictate it if they can keep going. They've still got a way to go. There's a fielder gone right out on the mid-wicket boundary for Barnard, who's facing on 98. Tell you what, if he wants a 2, he's in that direction, he'll probably get it. Porter comes in to bowl, and he's just opened the face of the bat. Run that down to third. He'll certainly get 1, and he will come back for a second. So Ed Barnard gets a century in back-to-back games. He got one against Surrey at the Oval. Now he's got one here at Chelmsford. He just mops his brow, takes his helmet off, raises his bat. No great celebrations, but it's a really good innings. 198 balls for his 100. He gets a hug from Michael Burgess, who'll hope to follow suit soon.
And quite rightly, the Warwickshire team has one out of their little dressing room away to our right-hand side, one of the marquees that they're in, all out as one to applaud Ed Barnard, because alongside Michael Burgess, he's the main reason why Warwickshire have got themselves to where they are.
His 7th first-class century. Former Worcestershire players, he plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run.
As you say, back-to-back centuries as well. Was he the one that missed out against Durham? Was it?
Yes, I've mentioned this, so I think it's hilarious that you get 1 after 698 for 3. It's funny, if I interviewed him on the eve of the game against the Oval, so I'm hoping that will encourage players to come on my programme more often, because he got a century the next day. I was tempted to bring that up, but I thought I'd better not. He might not see the funny side of it quite as much as I do.
Well, he's making up for it more so now.
And that one is left outside off stump. Cook might nip back maybe a little bit, but comfortably left by Barnard.
How often is it you see something like that? There's a big stand, and then the next guy comes in and gets out relatively cheaply or relatively quickly, and he's like, well, is it because he's just been sitting there for so long, or is there a particular reason for it?
I did ask Mark Robinson came on the commentary soon after that, and I said, would he get a bit of ribbing in the change room? He said, maybe not just yet, maybe later. In comes Cook, right arm over, and that's left. There's no run. I might bring it up tonight, actually, because
They ain't going to come back on that.
no.
Okay. Play around.
I think that was mine. I think that one's mine, actually. I want to do the other one. What? And we're back, hopefully. Sorry about that, just slight line problems. Where was I? You haven't missed much, 276. Oh, yes, I might bring it up this evening, Ed Barnard's one, because I think we're going to be chatting to both of them, actually, afterwards. Barnard drives that. Oh, that's a good shot. He's got that past mid-off. That's really nicely placed. It might actually be goes up the hill. Is that uphill? Looks uphill from here. And it's dragged in before it can reach the boundary by Tom Wesley. A couple more to Barnard, who's on 101.
Yeah, it's a very slight slope. So when you bowl from that end, you can feel it slightly, and that's when you see sort of players who aren't used to bowling here just slightly overstepping on occasion. It's not a huge gradient or anything like that, but it's just a slight easy slope which you have to get a little bit used to. So Shane Snate is going to come on from this Sir Alistair Cook end now. Jamie Porter taking a breather. Great deal that seems to be happening with the new ball at the moment. And these two continuing to go along their merry way, led by Ed Barnard's century, and Michael Burgess is in the 90s. He's on 91 now, and has played so well. And not, as I keep repeating myself, not just in a supporting role to Barnard, but there's been occasions where he's actually overtaken him in the scoring stakes during this innings as well.
Yes. Well, Snater did make a big difference. That changed the game. 2 wickets in the 1 over. Warwickshire weren't batting badly. They got to 40 for 1, and then Snater got Rose and Hayne out in the same over, and they were struggling for a while. In the end, they lost 4 wickets for 24 runs during that spell.
Right, here's Snater then. His first go with the new ball. In and bowls to Barnard. That's well wide of off stump. And Barnard just watches that go by. And there'll be no run there. And are we 10 overs away from the, or 9 overs and 5 balls now away from the close of the day. And what up until just after lunch was a very, very good day for Essex. And bearing in mind Warwickshire won the toss, they might just be sneaking slightly ahead. As Snater turns and runs away from us again, in and bowling to the Centurion. Bowls, and again well wide of off stump. In fact, that's even wider. Pepper has to go a long way across to stop that. Beyond the man at first slip. All seems a long, long time away, doesn't it, from Simon Harmer's 3 catches this morning. And Dan Mosley chipping a catch back to Harmer, and a caught and bowled as well. That seems an awfully long time ago now from an Essex perspective.
Yeah, it does. But Warwickshire do have this, seem to have this power in the batting this season, so they have been batting well all season.
Snater in again. Oh, it's well wide of off stump. He hasn't quite got the line yet through to Pepper.
It's not just been one batter either. They've batted with some depth in the team. Everyone's contributed. Just doing a few stretches there, Snater, as if you might be just tightening up a bit.
Snater in again. Again, well wide of off stump. Barnard doesn't. In fact, Barnard almost turns away in disgust at that one, thinking, give me something I can play at. It's so far wide.
I just wonder whether the umpire might just call one of these if he doesn't get it a little bit closer to the stumps. But again, he's doing some stretching there, Snater. I wonder if he's not quite right. Had some no balling problem in this match, 5 no balls, one of which came just as he was appealing quite vociferously for an LBW.
Well, slight adjustment in the field here, so there's a slight pause as Tom Westley just, well, he's taken the man out of regulation second slip and he's more at a fourth slip now. As here's Snater in and bowling, and great piece of timing there from Barnard, and it just bobbles its way up to Brown for no run again. It's all very quiet around the county ground here in Chelmsford at the moment. As the home faithful wait for a breakthrough.
Andrew's still painting though.
He's still up there, because I said to him, I said, oh, I paint sort of to the pace of the game. So he said, yeah, it'll take me all day, take me the whole day to get this done. As here is Snater again, in and bowls, and this time Barnard does get something on it, and he drives that one away very, very attractively up towards the long off fence. Chase is being given by Tom Westley, and he cuts the ball off, but at the expense of a couple of runs, and the Warwickshire score moves up to 280 for 6, and that's the signal for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in front of us to get up and say, yep, that'll do us for the day. We've had a lovely day of county championship cricket, and we will head our way home, possibly into the city for a bite to eat. Maybe they've got a train to catch wherever their evening's going to take them.
Good crowd, a good ground for the train station, isn't it, Chelmsford?
Oh yes,
It's
yeah,
very handy.
ideal, yeah.
I walked from a hotel which is right by the train station, and it's very good that the ground is signposted for pedestrians. I'm not sure that it's signposted quite the quickest route though. I found myself doubling back on myself and thinking, hang on.
Did you come through the park?
Well, I did eventually. Yep. It took me sort of past the park and back again. I was a bit puzzled by that.
That was just for you.
Yeah,
those
probably.
signposts were just for you.
Probably.
Yeah, it's quite a pleasant walk through the park.
Yeah. Anyway, in comes Cook. And that's driven. Oh, that's a good shot from Burgess. That's going to go wide of mid-off. Again, though, it doesn't go all the way. Burgess is a little bit surprised. Dashes through to get his third run. I think he thought he was going to get 4 for that. He's got 3. It's on to 94. Well, the thing is, it took me sort of past the park and back in, and I thought, oh, that's because I've got to get the right side of the river. But I thought, hang on, there's a footbridge there. There. Why are they sending me over here? Anyway, I'll know next time.
You won't make the mistake tomorrow.
But yeah, no, it's great for the railway station. So in comes Cook. Oh, that was a tentative little dab at it from Ed Barnard. Strange one, that. It's almost as if he was not sure whether to play at it or not. And it goes past his bat to the wicketkeeper. There'll be 1 or 2 that have just worried the batters with a new ball, but just not with enough consistency to really put pressure on them.
It's not really deviating, is it, off the straight at all? Doing anything off the surface?
It's a promising England bowler who might just be making a case for himself. This one's left. A chap called Ben Stokes. He's now got 2 for 70 at Blackpool against Lancashire. Caught and bowled. He's got Tom Bruce caught and bowled.
Just looking at his spells earlier, just seems to be doing like 4 over spells, little short bursts, and then he takes a little breather.
Yes, I don't really envy the Durham captain. I don't think he's going to be able to say, right, Ben, I want you to do another 3 or 4. Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah, yes. In comes Cook to Bart's left, and there's no run. Left by Barnard. Red stumps here at Chelmsford, all part of the modern game. Gosh, people would have chunted about that when I first started. Red stumps, what are you talking about? What? But, flag just fluttering a little bit. There's been a bit of a breeze out there, which will have given the fielders a little bit of a respite. Been mainly sunshine, occasional bit of cloud cover. That's hit to Uppersley by Barnard, but it bounces short of backward point, where it's well fielded by Shane Snater.
He just took his hand off the bat there, didn't he? Just didn't quite have control of that shot. Gloucestershire are 360 for 1 now in Division 2 against Leicestershire.
Simon Harmer's dusted on a Stuart Broad. He's lifted the stumps off and put them back on again.
Oh, you see. These dastardly Essex players, they'll try every trick in the book.
So, in comes Cook. Oh, that's just past the outside edge. I think Harmer was trying to say to Barnard, well, you were lucky there, so I'm going to do something that'll make you not so lucky.
He's just turned
really
around and had a word with Harmer as well. We've reached that stage of the day, have we? Lancashire 300 for 7 against Durham. He was talking Ben Stokes bowling in that game. So the Blackpool crowd getting a little bit of a treat, seeing the England captain turn his arm over. Worcestershire 85 for 5, replying to Surrey's 213 all out. I was just speaking earlier on about the pictures from the Oval where they've got the lights on and there's heavy grey cloud. Very different picture, not too far up the road.
It's quite a few years since I did a game. I did do a game at Blackpool. Must be doing that Kentucky Derby thing where you have to throw a ball into the holes to make your horse go fast. Yeah. I think I won a tape measure at one point.
Snater to resume from the Shiraz to Cook end. He's in and bowling to Burgess, and Burgess drives uppishly. There's a man on the cover boundary sweeping. He goes to 95 now, and the score is 285 for 6.
I think I still got it somewhere. It wasn't many years ago.
That's a useful prize.
Yeah.
Not like all the cuddly toys. You think, I'll just give that away to someone. And some of these massive things. Well, I don't want it cluttering my house, thank you. I will give it to charity. And then the charity don't want it either. Snater, long conversation there with Tom Wesley before turning. A loping stride to start his approach, then he gets into a bit more rhythm and comes in and bowls to Barnard, who pushes out to the offside. Coxfields for no run again. 284.46 back tomorrow morning from 11 o'clock, don't forget, and you can follow everything on the BBC Sport website and app. So you've got the live text feed there, and then next to the live text feed you can see the tab for watch and listen, so you can listen to any of the games you want to around the country, dip in and dip out.
It could be a good game, this. If it ends up being sort of 320 plays 320 on the first innings, could be very interesting.
Snater again. In and bowls. Well wide of off stump, through to Pepper, no run there. Yes, I'm due to do the Monday, so you
Well, you're a bit
always,
more likely to be here now.
Yeah, you always say, well, if you've got the you've got the Monday, you're always like, well, I'm either going to get no cricket at all, or I might get an hour with the way the county game goes these days, unless there's been huge weather interruptions in the middle of the match.
Well, the question, of course, is have Warwickshire got the bowling attack to be able to bowl this Essex side out? And there has to be some doubt about that, just because of the absentees and the inexperience in there.
Snater in again. Into Barnard, placed defensively from the crease for no run. The thing about the Essex batting lineup, you've got the likes of Elgar and Brown in there, but the Essex middle order, when you've got the likes of Cox and Critchley and Pepper in there, they don't die wondering, so they will take the game to you, and that might just open it up a bit.
I mean, the frustrating thing from Warwickshire's point of view, well, from one Warwickshire bowler's point of view, is that Sir Alistair Cook's retired, because all you have to do when Warwickshire play Essex with Alistair Cook's batting is put Will Rose into the attack. Gets him out every time. I think he's gone out 5 times in the space of 2 seasons or something. It can't have been 2 seasons, but yeah.
Snater into the Centurion Barnard once again. Shorter, pulled away in front of square, and only pick up the single there because they've got the boundary rider at mid-wicket. 285.46 is the score.
I mean, Michael Ray, I'm doing him a disservice. He's got 156 first-class wickets. He averages 33, and of course Essex will know very little about him. They're probably scrambling to get some. They won't have known until yesterday probably that he'd been signed. So they'll be scrambling to try and get some video or intelligence somewhere. But he's not played international cricket. He's not played in this country, so he will be an unknown force to the Essex batter. So that'll certainly be very interesting.
Tom Wesley just adjusting the field, just moving the man on the cover boundary squarer. The Snater comes in. Oh, now that struck the pad, but he's well outside the line there. And there's no real concerted appeal, just a few oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. End of a relatively uneventful Shane Snater over, and Warwickshire have moved from 104 for 6 to 285 for 6. 181 runs now added by Messrs Barnard and Burgess, who are both taking a drink at the moment. And Burgess is on 95 and eking ever closer to 3 figures. The over rate still remains at +2, 7 remaining in the day.
Yeah, if Warwickshire get to the end of 7, make this a wicketless session, I'd be very happy with that.
Barnard and Burgess just like they were comparing their bats there as they walk back.
So Barnard on 104. Partnership of 181 now for the 7th wicket. And Barnard opens the face of the bat, and that goes past Simon Harmer. Looked a little bit stiff trying to field that, and it goes straight past him. Again, doesn't go all the way to the boundary. It's almost stopped by the time Tom Wesley drags it in, but Barnard's through for 3. He's on to 107. Quite a few 3s today. 288 for 6.
Just mentioning, yeah, the boundary square of the wicket, it's about equidistant, and they are quite big boundaries as well. So, and then with the outfield, certainly the starter play with all the rain we had yesterday, the ball wasn't going to make it unless you hit it a darn sight harder than maybe the players were at the start of play, and so they were taking those threes. But as the day's gone on, the outfield's got quicker as it's been dried by the very warm sunshine we've had.
Put to Burgess on 95. Slip in place. A couple of fielders in there in the drive. He tries to play it down the leg side. I don't know how much that misses Stomps by, but Sam Cook is on his haunches looking aghast. Need to move across the stumps there, just looking to flick it down to fine leg. Don't know if we're going to get a replay or not, but certainly Sam Cook acted as if that might have been quite close. Yeah, he's got a couple of fielders there for the drive. That's mid-off and cover positions, about 5 pitches away from the one we're playing on. Cook, a little bit of encouragement from 1 and 2 in the ground as he comes into bowl, and that's driven by Burgess, but it won't beat mid-on, so he'll get nothing for that.
Well, he's within 1 blow of his century, but I don't think he'll be taking any risks.
No, has hit a 6. Both these batters have got a 6 to their name in the course of this innings. But, will be bold if we went for 1 now, although I suppose that's the modern game, isn't it? So Burgess just flicks that and he will get just 1 to back of square leg. That takes them to 96. And the score's at 289 for 6. The end of this over, I've got to go off and do an update. So we are almost at the time which should be close of play, but we've got 6 extra overs to get in. That's left, there's no run. Cook's looking just a little fed up now.
Yes. Yeah.
Looking forward to his ice bath, no doubt. As much as anyone could ever look forward to an ice bath.
I know they're professional athletes and they probably don't do this, but you wonder whether Cook's reflecting on the opportunity that went down behind the stumps much earlier in the day, which might have hastened Warwickshire's downfall. 50 for Joe Root, by the way, for Yorkshire.
He's promising, and in comes Cook for the last ball of the over to bowl, and just opens the face of the bat bar and plays it to a gully where it's well fielded by Critchley, and that's the end of the over. And Warwickshire 289 for 6.
Clive heads off to update listeners in the Midlands, and Essex wearily move around into position. Nick Brown works on the ball and then throws it to his captain Tom Wesley, who promptly drops it, and so he has to shine it once again. And Shane Snater makes his way to his bowling mark, gets the ball from his captain, probably with a few words of encouragement, saying, come on, make this the one, let's get this breakthrough. As Nick Brown, as ever, is chief instigator and chief prompter of his team, telling them to keep going. Snater just, yeah, he's got 1 slip in, but he wants him more at 1.5 slip than the 3rd slip he was standing at, so just moves him in a bit. Snater comes in and bowls to Burgess, who's on 96. That's worked into the onside for no run. It's almost like you hadn't gone away, because nothing's changed apart from Warwickshire have continued to score runs.
I know. I was sat outside just in front of the commentary box, catching some sun and listening to the conversations about me, and went, nothing much has happened in the last half an hour or so since I was last on the mic. But yeah, it just has that feel that's sort of meandering towards the close of play, doesn't it?
Here is Snater again. Into Burgess. Burgess drives up to mid-off. He won't get anything there. No ball is signalled.
I mean, Barnard brought up his 100. That's what happened while I was off air. But not a lot in terms of the state of the game, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, he's played very nicely, Barnard, and Essex fans, supporters won't want me to keep repeating, but he was dropped behind the stumps earlier on in the day.
Well, the drop for Alex Davies was dropped on 17 by Brown at a short leg, and that one didn't prove to be costly, but the drop of Barnard did.
Yeah, and it continues to be costly as well, 107 not out. Well, he's at the non-strikers end at the moment, and Burgess is trying to get to 3 figures. He's on 96. Snater comes in and bowls, and Burgess will pick up a single here, just wide of Nick Brown at mid-on, and enough for him to get a single. So he goes to 97, and the score to 292 for 6. Snater scores his mark again, just where his feet are going down, just scrubs away at the ground. He wants a bit more grip there, just rough it up a little bit more.
He's also overstepped a few times, hasn't he? So I think he's just sort of reminding himself where that mark is. It looks pretty worn away from where we're sat.
When he examines the ball, the new ball, which has done nothing for Essex so far in the 10 overs that they've had it. And Snater is in and bowls wide of off stump, and Barnard can watch that one go through to Pepper. There'll be no run. A few people have been enjoying the bars earlier in the afternoon, just finding their voices late in the day.
Finding their voices with just over 5 overs remaining is a bit of an interesting time.
They may have a big Friday night out planned, I think. Maybe.
You can tell me what's Chelmsford like on a Friday night.
Lively. Lively. Yeah, it's a city centre which is well serviced by bars and clubs. It can get lively. Here's Snater in. Pushes up to mid-off for no run. Makes me sound like I'll be out this evening. I won't be. But yeah, it's lively, it's pleasant. Lots of tables and chairs and outdoor places to eat and drink as well, so that'll be a nice evening. Well,
it's definitely a day for outdoor eating and drinking, and probably one of the first that we've had in a quite disappointing spring so far. But it's warming up now, which does not bode well for my run.
No, have you checked the forecast for Sunday?
It said 20 max throughout the day, so it's not too bad.
Snater in. Barnard lets that one go through to Pepper again. Somerset 431 for 6 against Kent, and Lancashire 303 for 8 now against Durham. Worcestershire have recovered a bit, 94 for 5 in reply to Surrey's 213 all out, those in Division 1. Yes, Nottinghamshire 178 for 8 against Hampshire. That's been really slow going for Nottinghamshire today in terms of run scoring, but they were 0 for 2 at one point.
Yeah, so they've done well to recover, in fact.
Snater past the umpire and into Barnard. He goes right back on his stumps and played defensively out to the offside for no run. And another over ticks by. 91 gone in the day, so just 5 more to be bowled. So we're not going to be too far past the scheduled close of play. We're at 6:05 now, scheduled to close at 6, but obviously wickets were falling earlier in the day, so they allow you a little bit of leeway for that. But they haven't been falling since Jacob Bethel was dismissed with the score at 104, and that was in the 40th over. So
it was just after lunch, wasn't it? It was
nearly. And indeed, yeah, more than 50 overs have passed now,
and quite a few hours of play.
Yes.
And there will be a change of bowling. It will be Jamie Porter who will take over at the Graham Gooch end. See if he can inject something and find some life from this ball and this pitch that we haven't seen basically all afternoon. As the fans start trickling out of the ground, off to their various Friday evening plans. As Porter is in and bowls, and that one was short, and it was hit aerial by Burgess, but he will pick up 1 run. It dropped well short of Kushi, who is sweeping on the leg side, and there are in fact hardly any fielders on the leg side. It's a slightly unorthodox field.
Yeah, it might have been in the air, but it was safe shot, wasn't it? Because the only man in front of square on the leg side is right on the mid-wicket boundary. So, as long as you don't get too much on it, you've got plenty of space to hit it in the air too there.
And mid-on isn't even particularly wide to try and cover any gap either. Porter bowls again, and that's defended straight into the pitch by Barnard for no run.
So yeah, there's singles all day long on the leg side, and that's why the field has been set as it is. Jamie Porter's very disciplined. His bowl's just the top of off stump. We're told that's his line, so he's got a ring of fielders set there to prevent any runs to the offside. And if runs are scored on the leg side, it's either because the batter's moved across and whipped it, or it's because Porter has erred in line, and his captain will say, well, that's not where I put the fielders. But at the moment he's sticking to his line.
It would be interesting to see if Barnard, having made the 3 figures, will take risks. Porter in again, and that's defended into the offside and fielded by Jordan Cox at cover, whereas Burgess, you think, is less likely to want to take any risks at this point in the game.
Yeah, you would think possibly at this stage of day they may have had a chat for the last couple of overs saying, look, let's just make sure we're walking out together tomorrow morning, because if we are, we've done a great job for our side and we're level in the game, if not ahead now.
I have to admit, at 104 for 5, I wasn't hopeful. I did not think we would be in this position at the end of the day as Porter runs in and bowls, and that's driven straight up the bound. Lovely shot from Barnard, who has timed that perfectly to the boundary, straight back past the bowler. 4 more runs to the total, and did not Warwickshire move on to 297 for 6.
Porter runs in and bowls, wasn't it? And that's when a man's got 100 to his name, he's not going to miss out on something like that. It's a lovely sweet piece of timing,
and that's driven
down to the
straight
long
up the
boundary.
Lovely shot from
Porter. Walks back to his mark and collects the ball from his captain once again. The new ball has done nothing.
No, and also with this field there is very little margin for error as Porter runs in and bowls again, and that one was better, but he's open. Barnard's opened the face on that and managed to get another run down through the gap between gully and point to move on to 112, and that will bring Burgess on strike for the final ball of this Porter over. He is on 98, just 2 runs away from a century. Here, as Wesley is doing a lot of work on that ball, but it doesn't seem to be producing anything for his efforts.
They have just brought a man in now at short mid-wicket, so maybe just playing a little bit of cat and mouse with Burgess.
Porter in and bowls, and that's defended straight back up the pitch by the batter to Porter, who has thrown that very waywardly at the stumps, and it's struck Burgess on the back of the leg, which I don't think he'll be too pleased about.
He did apologise, Jamie Porter, but Burgess wasn't looking, so when the batter turned around he apologised again. And no harm done though, apart from maybe a bruise for Michael Burgess in the back of his leg. But 4 more overs to go in the day, and there's going to be some weary Essex legs making their way back to the pavilion at the close of play.
Well, most of the bowlers have bowled almost 20 overs here. It's been a hell of a shift from some of them. I mean, obviously Simon Harmer and the like are used to it, but some of the seamers, they're going to want to put their legs up as much as possible, and they're going to have to be out here bowling again first thing tomorrow morning.
And as you say, at 104 for 6, when that 6th wicket went down, there aren't many of us who would have put money on still sitting here with Warwickshire batting. But that's where we're at.
No, I was fairly confident we'd be seeing Essex bat today.
Snater in and bowls to Barnard, and Barnard drives with no timing this time. Bounces past Snater, but Brown's able to cut it off. And don't take any runs there. 298 for 6, so closing in on another batting point at Warwickshire.
I think you can tell that the bowler's legs are feeling heavy as the seamers are just taking that little bit longer to get back to their mark between deliveries. And they look sort of like they're ambling back to that point rather than sort of racing to get on with it.
Yeah, they're thinking about the close of play as well. Coming back tomorrow. Snater is in. Full delivery, well outside off stump, that one. And in this spell, since he came back into the attack, Snater, he's got a lot of deliveries, very wide of off stump. And again, he's just scoring his boot in that return crease. Wipes his hand in the dust, maybe a little bit of grip, just didn't have enough purchase on the ball there.
In an England women's game getting underway almost as soon as this ends. Their second T20 international against Pakistan at Northampton. Should be a lovely evening if you're in Northampton. I imagine they're getting similar weather to here.
Snater in, wide of off stump. through to Pepper, no run. Yeah, they got the job done in the first one, didn't they?
Just about. It was a little bit touch and go when they found themselves 11 for 4 in the start of the first innings, but they recovered well, and good to see sort of 13,000 people in the ground as well. It was very impressive, and I think they've had pretty good ticket sales, as I understand. I don't know how many they've sold for the Northampton game, but there's over 10,000 for the one at Headingley, which is always good because that can be a bit of a challenge for the women.
Snater, ready again. Past the umpire he comes, into Barnard. Shane Snater bowls. Shout for LBW here, but the batter's aiming that one behind square on the onside, so it tells you the direction of the ball. And they come through.
And there was hardly any appeal from the slips at all.
And the fact that a leg by isn't signalled probably tells us why the umpire bowls. Shout for a shake of the head. There's obviously some bat on that, and they come through for a single. 299 for 6. Barnard goes to 113, and it brings Burgess on 98 down onto strike with 2 deliveries of this Shane Snater over to come. Essex just bring the field in a little bit, just to challenge Burgess here, but I don't think there'll be any nerves from him. He's experienced enough to know that there's plenty of time for him to get the 2 runs required. Snater is in and bowls to Burgess, and Burgess on the drive gets it out to the man on the cover boundary, and they'll sprint back for a second run, and well batted Michael Burgess. It's Ed Barnard who actually punches the air as he runs back to the non-striker's end, because he knows just what great support Michael Burgess has offered him, and he goes to a well-deserved 3 figures as well. 100 not out for Michael Burgess. He gets a round of applause from everyone who remains in the ground, and the Warwickshire score goes to 301 for 6. Another batting point accrues as well. 100 from 149 deliveries, well batted.
Yes, well batted. Michael Burgess, he's come in at a very difficult time, and as we've been told, he likes to play his shots, but he's had to dig in more than he might be used to here today, and this was a necessary partnership for Warwickshire, who were at one point in danger of being firmly on the back foot in the entire course of the match after just 2.5 hours of play.
Yeah, and these two are now thinking, we'll get in, we'll have a drink, a little bit of dinner, watch a bit of telly this evening, and put our pads back on tomorrow morning and come back out and see how many more we can get, unless Essex can do something about it. Snater is in, full delivery, driven by Burgess. Snater half stops it on his follow through, and there is no run. End of the over. 3 more to go in the day, and Warwickshire 301 for 6.
Yes, what a recovery job this pair have done. It's been quite special to watch, really. Although it has to be said that Essex have not produced what they would have wanted with ball in hand. They haven't necessarily threatened this partnership beyond obviously the dropped catch that you've mentioned there. But yes, it started off looking quite difficult for Warwickshire, and as the day's gone on, it's just looked easier and easier for them out there, and particularly for this pair, it sort of, you can't quite see how they're going to get out beyond a mistake. Yeah. As Porter stands with ball in hand at the Graham Gooch end, ready to bowl to Barnard, who's on 100. Burgess's 100 coming nicely from 150 deliveries exactly. Which is quite a nice round number. As Porter runs in and bowls, and that's driven by Barnard into the offside, but straight to Jordan Cox at cover.
Yeah, I mean, Essex need to keep going, keep the concentration, because an opportunity may present itself late in the day. The batters will be tired, physically and mentally. There might be an opportunity very, very late in the day, but the way these two have batted, they've got themselves to this position, and you always say, don't you, when you've done all the hard work, don't just give it away, and the signs are that these two certainly aren't going to do that.
No, absolutely, as Porter bowls again, and that's just turned into the leg side by Barnard, evading Dean Elgar at mid-wicket, and they're able to get through for another single and just keep the scoreboard ticking over as they've done so well in these last 2 sessions of the day.
Yeah, 302 for 6 from 104 for 6. That tells you the way the afternoon and evening sessions have gone from both sides' viewpoints, and Warwickshire will feel, having won the toss, yeah, this is where we thought we might be. Maybe not having lost 6 wickets, but this is about where we thought we might be by the end of the day.
Well, I'm not sure it's where they thought they'd be at lunch, as Porter runs in, and that one has got a little bit more bounce, hit Burgess quite high up on the bar, skews into the offside for no run, but also no danger of bringing a wicket either. Simon Harmer is the only fielder sort of behind the bat in a catching position, and he's at a very sort of wide-ish third slip. I think that's where you'd call Simon Harmer's position. Almost between slips and gully. Very wide catching position there to the seam of Porter, who has taken 1 for 59. From his 19.3 overs so far. Porter in, and that's just defended straight back up towards the bowler goes. Porter can't get a hand to it, and it trickles towards mid-off. And batting conditions have got better, got easier. And I think Barnard has his helmet off, helmet in hand at the non-strikers. I think it's been quite a hot day for the two out there in the middle. He puts it back on his head, but a brief respite with the helmet off. There's a few in the crowd have been enjoying their afternoon, just starting to make their voice heard. Porter runs in, and that's defended straight back to the bowler for no run. It's hard to see if where the breakthrough, if there is a breakthrough before we finish today, is going to come from.
Yeah, so you would think if they can, Warwickshire will go on and bat tomorrow, so many more bonus points they can get themselves. But the game is so far advanced, they'll probably say to Essex, well, bowl us out. Bowl us out.
Porter bowls, and that one is banged in short, and that has hit Burgess quite uncomfortably in the chest, and there will be a brief pause in play. He puts his bat on the ground and drops almost to his knees as he walked away after wearing that one, and that one looks like it will be quite sore. I wonder if we'll see the medic come out for that. It was slightly unfortunate for the batter who's batted so well, just momentarily a bit too early on that one that was banged in a little bit short, and he seems okay to continue. That will be the end of the over as well, so he won't have to face immediately, but that looked quite painful for the Warwickshire batter.
Yeah, it didn't strike him in the head, so they don't need any concussion protocols or anything like that. But yeah, plenty of people just asking after his health.
We have a nice black bruise on that rib, I'm sure, tomorrow.
Yeah, and he'll probably sport it with pride, having got himself a century as well. And it's just a matter of time now. 12 legal deliveries to go in the day. A few more people just begin to drift away. And Snater spinning himself a catch. He's ready again, and he's going to come in and bowl to Barnard. Man in a gully now as well. The Snater comes in and bowls to Barnard, and Barnard works that one away down to long leg, and they'll come through for 1, not a second run there, and the score goes to 303 for 6. Barnard goes up to 115 not out.
Yes, I wonder if Burgess is looking forward to this after wearing that one. That will still be stinging, I'm sure, as they try to work on the ball and generate some swing that we haven't seen since sort of the first hour of play, when maybe there was a little bit more moisture out there. But I think it's safe to say any lingering chew or residue, it will not be there after the 8 or so hours of sunshine that we've had today.
Snater in and bowling to Burgess. Burgess pushes back down the wicket where the bowler can field on his follow through, and there's no run. Chat between Nick Brown and Matt Critchley. Brown at mid on and Critchley at mid wicket with his wide brim sun hat on.
You just wonder if they're going to turn to Harmer for the final over of the day.
I just wonder with the new ball, a bit more of a pronounced seam, they might have used him.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Here's Snater. And that one's an attempted cut away by Burgess, but just hits the man. But short extra cover, and there's no run. That's Jordan Cox who does the fielding. 303 for 6. Brown and Critchley are continuing quite an animated chat, whether it's about where they fancy eating this evening.
How tired are you, mate? Yeah, pretty tired.
Yes, yeah, quite. Yeah.
How about you?
Oh, it's hot out here, isn't it?
How much are your feet hurt at this point?
Brown again, just claps his teammates, applauds them on. Jordan Cox is inspecting his boots as Snater comes into bowl. And bowls, oh dear, and that's a false shot from Burgess. Sort of changed his mind about 3 times, I think, in that shot, and in the end it's come off an under edge, bounced past Pepper, gone through for a single, and that brings up the 200 partnership between this pairing, of which Burgess has got 101 of them. 304 for 6 is the Warwickshire score in the penultimate over of the day.
Yes, it's been a very impressive partnership from these two, and you almost want them to get to the end of play at this point because they've just worked so hard for it. But yes, that was a bit of a odd shot. He sort of almost just left his bat out there for the ball to hit. I'm not sure you could describe it as an intended shot as such.
It's Snater in again, outside off stump. Goes through without Barnard touching it to Pepper, and no run.
But he survives on 101. Barnard will face the final ball of this over, 115, and then one more over, and who's going to bowl it? And that will be pretty much the only question as we head towards the end of what's been a good day's play and an interesting day's play here at Chelmsford. Snater runs into bowl.
What's allowed to go through, and there's no run for Pepper. Sorry, I was busy typing.
No
and
worries.
There's no. I'm trying to get ahead of myself, and there's no run as it goes through to Pepper. End of the penultimate over of the day. 95 gone now, and Warwickshire from 104 for 6 are 304 for 6 now.
Yes, and there will not be a change of bowler. It will be Jamie Porter who has ball in hand to bowl the final over of the day. I'm not sure whether that's the correct decision or whether it would have been better to change, but I think it's so hard to see at this point where a wicket's going to come from anyway. Maybe they think sticking with the seam for this newish ball is the way forward. And Wesley will have a word with his bowler as Barnard is doing some interesting shadow batting at the non-strikers. It's good to see there's that much energy left at the end of a long day. Porter stands at the top of his mark, and it will be Burgess to face. Porter runs in and bowls, and that's defended just up to mid-on by Burgess for no run. I think it's safe to say they're not going to be taking any risks at this point. They just want to see this through, and they did so well just before the tea break. They weren't taking any chances and were just defending the ball very, very comfortably to various corners of the field without looking under pressure at all, really. And I think they will be looking to do something similar here. Just navigate this final 5 overs of the day. Porter into bowl, and that one is slightly short, but that one has been swatted away by Burgess. A sort of slog heave into the leg side. It goes past Dean Elgar, who's the only fielder in, and races away to the boundary, and he will have 4 more runs to move on to 105, and that was a poor and tired delivery from Jamie Porter.
He asked for it, didn't it? And either side of the field, I mean, there's a wide open acreage on the onside, but either side of the field, and that's 4 runs. And Michael Burgess, the form he's in and the way he's played today, he's not going to miss out even at this late point of the day.
Well, he didn't even have to move to play it, and Elgar, despite his best efforts, wasn't going to stop that. Porter bowls again, and that's defended by Burgess into the offside, which is stacked with fielders. And yes, that was just slightly wayward, too straight, and as you said, there's no fielders out there, so as soon as he middled it, you knew it was just going to go.
Slightly worrying from an Essex point of view that the attacks look just so blunt. From sort of pretty much when that 6th wicket fell, from that point onwards, they haven't really looked like they're going to take a wicket.
Porter in and bowls, and that's defended by Burgess into the offside and trickles to Gordon Cox, who walks round to extra cover. No run. Yes, there's also not. They haven't really sort of tried to be particularly aggressive with the field to force something or ask their bowlers to bowl short or really make the batters think about anything differently. It's just been almost a traditional captaincy of stick to what you're doing, plug away at this line in length, and the wickets will come. But the wickets haven't come, and batters have just got more and more set as that's defended straight back past the bowler towards mid-off for no run.
We got 1, 2, 3, yeah, so one more ball, one more legal delivery to go in the day, and the Essex bowlers can get in, and as you mentioned earlier, possibly a nice bath in there somewhere. Rest those weary limbs, and Burgess and Barnard can take the plaudits of their teammates as well.
Jump in the ice bath on a day like today, surely. Some will, some won't.
I think if I was the teammates of Barnard and Burgess, I'd be shaking their head saying thanks for digging us out of a hole that we dug ourselves into earlier in the day.
Yeah, so we'll be looking at the top order being like, what pitch did you bat on? As Porter runs in, and that's defended to Jordan Cox at extra cover for the final ball of the day, and the day will finish with Warwickshire 308 for 6, having recovered so well from that position of 104 for 6. Barnard finishes unbeaten on 115, and Burgess also unbeaten on 105.
That'll do it for us on this opening day then here at Chelmsford. Don't forget you can read the report on the BBC Sport website a little bit later on, but the commentary team will be back on the Sport website and the app from 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Enjoy your Friday evening.